Hello, a very good afternoon and welcome to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Saturday, December the 20th, it's just gone 12:30. talkSPORT Goals is live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and as well on your smart TVs. With you until 5:30 this afternoon, taking you through a busy and what should be an entertaining day of football. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, as always. To my right-hand side, Lee Phelps from William Hill. To my left-hand side, Marcus Bella, with me throughout the course of the afternoon. And a talkSPORT Goals debut, a deserved talkSPORT Goals debut for Louis Beneventi, and also a happy birthday as well, mate. Thank you for deciding to spend your birthday with us. I mean, firstly, get a life, mate. I mean, you've not got any friends. Like, what's going on?
I mean, yeah, no, it's a sad old life for me. I live in my cave, and then I just come out every so often when you say, "Louis, you free?" I'm like, "Yeah, right."
Yeah. Did you have to pretend to Jamie "Oh, let me counsel my friend. Let me work a few things out, and then I'll join you for the day"?
No.
Yeah. I've got nothing going on. I'll be there. It's basically watch the football. I make loads of really weird noises. Lee reads out some odds, and Marcus tries to bring some calm and sense and purpose and intelligence to the conversation.
There you go.
No pressure, mate.
Yeah, I'm feeling very clean-shaven around you guys. That's my first observation. My second observation, is that Nick Voltemade is leading the attack for Newcastle. They've not gone with Jan Wissa today.
They haven't. Let me dot the I's, cross the T's. Newcastle-Chelsea then is the 12:30 game in the Premier League. Louis is a big Chelsea fan. Just got underway. Newcastle, 12th in the table, 22 points. Only won 6 of their 16 league games this season. Chelsea start the day 4th in the table. Newcastle won their last 3 Premier League home games against Chelsea. So that's just got underway, as Marcus says. Nick Voltemade leads the line for Newcastle today. It's Murphy and Gordon either side of him. Lewis Hall is fit to start, which is good news for Newcastle. There is no Livramento again, so it's Miley at right back. For Chelsea, wholesale changes, 10 in fact from the team. The one in the week against Cardiff. Cole Palmer starts. It's James and Caicedo in midfield. No Enzo Fernandez, interestingly, today. So Palmer, Neto, Garnacho will support João Pedro. There's also 3 games just getting underway in the Championship as well. Blackburn versus Millwall is a 12:30 kickoff. Millwall starting the day inside the playoffs. Blackburn just outside the playoff places. Preston versus Norwich. 2 sides having contrasting starts to the season. Preston third and flying, Norwich inside the bottom 3 and really struggling. Just 17 points to their name. And top of the table, Coventry, they go to Southampton. All those games underway and are 0-0. So Newcastle-Chelsea then, the early game in the Premier League. Leo, come to you first. What else have you got for us?
Yeah, well, it's this interesting game, isn't it? And most people who've been previewing it have been saying they couldn't really call it, and the betting was similar to that as well. It's pretty much a pick 'em. It was before when we did the preview of this game. It's a fascinating one because Newcastle's home form obviously is completely different to their away form, and they've got a good record over Chelsea in recent games, not only winning but also scoring and keeping Chelsea down to a minimum of goals. And Chelsea, you're never quite sure what you're going to get from them on any given day, are you? Newcastle 19-10, which I thought was a very tasty price. Most of the money on this game has been on Chelsea pre-match, so they seem to have attracted a lot of money. I think it's because people think if Cole Palmer's in the team, then they are worth backing. And when you look at that, Palmer, Garnacho, Neto, Pedro, none of them are clinical. None of them are absolutely going to bag you 15, 20 goals a season, and the odds reflect that. That's what's missing. But it is a really good front 4, isn't it?
Could do. I mean, are you saying from now this particular season?
Yeah, he is obviously capable of that. When we look when you look at goal scorer prices for say Man City or Arsenal or Liverpool, their main striker will be even money, for instance, to score a goal. Right. Chelsea's front 3, if you like, or 4, they're 2-1 or bigger, which means that they're just not that. You can't say Pedro's going to score today or Neto's going to.
Oh, should score!
Oh, what a save!
Welcome to talkSPORT Goals, Louis. Happy birthday. Newcastle 1, Chelsea 0. Jacob Murphy, as he always does on that right-hand side, gets the ball. He whips in a beautiful ball across the face of goal. Anthony Gordon meets it at the back post. Sanchez makes a really good save, but then it falls to Voltemade, and from close range, he can't miss, he doesn't, he scores. And Louis, that is the worst possible start for Chelsea.
Happy birthday.
It's very much expected. Chelsea have not won here in the league since Steve Bruce was a manager. So, I mean, shocker, here we go.
Just on there, like we did the goal show, didn't we, Lee, last week when Sunderland beat Newcastle, and our reaction to it. One of the things, Marcus, that all the Newcastle fans are picking up on social media was the lack of aggression from Newcastle. Yes. They almost went to the Stadium of Light and said to Sunderland, "Take the ball." But just there, Anthony Gordon immediately pressing the Chelsea player, winning the ball back. Yeah, definitely. Immediately, much better than what we saw in that whole game last week against Sunderland.
Definitely, and their performance against Fulham in midweek was improved as well. It wasn't brilliant, but they did enough, and it got them going again because they were so tepid against Sunderland. It was ridiculous. Genuinely, before that goal went in, I was about to ask Lee what would be the odds for quite an entertaining draw, because I felt there's goals in this game and the way Newcastle have approached it, definitely, and Chelsea are good for a goal. I mean, I know you don't know what you're going to get, but if I would stick my neck out. Obviously, we've got one of these goals already, but I reckon like a 2-2 draw would be quite a nice one.
I think it's still a good shot. 7-1 still. I mean, even with that goal, which doesn't. This is what, because Newcastle were too big a price at the start for me. Newcastle is still only 8-11, so just a touch of odds on, really, a bit more than that, to win this game with a 1-goal start. So you're only getting 3-1 for Chelsea to win this game, giving away a goal. I don't think Chelsea are good enough for that.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Nick Voltemade, he looked like he had the bit between his teeth before. He had a lovely little flick earlier, and he's up for it today. And obviously, the goal's going to absolutely, contribute to that. But it's interesting because he's also now got a bit of competition with Yohan Wissa.
Yeah,
and it's a competition that Newcastle fans have been really wanting for a long, long time. They've taken to Voltemade. He's got the air of sort of a cult hero status already there. But with Wissa, you saw against Fulham, his goal. Okay, it was, I'll tell you what, Chelsea on the attack here. Oof.
Really, really nice one-touch football there. Set Pedro Neto free down the right-hand side. His ball came across the face of goal. Felt he got a Nacho with the back post. His shot goes over the bar, Marcus.
Yeah, I think, with Voltemade and, Wissa, against Fulham, it was a proper striker's goal. Do you know what I mean? It was a little bit more of the poacher about him, and I think Newcastle United fans kind of thought, this is quite nice to have almost like a proper number 9 there, because Voltemade is many things, but he's not your archetypal number 9. He could become that, but he's adapting to the league. He's still a young man and so on, and offers a lot going forward. Don't get me wrong, but to have Wissa there as well, it's two really good options. You wonder if Howe may deploy them both at some point.
I thought the long-term plan might be Voltemade to play as the 10 off this. Technically, he's very good, isn't he? In those he likes to drop deep sometimes.
Quite possibly, yeah. Volta-Messi, as they call him where he's from sometimes, But there's definitely, you maybe long-term that's the case. Short-term, though, you would think it would be one or the other up front. And so, therefore, you've got a bit of healthy competition. And he knows that. So he's thinking to himself, right, well, to tell you what, I need to make a statement. I need to do it. And
chance
Gordon! Oh my goodness!
Malo Gusto's gone down injured. Newcastle, I think, are well within their rights to play on, and then the cross comes in from the right to Anthony Gordon, who's completely unmarked, and his shot goes over the bar. The Chelsea players are absolutely irate, but
Sanchez got a yellow, I think, for
and rightly so. But I mean, the Newcastle players are obviously well within their rights, aren't they?
Well, they are.
To carry on playing, right? It's not a head injury.
I don't understand. I understand from Newcastle's point of view that there's a player down, and the sort of sporting thing would be for Newcastle to put the ball out. But it's not within only a head injury, so they're within their rights.
Keeper saves that, by the way.
It's a great save, and to be honest,
I think it might be maybe going over. Or just
I think Anthony Gordon, because the first shot I think he should score. Yeah.
Gordon absolutely should score. The ball drops to him very, very nicely. He's completely on his own in the box.
He's on his own because Gusto should have been marking him.
And
they had a bit of a clash, didn't they?
Maybe Chelsea need to be more alert to that. And work. Just also, I want to mention, he's putting a good ball there. But with the goal, how often do we see Jacob Murphy get the ball on the right-hand side and he just instinctively opens up his body and whips that ball into the box with consistency, game in, game out? It's fantastic.
Well, did you enjoy it when Arne Slot said recently, when he was talking about Mo Salah and so on, and Alexander Isak, and he went, well, we don't have the profile of a player like Jacob Murphy.
£100 million bid for Jacob Murphy.
Hey,
I thought you were going to say, did Arne Slot complain that Jacob Murphy was putting in too many crosses? What's this crossing nonsense on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Just checking to see if Gusto's all right. Is he?
That's the second time he's gone down injured this game. The biggest worry I had coming into this was the physicality. I think I look back at the game in midweek for Newcastle as well, and obviously they were quite dominant, especially towards the end.
Oh yeah.
Sandro Tonali really, maybe, if VAR was existing in the cup, maybe he wouldn't be here. But they were leading things on people, and this is something which Chelsea have really struggled with.
That's something Newcastle do a lot. They're very, very aggressive.
Exactly.
So look at that pack of players there. We're all waiting for the cross to come in. They've got height. They've got as as Lewis says, physicality. I'll tell you what, you almost shot from the corner there.
There was
over the bar.
There was more than a hint of sarcasm about my inquiry about Gusto, because he's got up, his boot came off. That's why he was down, and he stayed down whilst his team were under attack, and his man was clear at the back, and it should have been a goal. How is that right in any world that a player would stay down unless he's seriously injured? He clearly isn't, because he got up and defended that corner absolutely fine.
And that's what. And that's
how
why,
can you do that?
That's why.
How would you leave your teammates in that position?
Yeah, that's why Newcastle play on, and they're within their rights. You can say, "Oh, it's unsporting." Fine, there's an argument to be there, but you're absolutely rightly. And it's the second time. Immediately gets straight back up, unless it's a head injury. You don't have to stop the game. So yeah,
Sanchez should have been running out and telling Gusto, not the referee.
Voldemort, to be fair, I think Voldemort did come into the back of Gusto. I think his boot ended up coming off his foot. But I take your point, and I think unless you're seriously hurt, get up and defend the cross.
Yeah.
Louis, this is a bad first 9 minutes for you, isn't it, on talkSPORT goals, despite your magnificent Sandro Tonali pronunciation, which you absolutely nailed. But Chelsea just haven't quite settled yet, have they?
No, I think it's a problem with Chelsea when it comes up to physicality. One thing I was raising when we all saw about the game with some friends was that Newcastle was a tough place to go regardless. And I think around Christmas as well, the last Saturday before Christmas, everyone's coming home. It's the early kickoff, but it's a fishbowl city around that stadium, and everyone that really gets behind the team. They're kind of that last, despite the fact they've been bought out and obviously becoming a better side, they've still got that sense of community, which I feel that maybe top four clubs don't have as much of with around stadiums now. And it kind of can clearly see, as well as the players on the pitch kind of really getting stuck in, which they're going to, that atmosphere is really going to be causing a problem. And you can just see straight away with Chelsea, it's just, they just can't deal with it. We saw it at Ellen Road as well. You know, they can't deal with teams that are going to be really getting stuck into them. It's a loud stadium away from home. They seem to be awestruck consistently. I know it's only been 10 minutes, but I've seen this story.
You've already wrapped your hand in, haven't you?
I'm looking at this. I'm like, unless something changes really quickly, I can't see.
Why do you think Chelsea do struggle against the kind of lesser teams that look to be aggressive? Is it sort of, it's a young Chelsea team? Is it lack of experience at times, maybe?
Yeah, I think despite the fact they're obviously growing and getting better every week, and they're still playing with each other, there's not that experience. I mean, Leeds, I don't think they appreciated how much of a big game that is for Chelsea, for example. It's, historically massive. Mm-hmm. Leeds are obviously a team that always want to get up for it. And, I don't think they thought about that. They seem to love it when it comes to playing Barcelona, playing Arsenal. They'll turn up for those games. But it's games which, mean they're going to be, if they want to challenge for titles, they've got to be doing these games, and they're just not doing it, and it's a real struggle. But it's not within the policy of the sporting directors.
But that's funny, Louis. You say that because you're absolutely right. In the, I suppose if you like glitz and glamour of like the Club World Cup or something, and they were impressive, especially in the final. It seems a while ago now, and you mentioned the Arsenal and Barcelona games as well. When they fancy it.
Yeah.
It's there, but the cut and thrust and the grind of the Premier League, away to Leeds, for example, away to Newcastle as well. The one thing that is often said about this Chelsea team and the Chelsea squad is the lack of experience and the lack of, I suppose you could say, leaders or older heads.
Yeah.
I mean, when someone like Cesar Azpilicueta, missing someone like him,
absolutely,
who can sort of rag, and you hear little snippets from people at the club in stuff that, off-field stuff or at training or whatever, players' duties that they're kind of expected to fulfil, as I say, off the pitch. And there's sometimes no interest in these sorts of things. No. And they say they literally miss, and they've named like Azpilicueta and one or two others. Say, oi, no lads, this is what we're doing. That kind of leader.
Yeah.
And I suppose if Enzo Fernandez is one of those guys, he's still quite young. I know he's very experienced in one sense, but it's almost it's that almost sort of, if you like, statesman-like quality that Chelsea miss in this side, and that does translate to the pitch sometimes. And I think that you do need that when you're away. We're using that Leeds game as an example. When you're away to Leeds and you're under the cosh and you're up against it, you need someone to grab them all and go, right, lads, stop messing around here. We're in a proper game. These lot want it. And if you want to go well, if you want to sort of make sure that you do qualify for the Champions League without a fuss next season and all that good stuff, these are the games you've got to turn up in.
Absolutely. And I mean, the fact that the statesman in this Chelsea squad is Tosin, I think says a lot.
Well, there you go.
I mean, it just shows that they're like, well, he's our most experienced player. Like, well, all due respect to Tosin, what have you achieved in comparison to other players on that pitch that are younger than you? And
he's also probably not good enough, is he, to be playing regularly at Chelsea?
He's not good enough. And it's when there was the news of Thiago Silva wanting to come back to London, I was chomping at the bit. I was there going, oh my God, I don't care how old he is, just have him there.
52 years of age, but who cares?
Listen, he still got it. He still got it. We saw it in the Club World Cup. There's him. There's other players out there that I think have significant quality that are maybe older, but the way these sporting directors set up the team and set up their squad building, they simply want to get players which they can sell them for value, or they can, as they like to say, increase their portfolio. So when they say that
warms your heart, doesn't it?
Oh, it's sitting there.
Hey, that's why we watch the game.
I like
the portfolios.
This is it. I like to compare Chelsea and their squad building to a conservatory.
There you go.
You've got yourself a lovely, lovely new build, right? I'm going to add some value to it, right? But there's no point adding value to it and having the conservatory if you don't want to put a nice sofa in there. Yeah. Sometimes you need a nice Thiago Silva-shaped sofa.
You do. And you've got to be careful with that conservatory when Nick Voltemarder's next to it with a hammer ready to smash it to bits.
Is it? Oh, Christ.
It's Thiago Silva-shaped sofa or something I didn't think we would be. I didn't think was ever going to be
into it, though. I would be into it.
I want to know, what does a Thiago Silva-shaped sofa look like? Rough, rugged.
Does the job. Like Thiago Silva, to be honest, mate. It's there. I mean, yeah, it's kind of it's there. Maybe sometimes it might be a little bit shaggy. One of those, maybe one of those, like a felt. I don't know. I've not really thought about it. I didn't really think about it outside.
I don't think about anything I say on the show.
Amazing, we're still on air.
Yeah. Are we on air? Or
Can I just say that Robert Sanchez got away with one there? He had the ball and he tried to do a quick throw. Minimal contact. Keepers are always going to get the decisions, and he threw out. Was it Lewis Hall?
Maybe he just kind of. It was kind of minimal contact. And I'm not one to stick up for keepers, but maybe it was just a bit of an arm across.
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay. Can I just add something? Sorry, the producer of Inside Chelsea wants me to tell everyone he was pulling at his arm. He wants me to make sure that everyone knows that Malo Gusto was taken out and the Robert Sanchez arm was pulled. Right. Again, Bristol City supporting, producing Inside Chelsea wants me to let everyone know that. Okay.
Right, and he'll also bite your hand off for a 2-2 draw, which is what I predicted earlier. So, this is 1-0 Newcastle, and it's going on 2-0 Newcastle in a minute.
They're playing some nice stuff, though, Mark.
They are really at the races today, Newcastle. You know.
Yeah, and as you said earlier on, Sam, that they've come out with a lot more aggression, which is good. And I think when you look at the cards between these two in the last few league and cup, as they attack again down the
lovely intricate
side,
stuff.
It is good stuff. Gone out for
another corner.
As they. Just the cards in the last three. There was 7 and 1 red in the last game at St James's Park, 6 between them in the League Cup game last season, and 10 at Stamford Bridge in the last game between these two. We've already had one today, and I think if Newcastle continue this, I think Chelsea, we know the discipline's been an issue this season. I wouldn't be surprised to see cards. Gusto's had 5 this season in all competitions. He's just under 3-1 to be carded. Cucurella's had 6 yellows in all competitions, 15-8, and Caicedo 8 yellows in all competitions. He's 7-4. So all these players, it's decent value in play, that is, to pick up a card. I'm not saying Newcastle won't either, because they usually, Bruno Guimaraes is the favourite in that market, 27-20. But it's mainly Chelsea players in the top 6 or 7 in the betting. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 6 yellows in this game. It's feisty, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to be yellows.
Do you think with Newcastle, guys, now Eddie Howe, since he's gone in there, there's no doubt he's done an unbelievable job. But when you look at maybe the resources that he's got at his disposal to the other teams, your Liverpool's, your Man City's, your Arsenal's, your Man United's and Chelsea's, as things stand, Newcastle are 3 points off the top 4. Yeah. Is that almost where you think Newcastle should be? Because there might be some people that look at this Newcastle team this season and go, they're slightly maybe underachieving. Do you think almost Eddie Howe's been a victim of his own success in that respect, that he's done so well in such a short space of time that maybe he then his team can get judged unfairly sometimes in some respects?
I don't necessarily think that he's judged unfairly or underrated or anything like that. I think with Newcastle, they qualified for they finished in the top 5 last season, and they are a Champions League side. So therefore, you've got to adjust your mindset to them and treat them as thus. They will probably go through to the knockout phases of the Champions League.
So in the top 24, they'll be.
Yeah, indeed, you would fancy them to do that. So that's where they are. Obviously, won the League Cup last season. They're back in the semi-finals again. So this in the league, they have been a little bit underwhelming. I understand they've had their injuries, and it's still a slightly developing or slight transitional side. I tell you what, Anthony Gordon went in for a tasty one there. Great. He wasn't fussed if he got man or ball. He got the ball, though.
I'm really enjoying it.
This is a great game.
For some of you, you're all enjoying it, aren't you?
As a neutral.
And I'm certain Newcastle fans celebrate a tackle louder and better than any other team in Premier League.
Oh, yeah.
They love a tackle, don't they? But
indeed.
just during the Fulham game, there was a period in the second half where Fulham just had possession in their own half.
Yeah.
And you could hear on the TV that the Newcastle fans were almost booing a little bit, weren't they? They always letting their team know, you have to be more aggressive after Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, and if they, they score a very late goal, and if not, it goes to penalties, and then who knows? But the fact is, they did get that goal, and it gets them going again. I think when Newcastle again, because of when the owners, the PIF came in and took over, obviously controversially, but they're in now. You thought, okay, they're going to kick on, and they have kicked on, and Eddie Howe has grown with them. But also, Eddie Howe we're seeing the best of Eddie Howe right now. Previously, at Bournemouth, obviously he did a great job, but I mean, it was not Champions League and, League Cup winners and anything like that. Burnley, obviously, it was disappointing. So Howe is growing as a manager as well, as we're seeing here. And so, yes, he has done a good job. But this time last season, much has been made of the fact that Newcastle weren't really at it. And it was into the new year in the second half of the season where they really started going, and obviously went on to win that trophy and qualify for the Champions League. It's fascinating now. Is it by design or is it just by circumstance that it's kind of happening again? I don't think it is by design.
Great ball!
It's Nick Voltemada.
It's a lovely, lovely finish. It's a brilliant ball from Anthony Gordon. They work a free kick short. Anthony Gordon from the left-hand side whips in a delightful ball, and Nick Voltemada's first time flicked finish beats Sanchez. Great cross, and a lovely, lovely finish. Again, Voltemessi, you called him earlier, but for a big man, technically so good.
Was he offside?
Yeah, I hope not, because the finish deserves to be put in the back of the net. But Louis, this Chelsea team in the first 20 minutes, simply nowhere near good enough.
All over the place. And it's the physicality, again, I worry about that. Look, who's tracking him?
Oh, beyond
You've given him so much space.
Oh, he might be off.
Right. So could
be off.
It's a lovely flick finish. It's tight, isn't it?
It's very tight.
Is that?
If it's going to be millimetres, this is
a great ball in from Gordon.
Wesley Fofana. Wesley Fofana has been having a nightmare this first 20 minutes. He has been awful. He's been bullied all over the pitch.
But it might be Chalobah's foot who might play him on. It's just it's hard to tell. There's going to be either his arm versus that.
It looks like Voltemada's right arm is off, but the legs are in line. I mean, is that?
Part of me hopes it's not offside, just so it teaches a lesson. Yeah, because it's the same mistakes over and over and over. Getting away with murder. It's boring. I'm tired of it. It's the same stuff every single week. Yes, it'd be great to get away with it and it stays 1-0, but realistically, we don't deserve to be in this game at all.
Can we get this guy a birthday cake for crying out loud? Mate,
I'm seething. I said to myself, we've not won here for 4 years. I went, do you know what? I'm not going to let it ruin my day. It's ruining my day, all right? This is doing my head in.
Was this your birthday? I did 2-0 down Newcastle and you got a Fulham fan comfort in you. Is that what it was?
I think it's the leg, yeah. Does anyone want to guess whether it's on? I mean,
I think it's off.
I think his finger off, his thumb's off, mate.
I think he's
I'm going to go. He can't be miles onside, can he? I reckon Caicedo's left leg there might be keeping him onside.
Producer Jamie said he was miles onside.
Miles onside, he said. He might be onside. He can't be miles onside, can he? That's impossible.
Jamie, that's not even kilometres onside.
Sorry, is this why you have him on your headphones today? No, I think he's onside. I'm not disagreeing, but he can't be miles onside.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I mean, technically he can be.
Yeah, I think Caicedo's left leg. His left, but can you be offside via the hand?
I don't know.
Who knows?
It depends on the sleeve of the shirt.
You can't be offside with a hand.
I wanted to be offside, just to producer Jamie pipes down.
Yeah. All right.
It was someone's forehead last week, wasn't it? And part of the shoulder.
I think Caicedo's left leg there is keeping him onside.
Yes, I think you're right. Foolishly, I forgot. Obviously, you couldn't be offside because it's got to be a part of the body you can play the ball.
In the meantime, one of your early season shouts about Millwall.
Oh, let me deliver the news. Can I deliver the news after the goal? God, I don't get much right in life, do I?
Absolutely.
Let's wait with your say, or maybe now is a good time to deliver this great news while we wait for this. Should we sing happy birthday to Louis in the meantime?
Only if it's not given.
To you.
He's onside.
Yeah. We're 2-0 down at Newcastle. I'm depressed. I can't believe it.
Yeah, he was miles onside, obviously. Yeah, you're absolutely right. By the way, how great is it? Old school. Murphy whip goal. Gordon left hand side. I mean, both those crosses, absolutely magnificent balls into the box.
It's a massive unit up front.
It helps when you get. But
it's what football's supposed to be.
Yeah. But also, you've also got a big guy up front though who can score. Great. That's technically that's a really really nice finish. Isn't
We
it?
were linked with him in the summer, and the more and more I watch him, the more and more I go, why do we not get him? Why do we not get him?
Glad
He scores 4, and then you'll be.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad because he's having a lovely old time in Newcastle. They love him up there already.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is Chelsea. The focal point of their attack is something that's missing a little bit. Now, you might say with Maresca's style of football, maybe that's not a huge part of it. It's been a bit of a shame with Liam Delap's injuries, but I mean, Liam Delap's not. He wasn't bought to kind of go, right, this goal will, help us challenge for the league or anything. He's a very good striker and a young player and developing and all that kind of stuff. But that lack of focal point up front for Chelsea, I know Joao Pedro's there, but
I think he played his best football at Brighton off the centre forward job.
it sort of bothers me a little bit. You're talking
And
about...
that's a Fulham fan saying
It bothers
this, by the way.
you. How do you think I feel every week?
I wondered if we shared in our botheration. That was all. Clearly we do.
I think Joao Pedro, for me, was always inconsistent. Watford, Brighton, wherever it was. When we signed, I thought, yeah, okay, good. Had a good Club World Cup. Everyone was waxing lyrical. I was kind of sitting there going, well, let's see what happens the rest of the season. And he's just not the right man to lead the Chelsea front line. Liam Delap, I think, is still a player that could do it. But I think the problem is the way that Chelsea play. We're asking him to come deeper.
Yep.
If you look when he was at Ipswich, I know Ipswich and Chelsea are two completely different propositions, but he was bothering the centre halves, the last man, running in behind, being a presence at the top end of the pitch. We're asking him to come into midfield. If anything, you look how Voltemarder's playing.
Yep.
He was the answer in the summer. I think that Chelsea...
I'm still surprised they didn't go for Osimhen. Because Victor Osimhen and Chelsea just seem like...
No, he's too old, mate.
Oh,
he's already got a pension.
Can't do that thing where he becomes good, then you sell him for lots of money in 2 years' time. That's what football exists for, right?
So we needed a Thiago Silva-shaped sofa and a Victor Osimhen-shaped table.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Who's the pillow?
Maresca's head.
Good centre back maybe is like
They're in again here, Newcastle.
Ramsey in the box. Do you know what? Anthony Gordon made a really good run. He should have whipped it across the face of goal. He tried to pull it back. But at the moment here, I mean, goodness me, Chelsea are absolutely all over the place.
Yeah, shorter passes. They're just not on it at all.
This is exactly what Newcastle wanted. They're building from that midweek victory against Fulham, which wasn't brilliant, but it was enough. But I mean, this Newcastle United performance today, 25 minutes in, night and day to what they did against Sunderland. I mean, that Sunderland game, it just seems so obvious. But maybe, you know what it's like, the old expression, you have to go all the way down, just bottom of the barrel to kind of come back up again. I think my impression with that Sunderland game is it's almost as if we don't want to get dragged into this. We don't want to get dragged in, and Sunderland like, oh no, we're not giving you a choice. And the game and the result, obviously panned out as it did.
That surprised me though. That would be their mindset, Newcastle.
But you're grasping at straws. I can't figure out why it was. But look, that is now in the history books. And today, so far after 26 minutes, Newcastle United have been brilliant. They've been scintillating. This is the football that they're capable of. This is what Newcastle United fans think, come on, can we see this realistically most weeks? I think to producers every week would be, you'd be on for the title for crying out loud. But they've been brilliant. And Gordon has looked really, really good. He's been a bit patchy this season. My goodness.
And he could get better because Sandro Tonali's got a free kick close to the corner flag. That wasn't a good moment. He worked his shot and Cole Palmer wins the ball back. So as we're halfway through the first half, it's Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0. Nick Voltemarder scoring both the goals. Newcastle have conceded in each of their last 9 Premier League games. They've never gone 10 in a row without a clean sheet under Eddie Howe before. And Lee Phelps, Blackburn 1, Millwall 0. Is that what you wanted me to tell everyone? Millwall losing?
No, it was the other way around.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Millwall winning up to 4th in the live standings
is that right?
in the Championship. Yeah, winning at Blackburn. No, I was complimenting. I wouldn't do
I
that
think
to
you're
you.
wrong than that. I think Blackburn are winning 1-0.
Oh, right.
Okay. No, so I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, Liv. We normally try and get the scores right.
But
Where's the professionalism?
To reassure everyone,
Blackburn,
Newcastle are winning 2-0.
Yeah, Newcastle definitely winning 2-0.
That's all I'm most
Blackburn are leading Millwall
Like it's on
by.
the screen or anything.
Blackburn are leading Millwall by a goal to 0, so that would be a big victory for
They'll turn that round and you will end up being right. Just at that point about Liam Delap, it's like in a world where we seem to be seeing more and more teams going more direct this season, less than the kind of tippy-tappy football. It feels like Chelsea, if you're going to have that chance, Newcastle.
It was a long diagonal free kick. Lewis Hall and Cher just peeled away to the back stick and from around the edge of the box, first time volley, hit it well into the hands of Robert Sanchez.
Yeah, Chelsea seem to be, that's not their. They're not a direct team tactically like that.
Tippy-tappy nonsense.
Yeah, so but without the players really to excel at that, against in the best league in the world, arguably. So it's almost like, why buy Delap if you're going to do that? Why, if you're not going to do what Newcastle are doing with, we've seen about Everton. If Everton play down the wings and get the balls in from those 2 fantastic wingers they've got, then all right, Beto and Barry, maybe not the best strikers, but it gives them the best
opportunity. Last 2 weekends ago, didn't he?
But it gives them a better chance, doesn't it? Because you're playing balls in, it's just an instinctive thing rather than having the ball at your feet, and that's what Voltemada's great at.
Chelsea, when they have more of the ball, look like a far worse team. When Chelsea play on the counter, when they look to move quickly, you talk about the wingers. Pedro Neto's absolutely spectacular. He's been great this season. Garnacho winning people over. If you look at, I know it's Cardiff, but look at how he took advantage of all that space on the left-hand side. You then look at other players. Well, I mean, Esteval Willian, a great example of that. Chelsea have got very good, direct, tricky wingers, but we feel this need to run down the touchline, pass it backwards, and maintain the ball all of the time when there are opportunities to hit on the transition, and Chelsea just don't do it as often as they can. It's tough, obviously, because I know that realistically in a game like Newcastle, Chelsea are probably, well, I think we thought before the game started anyway, they're probably going to have more of the ball. But realistically, we just seem to be under the cosh and don't want to go direct. And then I say that, Robert Sanchez knocks it long and we lose it. So, who knows what the situation, what the plan would be with this team. But Chelsea don't have a focal point. They don't really have anybody other than Cole Palmer, I feel, which is a standout player that can win the game. It's for a spend of over $1 billion. You'd like to think that Chelsea would have that, and we don't. So,
but, I mean, I take your points, but Chelsea, like in the league at the moment, what are they? Fourth,
but going into this game, yeah.
In the league.
Yeah.
I mean, did you think realistically any better than that? You know what I mean? If Chelsea were to finish fourth, say, well, that's not too shabby. Like in the Champions League as well, they're outside the top 8, but you'd fancy them to kind of get through to the knockout round. So I hear your gripes there, and I think that whenever I think a lot of neutrals watch Chelsea this season, they just expect that little bit more, which is fine. But I think inevitably that is most football fans with their clubs. But right now, other than this game where they've been distinctly second best, fourth in the league, and doing not bad in the Champions League. How much realistically would you expect more from them?
I just want to see more of an improvement. I think my biggest issue with this consistent spending and Chelsea not consistently improving, it really... Come on, Cole.
Oh, that was Cole Palmer in form. He gets that shot away. The ball fell to him outside the box, just couldn't sort his feet out, and Newcastle come clearly.
Yeah, it's. I think Chelsea are just. For me, I wanted to see an improvement. I want to see the gap close. You look at sides over the past few years that maybe have been in similar positions or have been growing. Think about Liverpool when they were first under Klopp. Think about Arsenal when they were starting under Arteta. Yes, there were big gaps, but consistently they were closing it. They were getting better. They were making obvious decisions, which made the team better. I don't think Chelsea have actually made the team better in the transfer window.
You think they're the same as they were last season?
Pretty much. I don't see a side which is that much better. No, there's maybe little bits here and there, but again, for the outlay and for what you expect, look, I think Chelsea have had some significant opportunities this season against quote unquote lesser sides who could realistically be, they should be picking up the points there, and they're not. And that's been a consistent mistake for the past 2 or 3 years, maybe even further on. I just think that Chelsea realistically right now are not really pushing on as much as they should be or could be. And, you could say it goes down to Maresca, but I think that it's a far more deeper rooted problem at Chelsea than simply chopping and changing a manager. Maresca and other managers have all said what this team needs to improve. Sport and directors and ownership don't want to do it. They've got this idea in their head and they're sticking with it. And, it's games like this which are going to, consistently prove to be the problem for Chelsea.
You think, Marcus, they've improved? You think, in the summer, how many players have immediately got into this team and made them immediately better? Yeah. Like an Esteval has obviously had a good start, but you say he's looking better of him next season.
I think they're a little bit better and the manager's got another, he's getting another season under his belt. Look, Louis watches Chelsea a lot more than me, so it'd be slightly foolish of me to kind of go against that. I think I just look around the Premier League this season. There's nobody, Arsenal by definition, because currently they're top, are the most consistent team, but they've had their criticisms, especially in the last few games. So I think that the Premier League this season is particularly competitive. Wolves are the only gimme, and even Arsenal, just struggled to beat them the other day. So again, from a very sort of neutral, Fulhamish point of view, I think Chelsea have improved a little bit, but I think but where Louis' gripes really are, if I may, are with the ownership of the club.
Sporting director ownership.
I completely agree with that.
Can I? So, interesting. I think you make a really good point about the sporting directors. I think clearly and Quaker's made this point lots of times on the show. The players that have come in and not bought to improve the team right now. Where I feel sorry for Maresca, and this is where I agree with Marcus, when I look at where Chelsea are starting this weekend, fourth in the Premier League table, into the Carabao Cup semi-finals, decent chance to top 8. I'm not sure that when you look player for player at this Chelsea team, that they should be any higher than fourth. I think Maresca is doing what he should be doing.
Oh, no, yeah, I agree.
And that's where I think your frustration should be more above than Enzo Maresca.
Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Enzo Maresca's style of football, but he's actually delivered. You know, the statistics, they speak for themselves. Like you said,
Champions League football, 2 trophies last season.
Yeah, you know, what can I say about that? But, you know, it's when...
But Chelsea fans aren't having him, are they?
No, but I think it's also a case of I think people are just quite frustrated. And I think it's obviously, to be honest, I feel like he's the easy target in terms of what people can look at.
I mean, you don't like a sideways pass down at Stamford Bridge.
I mean,
and I don't think many grounds like a sideways pass, by the way. But Maresca does like that, and I think that having a couple of times or a few times in this season and last season when I've seen Chelsea play at the stadium, there are a few groans and a bit like, come on, let's be a little bit more on the front foot. And I do agree with that as well. I think that I think Maresca's a good manager. I think these very, very sort of tentative or these whispers linking him to Manchester City post Pep, I don't think they are ridiculous.
No, absolutely not.
Again, we'll see if Pep is going to be there beyond the season. He says he will, so we'll take him at his word. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think Maresca's a good manager and a good coach. I wonder if he is what Chelsea fans really want, though, because that style of football, the way he's going about it, I think they're used to something a little bit more ruthless, you could say. And it served them well. You know, absolutely. You think about glory years recently at Chelsea, and so on, Mourinho would be the obvious one, but other managers as well. They, as I say, ruthless would be the word.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you look at how Chelsea
team's not ruthless.
No, it's not ruthless, but the culture's no longer ruthless.
No.
And to be honest, that's because the sporting directors and the ownerships don't want someone who is going to be ruthless. I think Maresca can be, and he proved that when he stood on his own 2 feet after the Everton game and said, look, I don't agree with this. They do a review with the sporting directors every single game, apparently. Why? Why are you doing a review every game?
A review of what?
They sit down and do a review of Maresca every single game. Go, right.
With Maresca?
With Maresca.
He must love that.
And you're sitting there saying, why are you doing that?
Do you think that's one of the reasons why Maresca wasn't what he was alluding to in that press conference last week?
I absolutely think that was a case.
Because I'm trying to imagine doing a show, finishing at 5:30, and Jamie calling me into a meeting for a review every Saturday at 5:30. That'd be an absolute pain in the backside, wouldn't it?
Are you not invited to that meeting?
No, thank you. No, mate, I think that's a good thing if I'm not invited to that meeting. I think that's if you're trying to show off that you're invited to that debrief, and I'm not. I'm happy to miss that one.
I'm not invited.
But do you think that's one of the reasons? Because that sounds like an absolute disaster.
Well, it is. I mean, but this is why they don't want an elite manager. They don't want someone who's going to turn around and go, actually,
they don't want an elite manager.
Well, because an elite manager wouldn't be having any of that, would they?
Exactly.
You imagine someone like Carlo Ancelotti, obviously previously managed there, just going, what you want? No, I'm off. I'm off for a beer and a pizza, lad. See you later.
No, I take that.
Not having any of that.
They don't want an elite manager. You can't mean that.
No, I do mean that. Chelsea, they don't want someone who's going to answer back. They never have.
They want a yes man.
They want a yes man. And as soon as Enzo Maresca's turned around and gone, this year, well, actually, I'm not happy with this. But we gave you an opportunity when you came from Leicester. We did all of this for you. We're amazing. It's like, no, you're not amazing. You've done a great job. But soon, when the good stuff's happening, they'll love to talk about it. When the bad stuff happens, they put it on the manager. They put it on somebody else.
Well, and Maresca's also growing in confidence in his role as a Premier League manager. Because you have to remember, it's only his second season as a Premier League manager. And what is it, his third season as a number one in England?
3.5. He was at Parma for a few months.
So, yeah, true. But in England, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Obviously, great with Leicester in the Championship, and we've already spoken about last season. So when he turned around and said, this has been the worst 48 hours of my time here, or words to that effect, you kind of go, actually, yeah, you can see it. So what you're saying there is about these ridiculous meetings and all the bureaucracy and nonsense that he has to deal with. He's growing in confidence. He's just saying, you know what, lads? Come on. Do we really have to do this? And I have sympathy for him because I think by and large he's doing a pretty decent job. Again, I don't watch them every week, so I understand about some of the style of football and maybe can be a little bit pedestrian. But if it is what you're saying there with the ownership, it's just a waste of everybody's time.
This is it. Like you're saying how Chelsea fans maybe don't want that style of football. I mean, I don't speak for everyone. A lot of people, want to play like City and have sexy football, but
sure,
you have to do that to get to a certain point. it doesn't matter what we want as fans. The ownership have said we want to be like Manchester City.
Yeah.
Hence why they've signed everybody from Manchester City's youth team.
Yeah.
You know, Maresca, Liam Delap, Cole Palmer.
Well, that's the thing about, you mentioned Liam Delap, you know, what type of player he is. Well, he was brought up through the City Academy. Even Tosin Adarabayoyo.
Yeah.
You know, he was obviously at Fulham, but he came through Man City's Academy.
Yeah.
So you are, but the reason, I think, of footballing culture, sometimes, yes, it can change quickly with Manchester City, obviously, with Guardiola. But, I mean, that's Guardiola. And when I say it changed quickly, you obviously had title-winning seasons.
And they had the build-up as well.
You had the build-up.
And other people coming through.
Totally, yeah. With Chelsea, when I use that word ruthless or results-based, it's kind of like, they love that. And obviously, all fans ultimately want to be entertained.
Yeah.
But you're going to enjoy it more if you win games.
Absolutely.
And I think with Chelsea, one thing I would say about Chelsea fans is that they tend not to, I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, they tend not to turn on or chance.
Cross came in from the left-hand side, headed away, and it fell to Garnacho outside the box. His shot was hit hard into the box, but it was blocked. I think Chelsea picking for handball there?
Yeah, and I don't know why.
Referees asked to stop the play.
It was hit hard into the box. Anthony Gordon, I think, is the player.
I mean, it would be outside.
It's outside the box anyway, so it won't be. Yeah.
Is that?
It's outside the box, definitely outside the box.
I think it did hit his hand accidentally, but outside the box. Yeah, that's not going to be. And play resumes. Yeah.
A couple of price boosts here, which I quite like. Over 2 cards for each team. Chelsea have already got 2, by the way. So effectively 3 cards for Newcastle and 1 more for Chelsea is 4-1 at the minute. Cole Palmer to score from outside the area is 11-1, and Nick Voltemada to score a hat trick is now 100-30, effectively, to score 1 more goal in that one. But I like the card. I mean, I said about the cards earlier on, but I said I expected 6 cards. And I didn't say 3 for each team, but I know Newcastle are in control at the moment. But it doesn't mean the game doesn't change in the second half. And it only takes a couple of strong challenges from Newcastle, and they're on the edge, aren't they? They're an aggressive side.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not, we know that plenty of their players pick up cards. So I like that. 4-1 for each team over 2 cards in the match.
Just on Maresca then, because we're talking about the job he's doing at Chelsea. He's doing a good job of Chelsea fans having him. You mentioned it, Marcus, but there was a story from David Ornstein, I think it was in the week, that he's very much on the list of potential replacements for Man City and Pep Guardiola.
Yeah.
Can you understand why?
Yeah, I can. Because of the style that he likes to play. He's one of Pep's disciples. I mean, he's on record as saying that the reason why he wanted to become a manager was because when he saw Pep's Barcelona sides, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who are the same there. So I mean, some people might say, really, someone has to replace Guardiola at some point. I mean, Guardiola sort of joked and said, I'll be here until I'm 75, 76, and then one day I'll go. He will leave that football club at some point, whether it's at the end of the season or in, 24 years' time or whatever he's suggesting. So someone needs to replace him. Well, the whole club and everything is built really
for Pep.
For Pep, and kind of in his image now. So nothing is a given, and everything is a bit of a gamble in
playoff.
You can't be sure that a manager's going to come in and do particularly well. I mean, when Guardiola himself started his managerial career at the top level, he came in from Barcelona's, the youth setup or whatever it was, and goes into the first team. And after a few games, boom, it kind of catches fire and he was away. Nobody could have predicted that. So everything's up in the air, everything's a bit of a gamble. But with Maresca, that style of play, the meticulous planning for every game, and so on and so forth. It is, people have said it's Pep Light or Pep Diet or whatever you want to call it. But
Diet Pep?
Diet Pep, I would have gone with myself, but, I'm glad you're here. But
Diet Pep? See.
Yeah.
Like that.
I do like that. It was,
like that.
Silence in the shot. It's gone in.
Oh, it's Chelsea? No, it was...
Yeah, it's a cross from the left, and Pedro Neto has put the ball in the back of the net. And the fact that he's not celebrating, I think, means that it's come off his hand. And the Newcastle players all immediately appealed for a handball. And I mean, we shouldn't give decisions based on players' reactions, but I think Pedro Neto looks a guilty man there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
They've been a bit better, though, Chelsea. The last 5 minutes or so we've been talking, I think it was like a little shove.
Oh, yeah. He heads
what are you talking about? It's a great goal.
It was a foul by Gusto. And
that doesn't come off his hand. I don't know what you're talking about.
The ball into the turf.
It's a fantastic goal.
And then, apart from the fact he punches it in off his left hand, it's a really,
but Sam,
really
we don't talk about that. It's fine.
No, we don't. For confirmation, it's not a goal. nil. Newcastle nil. Newcastle Chelsea nil. A couple of goals in the Championship. It is confirmation. Blackburn 1, Millwall nil. And top of the table, Coventry leading away to Southampton. Southampton nil. Coventry 1. Coventry have scored just before half time. They've won more points than any other side away from home in the Championship this season, but had failed to win either of their last 2 away trips, losing at Ipswich and drawing at Preston. But right before half time, Southampton nil. Coventry 1.
On the left.
This is a bit better from Chelsea. Reece James comes forward, plays in Garnacho down the left-hand side. He's got João Pedro in the box, Pedro Neto at the back post, Garnacho on the outside, but it's a really, really poor ball into the box. He pulled it back, and Newcastle win the ball and are able to clear.
Chelsea have shown a bit more in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, but I think Newcastle, that intensity, the way they played for the first 25, 30 minutes, you can't keep up the whole game. So they've got their 2 goals. They're just going to sit in now, see out the rest of the half, and then probably go again in the second half. But they've got themselves in a position where they can just kind of really go on raids in the second half, and they should be okay. But Chelsea have upped it. They've not looked too much like scoring, but they've definitely improved. That is partially down to Newcastle sitting off them and letting them have it. But Reece James sort of strode forward there. I was going to ask you, Louis, what do you think of James playing in the centre of the pitch, as he has been doing? I mean, against Arsenal, he was particularly good, wasn't he? Because, I mean, you would say he's one of the best fullbacks in the world. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he should have a hat-trick.
That should be 3-0.
It's another. It's a ball out to the left-hand side, and once again, Anthony Gordon whips this in, and Voltemada stretching, gets to the ball but can't keep it down, and it just goes over. Once again, a Chelsea player are down. Chelsea players are complaining.
Palmer.
Stop complaining and get on with it. They got arms in the air because Palmer goes down.
Great ball in from Palmer.
Oh, no,
God. I want to go home. I hate this.
I thought he was stretching, but he actually timed his run to perfection. And the first time shot, just not enough control on it.
Yeah, I think he hit it off his laces almost rather than side-footed it.
That's a nasty one.
I wouldn't call that nasty.
He's on the top of his boot. That would hurt.
But I don't think Chelsea. I don't think it's warrants the Chelsea players stop running and stop.
No, I agree with that. But
I'm
just saying it's a nasty challenge. That's,
I don't think you're going to get any sympathy from Newcastle. But I'm on the top of his boot.
He looks okay there, Cole Palmer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks fine now.
He's back up moaning. He looks okay.
Gusto's just been booked. We said that was just under 3-1 earlier in the game. So that's 3 for Chelsea now, 0 for Newcastle so far.
Am I allowed to say this? Just confirmation. Blackburn 2. Millwall nil. Is that? Yep. Okay. It is Blackburn 2. Millwall nil in the Championship.
It's not the other way around, is it?
Say again?
It's not the other way around, is it?
No, it is Blackburn 2.
Blackburn 2.
Millwall nil. Definitely, yeah.
I'll tell you what, Voltemada should have a hat-trick and Newcastle should have the game buried.
So easy, though,
my
wasn't it?
2-all prediction.
So easy.
Still on.
It was like when you watched it, like even the first time you saw, went out to Gordon, he had loads of space. Voltemada literally pointed where he wanted it. Gordon delivered it. And
Voltemada!
No.
Oh, that's cool.
Poor touch from Voltemada, but he was in there.
Yeah,
My goodness.
His first touch wasn't great, but that's the best of Caicedo, isn't it?
Caicedo is fuming.
Reading the pass, and he won the ball back, and that's going to be a Newcastle corner.
There is no midfield there.
Paul.
There's no one there. Everyone's all over the place.
Where's that? I mean, where are the centre halves?
Right, well, they're split trying to cover other people.
I mean, Voltemada's scored 2 goals. He should have 3. He's been left alone. If he takes a better touch there, he gets a shot away, you would think.
Great defender.
This is terrible defender from Chelsea. Good last-ditch stuff from Caicedo.
Yeah,
Tell you what, Anthony Gordon's been good today.
Yeah, really.
Some of the
that own goal, obviously has kind of stirred him up a little bit, hasn't it? Because he's like
Voltemada's own goal.
Last week, he obviously thought he probably because you're like you were saying earlier on, you're up there. It's Sunderland, Newcastle. You'll have been feeling it a little bit, even if you're in amongst Sunderland fans. You'll still be feeling it's his goal that separated the two teams in the end. God, what is going on? Players are on the run there?
Yeah,
there were about 6 Newcastle players not being marked,
and it probably fell to the wrong one, Lewis Miley. They worked the corner short.
They'd have been queuing up. They'd have been queuing up at the back.
There was 4 Newcastle players that were completely
pedestrian.
Neto this time goes out hopping away. I bet he's all right now, Neto. Where is he?
Go on, Garnacho. Do something, mate. Come on.
Garnacho's shown a little bit, but the end product's been... I mean, funny, before all that flurry, I was saying how Newcastle have dropped off and they'll probably just sit in for the rest of the half. And Chelsea are going to grow into the game, perhaps, and they're getting a teensy bit of joy. And then suddenly, it all changes. Newcastle suddenly go on another raid. Should have been 3-0 up.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, there've been half chances, but Voltemada's had 3 other chances as well as his 2 goals. And one of them should have been a goal.
Well, he really should have a hat-trick. I was saying, though, that Anthony Gordon's had a good game. And that'll be a very welcome performance. Well, generally from the team, but from Gordon as well. As I say, he's been patchy, but he's looked at his tenacious best today. I mean, some of the balls he's put in. That one for Voltemada, great cross in, and that's what you want from Gordon. You've got You've got the quality with his pass, with also his finishing as well, it can be, but that industrious kind of, never give in, never give up kind of attitude that Gordon gives on the left. He's been really good.
When he's on it, he's really, really good.
Well,
when he's not on it, you feel like he get games passing by way too easily.
I know what you mean, but it's when he's like this, I mean, I would start him on the left for England. Always looking at the bigger picture. Yeah. I mean, he might not be able to run around like that in the heat of North America in the summer, but still,
for an hour, can't he? Then African can want to give it a go.
True, yeah. But he's been very good. They've all been very good at Newcastle. Again, they've just been first to every ball. They've shown their pedigree up top as well with the 2 goals. But I mean, as I say, just when Chelsea were beginning to think to themselves, okay, can we find a way back in this? Newcastle go and do that. But the fact is, Voltemade didn't score. It's still 2-0. And at 2-0, you've always got a chance.
Funny old score, isn't it? 2-0.
It is a funny old score. It's not a dangerous scoreline like they always say. But if Chelsea, Chelsea needs, and this is what we were talking about earlier, right? We were saying it in the context of the Leeds United game. When Chelsea knew they were in a game at Leeds, you need those players and the manager to say, right, guys, we're in a game here. We've got to raise it. We've got to do something. We can't just keep doing what we're doing because we will lose. And it's exactly the same here. This half-time team talk for Maresca is big because if it carries on like this, then Newcastle will run out 3 or 4-0 winners.
My biggest concern, obviously, this game, I kind of mentally was in a place where I was kind of just ready, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I think it's just so important to get results in these because obviously you've got the mini league as well. Basically, you've got the Aston Villa, Man City, Arsenal mini league.
Yeah.
The gap can close like that in this at the minute. Anyone down to maybe Bournemouth, so 12th.
Chelsea could finish. You started the weekend 4th. You could finish the weekend 8th in the table,
which is mental.
It shows how tight it's still.
It's so tight. So Chelsea really need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, get the job done here. I mean, this is awful. That was an awful first half. I mean, towards the end, we're talking about Chelsea a bit better. It was what we were discussing. You had Garnacho, you had Neto, you had players being progressive and being aggressive down the wings. And then all of a sudden, everyone else just seems to be taking their foot off the gas. I mean, Reece James in midfield, he's looked all right. Caicedo, I mean, he's kind of been all over the place, but that's also because the centre-halves have been sort of losing every single battle. Gusto has been second best down that left-hand side, right-hand side for him. It's awful. This is hideous to watch.
Hideous to watch. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0 is the half-time score in the Premier League. Newcastle leading thanks to 2 goals from Nick Voltemade. On talkSPORT Goals, we'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll round up everything that's been happening in the early games up and down the country. Very good afternoon. This is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org, terms and conditions apply. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Louis Beneventi, with you until 5:30 this evening on talkSPORT Goals, taking you through a busy day of football up and down the country. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0. Newcastle excellent in that first period, leading thanks to two wonderful finishes. The second one in particular, a lovely finish from Nick Voltemade. Chelsea nowhere near good enough in that first half, and perhaps 2-0 at half-time flatters Chelsea in the Championship. Top of the table, Coventry are leading 1-0 away at Southampton. It's Preston 0, Norwich 0. After beating Southampton last time out, Norwich are aiming to win consecutive league matches for the first time since February. And Blackburn, just outside the relegation zone, leading Millwall by 2-0, but leading the next 10 minutes or so before the second half starts in Newcastle Chelsea. Let's go through game by game. 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Bournemouth versus Burnley.
Yeah, Bournemouth aren't anything to write home about at the minute, but Burnley are worse, and Bournemouth have at least got goals in them, haven't they? Bournemouth are too short to bet as a single. I mean, I wouldn't be touching them at the price they are, just because I just don't think they're good enough. But obviously, the players that they've got at their disposal, they've got far more goals than Burnley. I'd probably go Bournemouth win and both teams to score. On the preview, I was surprised by myself. I did the prep. And then when I read it out, I didn't believe it was true. Burnley have scored more away goals than Arsenal this season. Still don't believe it, but it's true. 11 versus 10. So I think, Burnley can score, but they will lose. So Bournemouth to win, both teams to score around 2-1, like that.
Elsewhere today in the Premier League, top of the second in the table, Man City. They can go top, can't they? If they beat Arsenal, play 8 o'clock this evening. West Ham really struggling in a poor run of form under Nuno Espirito Santo. Just one win since he's come in as manager. City, West Ham, 3 o'clock kickoff.
Well, they're 2-9, and they're justified of being 2-9. Man City, they will win this. Draw 6-1. West Ham 10-1. Haaland's got 9 goals in 6 games against the Hammers. Got a hat-trick and a brace against them last season, and obviously he's in sensational form. It's just under 5-1 for him to score and Foden to assist him, effectively, but there's loads of price boosts. Foden to score the first goal, 6-1. Ryan Cherky to assist a goal, 15-8. Like all of those, to be honest, it's hard to see anything other than a Man City win. They'll go in an ACCA, won't they, with the likes of Bournemouth, Real Madrid are at home, Ipswich at home. There's a few home results that might go into ACCAs today.
We should build an Osset Lacquer today.
I'm up for that, yeah.
Bet builder or one match or across?
A bet builder and ACCA. What do you prefer?
Well, ACCA's across matches, isn't it?
Yeah, bet builder on one.
It's up to you guys.
Let's go for an ACCA.
You go for an ACCA?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Have a think then, and we'll pick an ACCA after we go through these games. Brighton versus Sunderland.
Yeah, Sunderland missing 6 players, aren't they? And I think, I know not all of those players are kind of week in, week out on the team sheets, but Siddiqui, Mandava and Traore are, and they're gone. And I think Brighton will want to get back on track here, so I think that's a pretty steady home win for me, Brighton. I know most people would think on the face of it, Sunderland at the price they are, which I think it looks good. And if they do it again, if Sunderland win another good game or even draw this, they're 4-1 to win this. But I think those players, you take
4-1 feels a big price.
But you take those 3 players out of your team, and it's a lot to replace.
Well, your golden rule is if any team are 3-1, not playing Man City, Liverpool, and Arsenal.
Yeah, so I'm going against. No, that's fair enough. Absolutely.
Make things up as you go along, don't you?
But I just think that I've been hoisted by my own petard there. So let's go 4-1 Sunderland.
I've
never heard of that word before. And final 3 o'clock, petard. And something Marcus should say, not you. And final 3.
He brings the best out of me.
You know what I mean?
Marcus brings the best out of me.
Hey.
What can I say?
Let's hope it's not a damp squib. I think we can all agree. Okay.
And the final 3 o'clock one, Wolves versus Brentford.
Yeah, I'm going Wolves. I don't know why, but it's a gut feeling which you should never really.
Why are you going Wolves?
He's really convincing us today.
I think.
You think they've got to win at some point?
They're due a win, aren't they? That's the one.
The longer a run goes on, the closer it is to ending, I guess, is my thinking. I mean, the 23. I'm not saying it with any confidence, and as I said in the preview, I probably wouldn't put up a bet if I wasn't forced to preview it. So but I am. So Wolves will win it. I mean, Brentford have got 1 win in 9 Premier League games away from home. They've scored 1 goal in their last 5.
Igor Thiago might possibly not be fit to start.
So that's big. I think if he isn't, then I'm even more confident about Wolves. But yeah, it's not a confident shout. And the draw is the same price as Wolves. So I mean, the draw seems more likely, but surely they've got to win sooner or later.
Wolves have got to win.
Go on, Wolves.
Yeah, I like what you.
Shall we build an ACCA then? I'm happy to kick one off. Do you know what I normally?
You get us underway.
I normally get it wrong, so I'm going to go for what I possibly
Premier
think
League only. You're saying?
No, I'm going Championship. Excuse me for being boring, but I want to just get my one right. I'm going to go Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday at home. I'm going to play it nice and safe.
Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday.
That's what I was.
All right.
I was.
Hey, I'm not a greedy man, Marcus. You know, I mean, I'm not. I'm happy to play it nice and simple, nice and safe.
That gives somebody the choice of having Man City to beat West Ham, I suppose.
That's allowed, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it's allowed.
I'm not going Man City then.
Yeah, I mean, if I'll go Newcastle beat Chelsea. No, I'm joking. Who am I going to go for?
Yeah, if no one is having Man City, I'll go Man City. They've got to go in there, so someone's got to take
Lee's going Man City. Yeah, we want to win this. We're not here for ban. We don't try and get clever and go.
Yeah, okay. So I'll go Bournemouth to beat Burnley then.
Okay.
Look at you having a go at me. Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday. You're going Bournemouth to beat Burnley.
You stole my one.
Are you?
Hang on.
Go on. What we got?
Yeah, that's.
Okay,
we've got three. We need another one.
No, we want to win this one, don't we?
Yeah. Are you?
This isn't the biggest accurate at the minute, but it's fine. It's inaccurate.
Okay.
So are you going to go Wolves Brentford?
I really don't want to because I let everyone down.
You've got Brighton to beat Sunderland at home. Don't like it though.
What? Brighton at home?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know what? Can I check? Shall I go for Wolves then?
Oh, you don't feel obliged. Don't feel obliged.
I'll go Brighton to beat Sunderland.
All right. Okay. We'll keep it then. Bournemouth to beat.
All right. So we got Ipswich, we got Bournemouth from you, we got Man City, and Louis, you've gone Brighton to beat Sunderland. Producer Jamie, you want to get involved? Make it a fiver?
Go on. Go Wolves.
Jay.
Someone's got to
Do
go
it.
Wolves.
Go Wolves. Do it.
Go on, Wolvesies.
Do it.
Okay. No, he doesn't fancy it. No one's going Wolves. There we go.
He's not going for anything else and nothing. He's not going Bristol City to beat Middlesbrough.
Not Borough.
We should have a bonus ball with Wolves.
Table.
Well, those four with ACCA boost, you get a boost on 4 picks or more. Comes out if we had £10 and it had come out, we'd get 37.62 back.
That's 37 to 1.
No, 37.62 back.
Yeah, back. Oh, apologies.
So not a very big.
So 3.7 to 1. I thought,
not a very big ACCA.
That'd have been generous.
I'm not a betting man, am I? talkSPORT goals are back in a couple of minutes' time. Watching Newcastle versus Chelsea second half.
We have to.
And a very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Louis Beneventi with you until 5:30 this afternoon, taking you through a busy day of Premier League football and a good Premier League day so far for Newcastle United. Last weekend beaten away at Sunderland, a bad result, a bad performance. Bounced back in the week, beating Fulham in the Carabao Cup to reach the semi-finals, and they've been really impressive in the first half against Chelsea. They're 2-0 up. Nick Voltemada scoring 2 for Newcastle. And Newcastle are absolutely flying. There's 4 games at 3 o'clock today in the Premier League. Bournemouth, Burnley, Brighton, Sunderland, City, West Ham, Wolves, Brentford. And then we're not done there. Spurs, Liverpool's 5:30. 2 games at 8 o'clock this evening in the Premier League. Everton, Arsenal, Leeds versus Crystal Palace. It's a bad day to be a sofa, isn't it, today? In the Championship... Not funny, really, was it? In the Championship, Blackburn are 2 up at home to Millwall. Preston 0, Norwich 0. Top of the table, Coventry are leading away to Hampton by a goal to 0. And Lee Phelps, I am sorry to tell you, but at half-time, your beloved Grimsby are 1 down away at Bromley. What are your thoughts on that first-half performance?
Plenty of time. 2-1 finishing score, I think.
Good. There's been some drama and some controversy regarding our accumulator we put on, where I think the 4 of us have put together the most boring accumulator of all time. I went Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday at home. I'm happy to play it safe, but then backed up by Marcus going Bournemouth to beat Burnley. Louis went City to beat West Ham.
I went City.
You went, apologies, my handwriting's awful. And Louis went Brighton to beat Sunderland, which gave us 3.5 to 1, which feels...
That's 2.5 to 1. We get back 3. We
get our money back.
It's a bit. So how would it change if I went for Wolves to win?
Took out Bournemouth and
I'm
put
guessing
Wolves
quite
in.
drastically.
Yeah, over 7 to 1.
Do it.
Okay, so that's Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday at home, Man City to beat West Ham at home, Brighton to beat Sunderland at home, and Wolves to beat Brentford at home.
They've got to. Today's the day for Wolves, I'm telling you.
7.3 to 1 with your
We'll
boost.
probably need to do to make him feel included. Mark's going to swap out for Louis at half time.
Okay, we'll put a 5 in there.
So we need Mark would have to give us 1. And he's a Derby fan. Derby home to Portsmouth today. So I wonder if he'll go Derby to beat Port. I mean, I don't know. He might not want back his own team, but that's a possibility. Second half then is underway. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 0. Louis, it can only surely probably get better for Chelsea in terms of quality of performance, because for the first 35 minutes of that first half, you were pretty poor.
Oh yeah, it's a hall of shame performance, that first half. So I'm very much hoping it can only get better, but also it can get worse because we can concede another 2 or 3 goals. So every cloud in that, Sam.
In terms of when you look at that bench then for Chelsea, what are the obvious changes that Enzo Maresca could make players to come off and try and make a big impact? I guess Enzo Fernandez would be an obvious one.
He would be, but my question would be, who would he take off? Because logically, I'd kind of go, well,
Gusto,
maybe
put James back to right back and put him in midfield, maybe?
You could do, but then I think the physicality, I think it'd be silly to take him out of there. I mean, I'd be looking at one of the wingers, but then also they've been performing well. I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, if it was me, I'd maybe take off Garnacho.
I mean, he's shown a bit though.
Yeah, no, but I feel harsh saying it. That's purely because I'd move Neto to the left hand side. I put Palmer on the right. I put Enzo in midfield. So there's a little bit of energy, a little bit of physicality left in there.
Okay,
that's the only reason I'd make that change, just purely because we don't have it in the middle at the minute, and we've not shown it in the game. And Enzo Fernandez does do that for Chelsea quite a lot.
And you think you need goals, obviously, in this game. So, but you look at who on that bench you're going to bring on to say, let's go and get 3 goals here. There's no one really, is there?
No, absolutely no one. That's the problem. We just this is what I don't understand. That's what I was saying about the squad building in the first half. Like, Chelsea haven't actually brought in a person, maybe other than Liam Delap, who has been injured the whole season or was deciding to fight someone in Bournemouth to get injured. We don't really have an out-and-out number 9, unless you've got Mark Gear, who, he's looked good in flashes, but he's not really the sort of player, I think, when we're chasing, 2 goals, you want to bring in.
Possibly here, though, a chance for Chelsea. Cole Palmer did really well. Quick feet to get past the Newcastle play. He was brought down. It's quite central, maybe around 25 yards out. But, Reece James has got a great right foot in him, doesn't he? And possibly this could be an opportunity to test Aaron Ramsey. We didn't really have to make a save. Did you have any note in that first half?
Chelsea didn't have a single shot on target.
There we go. So we didn't have to make a save. This looks like Reece James territory. Cole Palmer is placing the ball. And for me, I like Reece James. Wrap his right foot around this, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, Lee, what are the odds on it to hit the wall? Have you got anything for me?
All bets are off on that.
Suspended already on that one.
Yeah.
So you've warmed in now, and now you're taking jokes at your own team. This is good.
Look at Enzo Fernandez getting stripped off there.
There he is. I wonder who's coming on for.
I'm going Gusto. James to right back, Enzo Fernandez.
I think that it's a central position for the free kick here. I think Cole Palmer is...
James to wrap his right foot. He does!
Yes! What a goal!
Oh, my
Have some of
goodness.
that.
Reece James does wrap his right foot over the wall. It is a long way out. I didn't initially think he actually hit that well. Aaron Ramsdale gets across, gets a right hand on it.
Well,
and I wonder if Aaron Ramsdale should do better here.
I do.
But Chelsea score, Reece James scores the free kick, and it's Newcastle 2, Chelsea 1.
We're going to win it all.
When the camera pans to the goalkeeper that many times, you think he might have done better. He gets it over the wall. Oh, no, it comes off the post and goes in. No, it's a great free kick.
That is Beckham-esque, that is.
It kiss. I thought it came off. I thought Ramsdale got something on it, but
that is David Beckham-esque. That is, and that's the
it kisses the post and goes into the. That's a great free kick, Louis.
Reece James is just.
How great's he been this season?
He has been so good this year. He's so important to the Chelsea team. The fact he's now been fit for a whole calendar year as well.
Yeah.
It's just so much about him, so much about, how he's grown as a leader in this team as well, what he does. I mean,
what a free
I don't think you can really say on his day anymore. Reece James is the best right back in the world. Can't say on his day. He's been fit for a whole year. He is technically going forward the best. Maybe, obviously, you know what? Maybe Trent is obviously better, but in terms of the all-round, if you're building...
Trent's not better than him.
What? Technically, I'd say maybe...
From an offensive point of view, that's...
From going forward, I mean, for his passing range. But overall... If you're building a right back,
he's the perfect package.
You build Reece James. He is spectacular.
You know, we were talking about needing someone, an older head. That is it. He is it, isn't he? I'm not saying he's old. He's like.
But he's not naturally. He's more lead by example.
Yes.
He's not a big voice. He's quite quiet.
But you think he could? He looks like the sort who could dominate that kind of...
Well, I mean, he's got the captain's armband, but
exactly,
in a different kind of way.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, he has grown into it over the past
season.
year.
He seems to be a bit more vocal with referees and all that sort of stuff, and he seems to be maybe moving into that. And maybe the fact that he's getting more time on the pitch and more consistent gives him that opportunity to kind of just grow.
Do you like him in that midfield role as well?
I love him.
That's a role that suits him well.
I think it does. I think my thing that I didn't like was when he was playing as that right centre-back, because I thought he was wasted.
No, I don't like
when you put him in that midfield role, when he's...
Chance for Chelsea again.
Oh, my God. Have it. Come on. Do something.
Cole Palmer got played in down the left-hand side. He whipped a dangerous ball across the face of goal. Took a couple of ricochets. Fell to net over the back post. He just couldn't sort his feet out. But Chelsea, 6 minutes into the second half, started really, really well all over Newcastle.
Oh, this is good.
Here we go. It's amazing what a goal can do.
I know. I feel so much better all of a sudden. It's almost like I think we're going to win absolutely everything. We're the champions of the world. Why is everyone writing us off? What are we talking about?
Nice to see Mark Cucurella take one in the face there.
It's like literally
on behalf of quite a lot of people there.
I think on his nose.
He's a brilliant player, Mark Cucurella. Really, really is. But my goodness,
I think
he's one of those who you want in your team.
Yes,
we've moaned a few times about players going down where we didn't feel. I think this one is fair that he's allowed to take a few minutes, hunched over because he took that right in the face.
And also Jake Paul taking an AJ.
Oh, did anyone watch it?
Yeah, as soon as I got off,
I watched it. I watched it when I woke up.
Not live.
I stuck it on the way.
The beauty of being able to watch it. Great.
I woke up and put the cricket on and put the Joshua Paul, and I'm not sure what I hated more. Watching England just get skittled and then watching Joshua try and knock out Jake Paul. It was like the worst way to start Saturday morning.
I really enjoyed it, to be fair.
What did you enjoy about it?
Jake Paul getting hit in the face, probably.
Well, just the fact that...
the fact that he made £70 million from it makes me feel less enjoyable, you know.
I was just interested to see how Anthony Joshua would deal with the problem, the problem child, the problem. And I thought he dealt with it really well, actually. Because he was running around and he was like making sure...
he did everything he could to run away from Joshua. And then when he got near him, just try and hug his left leg.
And then when Joshua said afterwards, I knew he would tire.
He was gassing quickly, wasn't he? Yeah.
Physically tired. Imagine how...
Oh, goodness me. Chalobah's just shoulder barged Gordon off the ball,
gave him
or taking him out, should we say?
And then gave him a little bit of verbals as he went down as well, didn't he?
Which is
maybe about the headband.
Which is quite cheek from this Chelsea team, considering what they were doing in the first half. You know,
proper Chelsea, that is.
I think that's a penalty.
I have to say that is.
I think that's a penalty.
He's in the box. He comes over.
That is a penalty kick.
He makes absolutely. He's got no interest in playing the ball.
That's a penalty kick.
He very clearly wins the ball. He definitely doesn't take the man first. That's what you're talking about.
That is a pen. That should be a penalty.
If that's in the middle of the pitch, it's like the most immediate, obvious free kick ever.
I think
like it gets given as a foul on the halfway line. He has no interest in playing the ball.
Well, the referee said it's not a penalty. I thought that was a penalty.
That is a penalty. Yeah.
How's that not been given as a penalty?
I don't know.
That's a foul.
We got away with it.
That's a foul. I can't believe that. So Chalobah.
Yeah, I think it's a penalty as well.
That's ridiculous. So the ball's basically kind of going out. Well, it's on its way out of play, but Gordon can still get it. Chalobah does that thing as defenders do, where he's stepped across him as if he's going to then shepherd the ball out of play. But as he steps across him, he basically takes Gordon out. Yep. Bang! That's a penalty
as he comes
all
across
day
to
long.
him, he's got no interest in playing the ball. He's got one thing in his mind. He wants to floor Anthony Gordon.
How's
I don't
that
see
not
how
a
that's
penalty?
not a foul. I agree. I think that's
we
a
got
foul.
away with that.
I can't believe that. You're saying that as a Chelsea fan. That's a penalty.
Also, another thing as well.
That's
that
a
would drive me mad
ridiculous
as a Chelsea fan. I think, what on earth is my centre back doing? He might have got away with it, but what?
He's got lucky there.
Enzo Fernandez has come on for Malo Gusto. Reece James has moved to right back. What on earth is your centre back doing in the first place? We even give the referee anything to think about.
Clear and obvious?
I think it's a foul. I think it's a penalty.
I can't believe that's not been given. He's doing that thing where the defender.
Oh dear Lord!
And do you know what? The joke is there. The referee is given João Pedro has come into the back of a Newcastle defender. Yep. Referee's given the free kick. Yeah. That's almost probably less contact than what Chalobah did on Anthony Gordon. The lack of consistency is what here is really frustrating.
Well, this is it. So I can understand if the referee thinks that, but in this day and age of VAR, I can't believe that's not been given because as I say, if he plants his foot on the ground and then Gordon hits his leg. I can understand why he's thinking, no, you've planted your foot on the ground and then you're shepherding the ball. Chance for Chelsea.
Neto, right-hand side, inside the box to James. When he shoot? He does. Comes off share, Chelsea corner.
Chelsea got a bit of wind in their sails now.
Maybe we'll be sharing the spoils.
There we go.
What time are you going? I don't care if it's your birthday or not, mate. That was awful.
He's had his one for his birthday. But going back to the decision that was not given as a penalty. I mean, again, if the defender, which is Chalobah, I believe, plants his foot and then Gordon runs into his leg, I can understand why that's not given as a penalty.
Yeah, sure.
But he takes Gordon out and then plants his foot, which basically... that's a penalty for me.
I agree with you.
I've said it enough.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think it's...
We move on.
I think it's...
live to fight another day, but they've got away with that.
I think it's reckless, and I think I have no idea what goes to. It's like, we think in here it was a clear and obvious error by the referee. We all think it was a foul. Yes, Owen will foul. Honestly, shout Marcus is here.
Oh, I heard that. Don't worry.
Oh, you did? Okay, good, yeah. Again, producer of Inside Chelsea, absolutely adamant that was in no way, shape or form a penalty.
Well, Louis, you agree that was a pen, don't you? He suddenly got a bit of solidarity in numbers.
Yeah, it was.
You know what it was? You want a gig on Inside Chelsea, don't you?
Yeah, I've been waiting for that call. Where's that? I've been waiting for that for months.
I can double up here, can't I?
It's not a penalty. It's not a penalty. I'm trying to get my call on Inside Chelsea. It's not a pen.
It may not be a penalty, but is it a clear and obvious error? I mean, are any of these clear? Come on, you're getting into the weeds of VAR now. It's not been given. We move on, and Chelsea are looking better this half. There's no doubt about that.
A bad start second off for Coventry. They're down to 10 men. Jay De Silva sent off, and then Southampton immediately after that equalised. Southampton won. Coventry won in that game. Wood Gordon scoring for Southampton. Blackburn still 2 up at home to Millwall, and it's still goals between Preston and Norwich. Pedro, how much space Pedro Neto here got to run into? He's got Palmer to his right-hand side, Garnacho to his left. He carries the ball, gives it to Garnacho, back to Neto, who shoots. Ramsdale makes a save at his near post. He comes back to Garnacho, and Lewis Marley does really, really well there. Marley's been fantastic, but Chelsea pushing hard, Louis.
We're doing a lot better here. It's, I think Chelsea seem to have had a bit of a rocket from Enzo Maresca at half time.
Yeah.
So we seem to be getting far more into it.
I'm hearing that actually the board called a meeting at half time with Enzo Maresca.
WhatsApp messages.
Yeah, to discuss what's going on. They didn't wait till the end of the game. They're like, it's just so bad we're having a meeting now.
Sporting director pulled out a spreadsheet. Look at this, guys. Right, look how amazing we've done here.
0 shots on target, not good enough.
I only heard this morning on talkSPORT about this whole idea that Thomas Tuchel was let go in the end because he wouldn't participate in a WhatsApp group that they'd set up. And that can't be true.
Well, I mean, that can't
be how you release a manager type. So he just didn't agree with it.
Well, he didn't agree with because they wanted
Snapchat WhatsApp group, that was it.
He didn't like the emojis being used.
Yeah.
They wanted to basically be far more involved, like they are now.
More communications.
And yeah, more. And he like, I think there was things like Todd Bowley and the 4-4-3 comment where it kind of went, okay, well, come on, mate, like, you don't know, just let me do my thing. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if it's a manager that's won the Champions League, the previous Club World Cup, really got the team moving, and to be honest, was a proper connection between the fans and the club, which I don't think Chelsea have had since, to be honest. You'd let him do his thing.
Yes, fair. Very fair.
But I mean, that's just me,
Yeah,
that's just sensible.
Well, I think you're within your rights to say that. I tell you what, though, you go back to that Nick Voltemade chance at the end of the first half.
Yeah,
3-0 Newcastle. You would say that's probably.
I thought 2-0 flattered Chelsea at half time.
I agree, absolutely.
Again, half time at 2-0, you'd have taken that. As crazy as it sounds.
That's a lovely turn there from Murphy and Cucurella. But look, yes, Chelsea have improved, no doubt. But the thing that has got their tails up was that moment of sheer class from Reece James from that free kick.
Yeah.
an absolutely brilliant free kick because it's quite central. So, yeah, obviously Ramsdale's put the ball on one side and it invited James, to hit it rather than, say, Cole Palmer. But, oh, my goodness, it has to be perfect. A little bit like Substitutions against Arsenal in that game.
I also think I owe Ramsdale a public apology for even contemplating that.
Well, no, I understand why you did.
I just didn't think it came off of quite as clean as maybe I thought it was. And it was quite a way out. And I thought he got a hand onto it. But it did just kiss the inside of the post, didn't it?
You realise the strike is absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
But also as well, the way they were lining up, Palmer was a few feet further away from the ball than James. I thought... Yeah, James is not lining up to strike this. He barely took, 2 steps?
Yeah.
And whipped it. Oh,
it was almost like slow motion when you watch. We used to bet the goalkeeper thought it was at fault because I think it wasn't like a really powerful free kick. It was just perfectly placed, wasn't it?
It was gorgeous, yeah. As I say, it was straight out of the David Beckham handbook.
Maresca's been booked, by the way, off the pitch, so it doesn't count towards any bookings bets, but, just to let you know.
But, they do love a booking and a sending off Chelsea this season, don't they? Whether it's manager or players,
Yeah, that is one thing I've been a little bit conscious of. I mean, Maresca's sending off against Liverpool, totally worth it. I mean, that was
that was just, that was necessary, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
for him to be sent off,
Yeah, I mean, him to be sent off wasn't necessary, but, that's why I'm saying it was totally worth it, because to do that, last-minute goal, amazing. I mean, I think Chelsea do need to look at their sort of the bookings and sending us and how to deal with that a lot more. But at the same time, look, it's just a very, very difficult situation when there are a lot of soft bookings, I think, as well. And obviously, I think that Pedro Moel don't know how to be consistent across whatever they do.
Just to go back to that penalty, do you remember was it against Leeds? Didn't Konate shove a Leeds player? Almost, he shoulder barged him, didn't he, to the ground? Yeah. Konate last week against Leeds.
But
Nonto was it, yeah. And that was, I thought, was an absolute blatant penalty. That Gordon one there in Chalobah feels very, very similar to that one.
Well, at least they're being consistent.
That was Gibbons' penalty, though, last week.
Okay, there you go.
The Konate one, and Calvert-Lewin scored, didn't he?
The problem is with the consistency. In football, you really kind of take it on a case-by-case basis, and you're never going to get consistency with that.
Which is frustration, though, isn't it? When you see similar incidents happen every week.
It is, but it's inevitable.
Some are given and some are not given.
It is inevitable, yeah. And I mean, the problem, it's... Oh, blimey, what's going on here? Tonali's trying to... Do you know what he's...
That's the yellow card, isn't it?
He's going to get booked for that.
Yeah, not letting go of the ball.
He's holding his head.
I think he's making out that he's shoved in the head. I couldn't see it, but Palmer's still struggling.
Cole Palmer is having lumps kicked out of him today.
Actually, I think he actually kicked the back of the defenders... I don't know.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, this is an interesting one with Caicedo and Tonali.
Tonali's
play acting and he's holding the ball. He's trying to break up the play a bit and just kind of maybe stop Chelsea.
He's still down.
I'll tell you what, we talked a lot about Chelsea.
If it's your head, why are you sat down?
Well, what Newcastle?
Stand up and hold your head.
What have Newcastle got to do now to try and get more of a foothold back in this game? Because they're still looking all right on the break.
Yeah.
But this is where I think Newcastle fans want how to kind of step up and go right in-game changes to really kind of affect the output of the influence on the game. Because first half again, you talked about that, Newcastle brilliant. Now it's a way more even game, and in fact, you would say Chelsea slightly more likely to get an equaliser than Newcastle to make it 3-1.
Absolutely.
So what is he going to do now? He's got to have a look and maybe try and mix things up.
Geordie Jack says when he's on the show a lot is that Eddie Howe's just a little bit too late to make it be more reactionary.
Yeah.
And what's the
proactive?
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Got that eventually. 62 got Newcastle 2, Chelsea 1. Cole Palmer, no coincidence. Chelsea's good football in the second half. Has come through. Cole Palmer getting involved. He played the ball out to the left-hand side. Garnacho plays a dangerous ball across the face of goal, but Thiaw read it really well. I think he's been excellent, by the way, Marcus, hasn't he, for Newcastle? He's come in, didn't know too much about him. Every time I've watched him play this season, really, really rock solid.
Yeah, he's been good. And that was a good piece of defending. Yeah. So I mean, solid. And exactly what they wanted to do with Newcastle. Again, one of the words that you often associate with this Newcastle team is solid and tough and all that kind of good stuff, even though they've not displayed that. I tell you what,
play him in.
Sanchez does well coming off his line. I wonder what Eddie Howe might do. I mean, it depends if you've got tired legs out there after just over an hour, so that may influence the decision. I mean, if you look on the bench,
Joel Linton might meet in that midfield to maybe bring a bit of muscle and a bit of authority. Might be an obvious one.
Depending on how the boys are doing on the wings, maybe Alanga come on. They got
Visser's on the bench, Willock's on the bench, Alanga, Barnes. They got good attacking options, don't they?
Yeah, they got a few there. I mean, Barnes is an obvious one, and of course Barnes can can hit one from range or produce something. You know what he can do.
Oh,
yeah, that's well snuffed out by
Fofana.
Fofana.
He did really well there.
But it's nicely poised, this game, from a neutral point of view, because, as I say, there could be a goal at either end. You'd perhaps say Chelsea a little bit more likely.
You know what edging towards Newcastle as a Fulham fan now?
Normally, but I predicted a 2-2, and I'll be honest with you, at half-time, when it was 2-0 going on about 4-0, I didn't think that was going to happen. But right now...
Are they going to have a look at this? Because you look at Cucurella and he was looking directly at Voltemada rather than the ball and run straight into him.
I don't know.
I think
that was a great challenge, if you ask me.
If he's not giving the first one, he's not giving that one, is he?
If the referee wanted to give a penalty for Newcastle this afternoon, he would have already given it. Yeah. He's had ample opportunity.
It's interesting when you look at that again, though. It's just, there was nothing wrong with the other challenge, but just the way Cucurella never even looked at the ball. It was just definitely looking at Voltemada to stop him in his tracks.
Yeah. Chelsea, really.
Shea got a yellow card before.
Great ball.
If you are on the card, then that's 3 for Chelsea, 1 for Newcastle now.
So what was your bet, 6?
It was over 2 cards for each team. So at 4-1 it was. So
right.
Chelsea bits landed.
This is
2 more for Newcastle.
This is absolute domination, isn't it? I mean, Chelsea here have got Newcastle 11 men, 10 men, pretty much not too far edge of the box.
Well, they're all behind the ball.
Yeah. And Mark has mentioned that Newcastle still look really, really good and dangerous on the counter-attack. But Chelsea dominating possession. Cole Palmer's dropping deeper to get more of the ball. He's influencing play a lot more. And Newcastle really struggling to sort of get any sort of control and domination in this second period.
When
Anthony
break,
Gordon. Although they've had a couple of moments on the counter-attack. They've looked dangerous still.
It's an interesting one for Hal. What does he do here? But I feel he has to do something, though. And that was a funny passage of play. I think Hal's got. You can see him, on the sideline there. He must be thinking, "Blimey, okay, do you upset the apple cart?" João Pedro's in here.
Pedro's got past to your one-on-one with the goalkeeper.
Come on! We're gonna win the league. We're gonna win it all. Domestic treble, here we come.
That's my fault for praising the new Newcastle centre back who just kind of goes past the ball.
Happy birthday to you.
It's a Desmond unhappy. We love it.
Blimey.
Oh dear. After everything I was saying about him in the first half, by the way, he's the greatest striker that's ever graced the glorious game that we call football.
Genuinely delighted for you, Louis, on your birthday.
Oh, thank you. Cheers,
that right now that you've got a point, although let's see how it goes. Look, we were saying this. I mean, Chelsea more likely to get the equaliser. There it is. And it's a soft one. I mean, Sanchez with a good ball out. But I mean, what is it? Is it Cher? Fabian Cher?
That's Thior.
Sorry, Thior. What am I talking about? Of course it is. Really poor defending. Lovely play from João Pedro.
Wow. I mean, that's direct. Here's me saying they don't go direct. That is about as direct as you go. Yep. Long ball from the keeper. He takes it on his head, spins the defender and scores. It's like
brilliant forward play from João Pedro.
Where I was saying Chelsea we were having a lack of physicality. In this second half, we've just turned into a completely different beast. And, João Pedro has been a great example at that, where he has been, pushing the centre.
Whatever the manager said at half-time, it's definitely worked.
Well, I mean, it's night and day. Look at the way the Chelsea players are celebrating. I mean, Fernandes and Caicedo straight over to Robert Sanchez, the keeper, to hug him. And that's interesting, So, and that's the funny thing. What were we saying before the game? There is something about this Chelsea side. Yes, there is little inconsistencies here and there, but there's a bit of there's some squad harmony. There's a good spirit when everyone's singing from the same hymn sheet and everyone's at it.
Yeah.
And that first half was, quite frankly, disgraceful from them. And Voltemada, again, misses a sitter right at the end of the half. Should be 3-0. Now it's 2-2. They've got the wind in their sails. They could get what would turn out to be quite a famous victory if they can do this. But Howe's got to do something now. What is Eddie Howe going to do to respond to this? Because Newcastle, as brilliant as they were in the first half, this is the Premier League. They're playing against the side who are above them in the league. They are on the ropes now.
Garnacho, left-hand side.
I tell you what, not far away, making it 3-2 there.
I think that was a complete wrong option there. He's got 3 men making a run towards the back post. He should have wrapped his left foot around the ball and put that across the face of goal. Yeah, I think he's got to be a pretty good strike to be the goalkeeper of the near post there.
But if
there was 2 or 3 players.
He's very close to getting it right, though.
I thought the better option whipped that across the face of goal. And then a couple of Chelsea players were coming in from the back post.
So here you go. Looks like a triple substitution for Newcastle. Wissa, Elanga and Harvey Barnes. I mean, that is, the front three have worked their socks off. So I wonder if they're a little bit tired. I wonder if I doubt he'll do this, but I wonder if he maybe drops Voltemada
that's what I was
back
saying.
in. I don't think he will.
I think I'll take Voltemada off it.
Yeah. But he has to do something because this game is It was such a sure thing that Newcastle were going to win this, and now, like you say, they're on the ropes.
One thing,
Right, so that old, it's very old school, isn't it? That 2-0's the worst. 2-0 at halftime is the
2-0,
worst.
funny old school.
It's the worst kind of scoreline you can have.
Yeah.
I heard that. I think there were.
I'd rather be 2-0
Sports Bar the other week, weren't they? O'Hara and Kundy were arguing about it. Whether it's like it sounds ridiculous, but it's so often you see it that team leading 2-0, you don't know whether to stick or twist quite. And you end up doing neither, and the other team comes back.
But I get what your point. I mean, statistically, if you go 2-0 up in a game of football, you're going to win it.
Yes.
You know, and I'd rather be 2-0 up than 1-0 up for the sake of it. But when you get that 2-1 and there's the wind in the sails, the other side know, well, you've got to go and find an equaliser. And so it'd be interesting now, the dynamic. Do Chelsea then, do they just kind of go, okay, right, lads, let's take a break? Yeah. Here comes Lewis Hall.
Oh.
Nah, that's not a penalty.
Oh, he's given a free kick.
Yeah, he's given a free kick, though.
Weeser needs to come on. We need to get Weeser on, don't we?
Yeah, he's coming on. He's coming on.
Is it Premier League or is it to the...
I think it was Premier League. I don't think we're including Carabao Cup goals.
No.
It was good play there from Lewis Hall getting past goals. Was there much contact on there from...
I think he was going down for the first...
That's a foul there from the coast.
He's tried to stay on his feet, to be fair to him, hasn't he? But he's just never quite got his balance back.
there as well.
It's good to see Lewis Hall back in the side. I know he's had a few games now, but he's really good young fullback.
Yeah.
It's such a shame Tino Livramento he got an injury, hasn't he? I think he might be out having come back from it, you know. So because Newcastle have really missed their two first choice fullbacks, but
I was gutted when we sold both of them to Newcastle. They're both came through the academy, superb players.
Yeah.
Lewis Hall was a great deputy for the left back slot in that awful season that we had.
Yeah.
And then Tino Livramento was just someone who was coming through the academy that was just absolutely spectacular, but obviously was going to get in ahead of Reece James. Whereas now I think, you know, who knows what would have happened, because the quality that we had in those two is just spectacular. And they're doing really, really well at Newcastle. Hopefully not too well today, though. So hopefully he doesn't wrap his foot around this and score a banger.
Yeah.
Decent position, 25 yards out.
This is, I mean, it's at an angle. This will be crossed into the box, you would think. Unless Fabian Schär fancies it. We know we can hit them from range.
Caicedo got booked for that, by the way. That's his 10th yellow card for club and country this season.
Loves it, doesn't
he? It's decent.
It's decent.
Proper defensive midfielder.
Yeah, exactly.
Only 3 in the league, to be fair.
Okay. I think is Schär going to hit this?
He's going to hit this, surely. He's just outside the box.
I mean, you've got Voltemada, who's currently being marked by Pedro Neto at the back, so he's going to hit it, isn't it? Oh my
wow.
goodness, terrible.
I swear the Six Nations is in February.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was high and ugly.
Dearie me. Well, what is Eddie Howe thinking? I mean, Sunderland last weekend, which was diabolical. Fulham was better. The first half of this football match, Newcastle, fabulous. Second half, they've been pegged back, and he's making a triple substitution.
Oh, good enough.
That surprises me.
Yeah, it must be. He must think Anthony Gordon's a little bit tired or something. You know, he needs fresh legs up there, because Gordon's had a good game. You know, first half in particular, he was really good, of course.
And yeah, Nick Voltemada is coming off of Johan Viss. There's no hat trick there, and my guess would be the third substitution. Well, I'll find out in a second. But yeah, Nick Voltemada, 2 goals, no hat trick for him today.
Should have been a hat trick, didn't it?
Should have had a hat trick.
If you backed it, and you got impact sub. Yeah. Weeser goal everyone wants a Weeser goal here, don't they?
Yeah.
Apart from.
So he's basically changed the front three.
Yeah, the whole front three. Yeah, Murphy off for Alanga.
Interesting.
Yeah. I thought maybe midfield might be the area where he was going to have a little tinker.
Well, this makes me wonder, in terms of the system they're going for now, maybe they are just going to sit 11 men behind the ball.
Hit him on the break.
Chelsea on the counter.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked all right on the counter, to be fair, in this half. But I think inviting Chelsea on now, that would suggest to me that Chelsea probably, unless we can't find a winner, Chelsea would be the more likely. But well, I predicted 2-2. I predicted goals and 2-2 at the start.
Yeah, that was 7-1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But after a goal, he predicted that, didn't you, as well? That was 7-1. Was that 1-0 as well?
Well, I was going to predict it honest before that goal went in.
All good.
Yeah, you're not too purist about this, Leo.
No, I'm happy. 7-1's a good price for that. If that stays like this, I mean, you got. Would you take the draw?
Isn't it?
I'm stealing one of your questions here. Would you take the draw right now?
I absolutely would.
Good question, isn't it?
Would you?
I'd bite your hand off. Honestly, after that first half, if it ends in a draw, I'm not going to sit here and moan. I think that.
Yeah. Okay.
Show a bit of fight. Ideally, you want the win, but
But you're right. I'm surprised. The second half, you battered them, no?
Yeah. Well, here come Newcastle, and they've.
Here we go.
Harvey Barnes. Oh, down the left-hand side, goes past James.
It didn't look like.
And the referee's given a goal kick.
Looked like it went. Looked soft, didn't it?
Did look soft.
See, that one looked more of a shoulder barge than the Chalobah one. Harvey Barnes knocks it past Reece James, and then as soon as I think he overhit the ball, didn't he, a little bit?
As soon as he felt contact,
he went down really easily there.
I mean, he's maybe a touch lucky he's not been booked for diving there.
It's fair.
But I suppose you might say, oh, maybe he was slightly knocked off balance, if you're going to be kind to him. So maybe...
Not that kind of player, is he?
No, none of them are. So, Newcastle's not getting a penalty today. Rightly there and wrongly earlier. But still, I mean, there's a winner in this game. Yeah. There's definitely a goal or two left in this game, in this last sort of 15, 20 minutes.
I think with Newcastle, it was more of a case of in that first half, they just went so hard so early. Proper high intensity, chasing, pressing.
Yeah.
They've naturally just tired maybe a little bit. It's almost impossible to play with that intensity for 90 minutes.
Well, I mean, it is. But I as I said in the first half, I would fancy Newcastle. You go in at the break, 2 goals up, and you're thinking, okay, right, job done for the first 45. Let's just sit off Chelsea. They need to come at us. That'll leave, and then we can go on the odd raid here and there kind of thing, hit on the break, blah, blah, blah. Reece James pulls out a world-class free kick. And suddenly Chelsea, their tails are up. And that, what it's like, goals change games. So the momentum suddenly swings and Chelsea are a bit like, oh, hang on a minute. Well, let's remember, guys, that we are currently right now, in terms of where they are in the league and what they've been doing, we're better than this and we're better than these. So let's up it. And they have. And they've managed to get something going. I mean, Maresca presumably gave them a bit of a rocket at half-time in his team talk. They've come out fighting, and that moment of quality, you saw the expressions on their faces. It was like, right, we've got something today, which is why that Voltemade chance is an absolute sickener, because it demoralises a team. So it's a bit of this and it's a bit of that. But interestingly, since Chelsea have scored, they've now dropped off, because they've been pretty intense. So fascinating to see. Newcastle have kind of they've got hold of it, and they're definitely more forward thinking now since that Chelsea equaliser, as you would expect with these sort of momentum shifts in games. But a fascinating last 15 minutes we've got for ourselves here.
One thing I would say about Chelsea since the second half started, especially since Enzo Fernandez come on, he's really helped get a hold of that game. And I think it just shows how important maybe he is. I mean, maybe he's not, despite the money that they spent, he's not maybe the sexiest midfielder, but he's somebody who, when the ball comes in, he collects it well. He seems to shift it a lot faster, and the pace of Chelsea's attack and the pace of their game has just kind of been ticking so much better since he's come onto the pitch. Been really, really impressed with this.
I mean, there's not many teams that Enzo Fernandez wouldn't improve. Do you know what I mean? He's a good player.
He is, but obviously it's not his fault the price they got given. But when he was signed for that amount of money, I think people expected someone, to be an absolute game changer. But he has been in this case.
Yeah. But
he's realistically, he's just a very, very good central midfielder, and I think that's something which is incredibly undervalued in his game.
That's really poor from Elanga. What? So spoke about the counter-attack there. Pedro Neto plays a poor pass that gets intercepted. He gets played out to Elanga on the right-hand side. There's 3 or 4 players making a run towards or on the left-hand side, and he just keeps hold of the ball, and Garnacho, to be fair, does well to run back and win the ball back. But that from Elanga, he's just come on. He's almost jogging with the ball. He had options to his left-hand side.
Weiss has been booked. I mean, I'm not quite sure what he did to deserve the booking, but
it was a professional foul.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was. I mean, it was like that, wasn't it?
You're always going to counter-attack. But the reason why he does that,
the counter-attack.
But the reason why he does that was because Elanga was so pedestrian in possession.
So
frustrated. And Wissa turned around and had a go at him. Oh, chance for Newcastle!
Harvey Barnes! Oh, what a tackle from Reece James! Johan Vista slides the ball into Harvey Barnes. It looked absolute certainty he was going to score. Reece James from right back comes across. An outstanding, world-class bit of defending, and that denies a Newcastle goal. We saw the offensive Reece James earlier scoring that free kick. That tackle there is world-class defending.
Sanchez celebrated.
Yeah, that's almost as good as the goal, because he's pretty much denying a goal.
I mean, Barnes and Wissa work that really nicely. And look at James there roaring, getting high 10s from everybody, and so he should be, because that was brilliant. And he had a lot of ground to make up there when Barnes was in. Barnes thinks to himself, right, I've done the hard bit, now I'm just going to slot it past the keeper. James, absolutely magnificent.
Lewis Hall whips it in, Sanchez comes and punches it, and the Chelsea don't clear those, going to come back out into the middle of the park. Sandro Tonali works it out to the left-hand side to share. Bruno Guimaraes, bodies in the box. Is a poor cross out. Pedro heads away, and Pedro Neto will come forward now. And this is going to be a fun final 12 minutes, I think. I think both sides want to win this game of football. It's now Chelsea on the counter. Garnacho, right-hand side, has got Pedro and Palmer in the box. It's not a good ball. Tonali wins it, and Newcastle are going to clear. I find him a really frustrating player, Garnacho.
Yeah.
Really, really frustrating.
I mean,
He's so inconsistent.
this is the thing. I mean, we signed him. I think it was an opportunistic buy. That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It wasn't something we really needed potentially, in terms of the financial outlay. There's probably better quality we could have got, but he's not really found his feet at Chelsea yet. He's not been playing regularly. Now he's been getting his opportunities, like I mentioned, the Cardiff game and other games he's been involved in. He's been really important. He's getting there, and it wouldn't be remiss to me to say it would be remiss me to say that he is not finding his feet and actually starting to perform well at Chelsea.
Cole Palmer's come off, and it's Andre Santos who's come on. So maybe that is Eddie Menzo-Maresca reacting to Newcastle having a decent 10 minutes or so of pressure. That sort of more defensive, like minded midfield player sitting in there.
Well, it's a bit of a slugfest, isn't it? I mean, it's one side goes up the pitch, leaves the back door slightly ajar, and we just saw it. But yeah, this is absorbing stuff, and there's definitely. I mean, even it's when you have a game like this, it's wonderful because even if one of them was to score now, you think this is far from over. This could end 2-2.
You need 4 goals for this game of football.
I mean, it's not ridiculous to say there's another couple of goals in there.
Yeah, 3-2 Newcastle's 4-1, 3-2 Chelsea 7-2. It's odds on now that it stays a draw. And obviously 2-2, 3-3 is 11-1 if you want that. But yeah, odds on now.
It doesn't feel the worst price in the world, does it? 3-3?
11-1.
It was all right. No, you could easily see both sides scoring another goal, couldn't you?
Yeah, it just kind of the closer it gets to 90, then it's whether they do push for the winner or not.
I mean, there's a huge space in the centre of the pitch.
Caicedo!
Oh my goodness!
Great shot. Just look at Bruno Guimaraes here. Try and run back. Both these teams look absolutely shattered, and more so Newcastle, because Chelsea do rest players in the week. But
I thought that about Fabian Schär a few weeks ago, so I didn't say it, but like almost like treading in
Caicedo's not the quickest of players, and Bruno Guimaraes there could get nowhere near him trying to track back, and Newcastle played more of a stronger team in the week against Fulham than you guys did against Cardiff, and I think this Newcastle team, that midfield 3 in particular, look really, really leggy.
Not often you can actually you can see it in them. You sense it, don't you? But you can see them like.
Sorry, Lee, carry on.
No, you can actually see in the Newcastle players that they seem a bit leggy, especially those midfield. So this is going to be a fascinating. If you were going to back anyone to win it, you'd say Chelsea right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
Garnacho, left hand side, inside the box, tries to beat the goalkeeper at his near post. Ramsdale pushes it away. Chelsea win a corner. Louis, I'm going to ask you one more time. Would you take a point right now?
I'm still there.
Oh,
still
get
take the
out
point.
of here.
I want the win, but I'll be very happy if we get a draw.
You don't want the win because you just said you take a point.
Yeah, I said I'd take.
You don't want to win.
Oh, no, that's not. I said, look, I'd have the win. Obviously, don't be silly. Come on, no.
But you would take a point if I offered it to you right now.
Yeah.
So you don't. Yeah.
Don't you put words in my mouth, Sam. You know exactly what I'm doing there.
Oh. Boring.
It's a bit disappointing.
What did you want for your birthday? A new pair of socks? New pair of underpants?
I could do with some of those.
You could do with some socks, yeah. It's winter, isn't it?
Yeah.
More sock chat later. Corner for Chelsea, 82, gone to Reece James in swinging. Corner, Cucurella gets his head on it at the near post, but can't direct it goalwards. Goes out for a goal kick. It remains Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2.
I mean, Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes looks like he's knackered. He every time he gets the ball, he's dilly and has another yellow card. Is that for Andre Santos?
It was indeed.
Blimey. This is where Newcastle, we know how good their midfield can be on its day, but really, ideally, you'd have probably taken him off by now, Bruno Guimaraes, because
he looks knackered.
He looks knackered, and every time he gets the ball, he's saying, "Oh, someone's fouled me," and so on. He's getting in the way of Newcastle's play a little bit. Because he's put a big shift in, I don't want to be too critical of him, but this is where Hound really needs to kind of think, right, Eddie Howe's kind of sticking, really, I think, and he's thinking, okay,
that's the ball.
Yeah, in this kind of slugfest, Chelsea are emerging on top, and they are looking the more likely. I think he needs another change in there.
Yeah, well, Joel Linton's the midfielder on the bench, so I'm surprised he hasn't.
Well, indeed,
at any point in the second half.
Yeah, but Chelsea, another yellow card.
Is that the yellow card bet coming ages ago?
No, so still need one more for Newcastle. If you just took over 6, it's
fine, yeah.
But if you took the one that was in play, the 4-1, you still need a Newcastle one yet. But yeah, I think is that now 6 for maybe 6 for Chelsea?
Is that 6? One of those we get a fine? Is that still a thing nowadays? Teams get a fine if they get half a dozen Brooklyns in a game.
I think
that feels a bit. Oh, that was Malik Chaw.
No.
Oh, he's never getting hold.
Never dropping quick enough, was it?
No chance.
That felt like the slowest drop of all time in the world, didn't it?
It felt slower than his run back a few minutes ago, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think he might have injured himself a little bit there. I don't know if it's a bit of a groin strain or something, but nodded back. just kind of like came out into him. It just wouldn't fall.
No, and he was pressed well by Andre Santos. And he's holding his.
Yeah, it was João Pedro picked up the sixth player booking.
Right,
and the manager's been booked as well, of course. So.
Yeah. Jason Tyndall, no? This feels like a Jason Tyndall booking kind of game.
Yeah, where's Tyndall's been quiet today?
He gets a lot less TV time this season than previous seasons.
I think that's a shame.
I agree with you.
I tell you what, though, on the TV coverage, we saw Eddie Howe being interviewed at half time.
By your mate?
By Jules Breach, yeah. And he looked very relaxed, and they shared a little laugh at the end and so on. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, is that, is he relaxed too much, maybe?
So do you think Eddie's gone to press officer? I don't mind doing a half-time chat today.
Yes. Exactly.
Sunderland away last weekend. I didn't fancy that, but I don't mind doing
Jason,
that.
you're doing that one, but we're 2-0 up, I think.
Oh, we'd love that, wouldn't he, Tyndall?
I think we all would.
Step aside, Eddie Howe. I'd be, you got with a man crush on Jason Tyndall?
For all the wrong reasons.
Bruno Guimaraes!
Chance for Newcastle! Oh, he's missed!
Oh, my God.
Missed.
Oh, my God.
Bruno Guimaraes gets played down the right-hand side. He whips a first-time ball to the back post. Harvey Barnes arrives. First-time shot, left foot on the volley. Just goes wide. A hard shot to execute, but he connects with it well, but just the accuracy isn't there.
Yeah, look, is it not the easiest one to take on the volley, but it was still a presentable chance. And look, here comes
the space here.
There is so much space in front of that Newcastle back line.
Garnacho.
I tell you what, Garnacho.
You're right.
Miley's done a good job.
You called him.
Thank you.
But
you think so?
Yeah.
Garnacho, though, he gets in the positions
and then doesn't deliver.
I tell you what, Barnes has got to score
He should
that.
have done so much better there.
My goodness.
Very, very
I just expected to see the net. Oh,
that's a sitter.
We were so lucky there.
That's a sitter.
Would have been a great winner. Not for you, but the crowd would have gone mad, wouldn't they? Because it was a quick move.
And we would have gone mad in here and talked talkSPORT goals, right?
Of course we would have done.
Yeah.
James Park atmosphere when you got this, right?
With a bit of the bit of sensibility for the birthday boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got absolutely none whatsoever. I want your birthday to be ruined by a Newcastle.
Welcome to goals.
We don't invite these people on for them to be happy watching the big six clubs, but we want them to lose and be upset. No offence.
Louis sitting among us, right? That's a birthday treat in itself, I would suggest. Okay. Yeah. He can't have it all. Well, maybe he can, I don't know. That'll be Lewis Hall getting a yellow.
Newcastle booking.
That's
the most cynical yellow card of all time.
Now we're in. That's it. That's landed.
Of all time? That's quite a strong shot.
I mean, given the fact that he was literally trying to put his left arm off on the counter-attack, that's a blatant yellow card, yes.
Of all time, is what you said.
I think if a player is running through on the counter-attack and they pulls the left arm, I'm happy to say that as a blatant yellow card, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah. Just of all time.
No, but as yellow cards come, you can't get much more blatant than that, can you? You know?
There's some Argentinians playing today, so
Enzo Fernandez has been well behaved. Garnacho's been well behaved.
They're
still Brazilians.
True enough. Garnacho,
so
Miley's done well.
The amount of ball he's had and his delivery, his final ball is so poor.
I think that's the thing with Garnacho. He's that classic player of he's a bit of pace. He can produce moments of magic. And there's a player in there. It's that decision making, and he's a young player, and that's often the case. They're full of beans. Tonali, he's not going to get booking for that. No. Can you get the decision making? Can you get him to really have a clear head when he gets in those positions and to analyse it? It's very difficult to do that. It was difficult to do all the other stuff, get yourself in the position, and so he gets credit for that. But to get that decision making into the final third or the final pass, and he's still a work in progress. I think he could. I think he can improve. But today, Lewis Miley's by and large got the better.
When is he going to improve? Because he's been at United for 4 years.
Yeah, but I think we forget how young he is.
I get that. But he's played what? How many games has he played in the Premier League? 100? 150?
Yeah, but Man United.
Yeah,
absolutely. Who's developing there? Do you know what I mean? You have to leave to become a better player now at Manchester United. So that's what he's done. This is his first season at Chelsea. There have been reports that he's struggled to settle a little bit at the club. But, slowly but surely. So I think, look, on today's basis, we're all agreed here that his decision-making and the final pass and so on hasn't been there. But the effort, the will and the drive and so on is there. And I think that in time, Garnacho, he will improve and he'll become a really, really good player, I think.
That's some throw from Aaron Ramsdale. What a throw. Elanga's through. He's got Kukurea for company. He's got Barnes and Visser to his right. Pass. Oh, how's he not passed to Harvey Barnes?
What is he doing?
That is an absolute stinker. The throw from Ramsdale sets Elanga away. He carries the ball, and then he's got Harvey Barnes and Visser's right-hand side, but he takes the shot, and it goes wide of the post. He talk about Garnacho poor decision making in the final third. That's really, really poor.
Well, he's done really, really well. He needs to check back inside on the edge of the box.
That's not a difficult pass, is it?
He's got Barnes and he's got Wisser, and both of them have got a clear shot on goal if he does it. And he tries to go for the curler into the corner, which was not the right option, does it? But look, Ramsdale set him off there. That is why Ramsdale, one of the reasons why Newcastle have signed him, his distribution wasn't with his feet, he threw it, but great play from Ramsdale there. And so I think, again, people wondering, is he up to the job, with one or two sort of high-profile errors when he was at Newcastle, when he was at Arsenal and so on. So, that good play from Ramsdale. I want to give him a little bit of credit there.
104 Premier League appearances for Garnacho, so over 100 appearances now.
Right. Yeah,
when are you going to start doing it?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Oh.
It's a person. What your description was perfectly a perfect summary of him. Surely it's just personal dedication to making yourself go to that next level.
Yeah.
As a footballer, and the criticism has been that it hasn't been. He hasn't been kind of committed enough. I guess whether that's fair or not, who knows? But yeah, he goes to if he delivers on those final balls, then he goes to the next level, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He becomes a really good player.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But then how many wingers are like that?
Yeah. I guess for every winger.
Saka,
Saka's a better player.
But quality every time, more or less every
Oh, as in you're saying he needs to go to that level of Saka?
Well, not quite.
Sure.
He'd
sorry,
do great to get there, wouldn't he? But
I misunderstood.
Somewhere near that would be like But that's what you're aiming for, isn't it? He's a long way off that at the moment.
How much of that time, team? 5, 6, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of stoppage.
Around that.
5.
Yeah. What have we got here?
We've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Diagonal ball into the box. Newcastle win the first header. Let's say you might get your wish then. You might get that point that you're so desperate for.
Yeah, well, it'd be a nice present.
Hey, your record, James's Park, isn't a good one.
Well, this is what I mean. This is why, when you ask me, like I said to you earlier, we have not won here since Steve Bruce was the manager.
Yeah.
So to go 2-0 down and then proceed to get a draw after an amazing second half performance.
Ride your luck as well.
Exactly.
He's missed chances from Newcastle.
I mean, we've ridden a lot. It's done all right. I'll be happy with the point. However, if Chelsea do get a third goal, I may have to go full Geordie and take my top off, but I'm not sure I can do that in the studio.
Okay.
No, of course you can. We encourage that.
No one wants to see.
As long as it's not your full birthday suit, we're okay.
Our cameras aren't big enough to capture it, so it's all good.
Hey, well, there's a joke in there somewhere.
Oh, well, he found it funny.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
That's gone out for a goal kick.
A goal kick, isn't it? I could see Garnacho getting the winner after all this chat. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I mean, with Garnacho, again, you saw the player at Manchester United. You saw some of the moments he produced.
I didn't see it at all.
At Man United.
Apart from that, you scored that amazing bicycle kick that everyone says must mean that was amazing. No, I honestly thought he was so bang average, and that was. I was gobsmacked that Chelsea signed it, especially given how many different wingers you've got. Yeah. I couldn't believe that someone thought that this team needed Alejandro Garnacho.
No, fine. But I think that they signed him for the potential and for what he showed in those sort of more earlier sort of seasons or whatever at Manchester United. Because by the time he left, he'd fallen out with something had happened at the club, and obviously he wasn't. He was persona non grata or whatever, or surplus to requirements, perhaps. And also as well, like Man United, it's an absolute basket case of a football.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true.
So I think it was very tough for particularly a young player. I mean, look what's happening with Kobbie Mainoo right now. I mean, and how many other players can we point to who have left and gone on and have done so much better? So I think there's a player there. I think he can improve. Will he improve? Obviously time will tell. But I get the point that when Chelsea signed him, I thought, okay, I didn't see that so much, but here he comes. He's got the ball again.
He's definitely going to put one top bins now, isn't he?
Yeah,
literally scored the greatest.
For the amount, the frustrating thing is for the amount of the ball he's had.
Yeah,
he just slightly better quality, and they would have won this game, I think.
Well, Mykhailo Mudrik's on the way back, so you never know.
Ah, there you go. But I think that's the thing with Garnacho, though, that he picks up the ball a lot, and he's. There's a lot of potential there. We've said that. Yeah. We've seen that with a number of players, particularly in wide positions, pacey wingers. And you think that there's something there. And I just think a manager like Maresca will look at him and go, I could be the one to really help him kick on and unlock some of that stuff. But it's still fairly early days with him at Chelsea to try and give him a little bit more benefit of the doubt. So anyway, here come Chelsea. Can we get a winning goal in the last sort of minute or two here?
think both teams might just collapse at the end of this game and have to be carried off the pitch. But Neto here, down the left-hand side. Can Garnacho make something happen? Thiaw does really, really well to come across. Chelsea got a throw deep inside Newcastle's half. 90 seconds on the clock. Chelsea got a long throw specialist in their team, not really?
No, evidently not. They just threw it back to Cucurella.
This is where you wish Liam Delap had learned something from his dad, and maybe we could have that conversation.
Go on then. One last push. See if
Norwich have gone one up in the Championship against Preston, which is
that'll be back-to-back wins for Norwich.
Bit of a turnaround.
Yeah.
In terms of the league table. But yeah, what we got? Minute left here. Chelsea still pushing, but nothing particularly incisive yet.
Neto into Andre Santos. Newcastle with pretty much 11 players on the edge of the box. Out to Garnacho. Is he going to come inside? Pedro Neto with it. Newcastle pretty much happy for the draw here.
Looks like it, yeah.
They're not looking to try and win that ball back on the pitch, actually. Joe Willock there.
But they have won it.
Joe Willock's done really well there. He's got Guimaraes to his right-hand side. He plays a long ball forward looking for Harvey Barnes, but Reece James comes across.
Oh! Now then.
The header back to the goalkeeper. And it looked... Oh, the ref...
He's bottled it.
It looked like he pulled it back. And the referee has a whistle in his mouth.
Bottled it.
And then doesn't give it. And now Chelsea come forward down the left-hand side. Garnacho up against Miley. He cuts in. Right foot, ball into the box. Cher wins the header. I think the ref thought that was a foul. I think he's bottled that as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We Chelsea are very, very lucky to get away with that one there. Reece James, was...
I wonder if the referee looks at that.
Oh, he's checking
it was outside the box, but it could be a check for a red card.
So the ball is played into Harvey Barnes. James sort of heads it.
Oh,
no, it looks a bit soft, doesn't it? Barnes was a very soft one.
Pulls the arm.
It's a slight pull of the arm.
There's enough contact there.
It wouldn't have been a penalty, but it would have been a free kick and a sending off.
Yeah, if you give the foul, you give the sending off. But I don't think there's enough of a pull there.
I don't think that is
a shirt tug for that to be given as a foul.
No, I don't think that was. The referee has stopped play.
He's checking it.
No,
he's calling someone over. This is.
Reece James.
It's gone to VAR.
They're checking it.
I mean,
he's pulled his arm.
Yeah.
Whether you think that's put him off enough.
That'd be obviously at game speed. I think we all look at that and go, maybe we got lucky there. You watch it back again, though.
I'd be surprised if this is given. To be honest with you,
I'd be very surprised.
It'd be soft, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's going to check it.
I don't think this. I think I'd be gobsmacked if they overturn this. I don't think there's anywhere near enough contact for that to be given as a foul. What's the referee doing here? Yeah, he's saying no. Yeah. I thought that was a decision.
Yeah. Yeah, I think James did that thing where he's just put his arm on the forward Harvey Barnes, and it's just enough to kind of maybe put Barnes off slightly, but not enough for a foul.
I do think Harvey Barnes has gone down quite softly on 2 occasions there.
Well, that's probably not. Maybe that's not helped him, But yeah, I think that was the
maybe he is that kind of player. After all,
how could you say that about a man like Harvey Barnes?
Preston have a late equaliser at home to Norwich. Preston 1, Norwich 1. That's brutal for Norwich. Are in the bottom 3 of the table. Southampton 1, Coventry 1. Coventry hold on for a while. They had 10 men against Southampton, so I think they'll take. Oh, look at Frank Lampard here.
Oh, hello.
Frank Lampard on the pitch, squaring up to Harwood Bellis, all getting a little bit tasty at Southampton. Yeah, Frank Lampard doesn't look a happy man. And it's all getting a little bit tasty there. Full time at James's Park, Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2. Louis, I guess first half was awful, but you must be really, really proud of what you saw in that second period.
Very, very happy with that second half. I do think it's been another example, though, of Chelsea this season. Tailor 2 halves consistently. I think that, realistically, I'd like to see better over 90 minutes. It's great to get the result, but look, job done. We've not lost at Newcastle, which is always a nice bonus. And it's good to see Frank Lampard.
I would love to know what's happening here, by the way, because some of the Southampton players are always looking to go over to Frank Lampard. This is proper kicking off. Frank Lampard.
Bristol City Millwall.
This is brilliant, by the way. There's about 20 players. Wow. As long as no one gets hurt. There's about 20 players, all in a scuffle.
There's a flying elbow. I love it.
Oh, man.
Frank Lampard is not happy. Something to do with Harwood Bellis. Now, the Southampton players aren't happy at how Frank Lampard went over to him. I mean, I'm kind of half guessing here.
But Lampard walked away there.
No, but he then came back. He then came back to have another point of the finger.
I think he was invited to come back, shall we say?
By Harwood Bellis.
By whoever it was. There he goes. He's walked off now, Lampard.
Now he's trying to G up the Coventry fans.
Yeah.
A little bit of needle there, which is good to see.
Coventry fans, by the way, not surprisingly, they're top of the table at Christmas. They love Frank Lampard.
Of course they do.
Because Coventry this season, the ground and everything else that's gone with it, they're in dreamland, aren't they, Coventry?
They've had
love this now, because if you're a fan and he's getting stuck in.
Well, it was a tough act to follow.
It's not really like Frank Lampard, that is it?
No, he's normally quite calm and
I mean, he's got it.
I like
in him.
it.
He's got it in him. Look, if Lampard, it was a tough act to follow. When he went there, and
Not that kind of manager.
yeah, right. Well, yeah. People were thinking, hang on, do we need to change the manager? But he's gone in there and he's kicked them on. And you think about how Coventry City fans have suffered in the last. I mean, how many years has it been, Lee, for crying out loud? It's been a long time. So, if he can get them up and not only that, just win the championship as well. Oh, what an achievement that would be.
It goes to, it's a testament to show that actually Frank Lampard is actually a very good coach. You think about his first season at Chelsea.
Yeah.
No Hazard, transfer ban, lots of youth players. He gets to an FA Cup final and he gets into the Champions League and he finishes top 4. Second season, maybe not so great, but then Everton looked dead and buried, keeps them up as well in the Premier League. He's now gone to Coventry. He's now proven his value there. Look, just saying, soon as Maresca, if he does decide to pack him, go to Man City, I'm not adverse to it. Give him a season in the Premier League. Give him a season in the Premier League. Let him find his feet a bit more with Coventry.
Louis,
I'd have him back in a heartbeat.
I know it's your birthday. You're celebrating Chelsea coming back from 2-0 down. They got a point, and you're seeing your man Frank Lampard there getting a bit feisty, right? Him going back to Chelsea would be a disaster.
I disagree
because the club is a bit mad. And they wouldn't know what to do with a club legend like him. With Lampard, I agree with you. I think there is evidently a coach in there. It's all about picking the right jobs. Everton, how they literally had to go back to David Moyes, who's been their best manager in the last 25 years or something like that. And fair play, they've gone back there and he's improved things. But Everton is notoriously a difficult club to manage. Chelsea at the time when Lampard went in, again, bit mad, wasn't it? A bit of a crazy situation, and probably too much for him at that point in his career. Derby County, he did all right, very close to getting them up, and now we look at them at Coventry City. I think he's on the right. He's on the right track, clearly. But if Maresca leaves at the end of the season and they go, well, I'll tell you what, we do like a championship-winning manager here. Let's get Frank Lampard. It would be a terrible decision.
I'm not talking about him next season. I agree that he.
You just said after Maresca, right?
Well,
next season.
No, look, realistically, I don't think Maresca's going to be going this season. I can't see it happening. But I think in the next couple of years, I can see him maybe parting the company. I think Frank Lampard will have earned his stripes. I could see him coming in. It's like, for me, look, I think what Chelsea need is they need somebody who can connect not just the players with the quality, not just the sporting directors, but they need to bring the fans back in and get everyone behind people. That's where you look at how Arsenal did so with Arteta. Arteta unified that club and they're all on the right path. You bring in a Frank Lampard, you bring in even a Cesc Fabregas. I think, realistically, they like to play the style that they want to play with the ownership. I think they'd bring people together. I think that'd be the right option, personally. If it was me.
John Terry's assistant?
No, I can't.
Do you think all that sentimental stuff's great, but you think I know he's doing a good job at Coventry, but that jump up is absolutely massive, and I think you're being way too sentimental.
No,
you have to go to Premier League and prove himself first.
Well, he did it in that first season at Chelsea. He proved what he.
Then what followed that?
Look, that wasn't all his fault. The thing about all the signings that came in, you look at what's happening at Liverpool now. The amount of signings that they've made, trying to bed that into and basically build an entirely new squad, was going to be difficult for anybody, let alone a manager who is in his, third season of management? So, look, for me, I'd like to see, I think he could come in, I think he could do a good job, I think he'll be learning his lessons, I think he's somebody who understands the culture that is needed to take Chelsea to another level, as well as be someone who can develop all these young players. I think he's a good fit, but, we'll have to see.
I would just keep your powder dry on that for the moment.
Yeah, it's not going to
happen. Sure, have one scuffle and thought, I want him back at Chelsea. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm an old school football fan. I like 4-4-2. I like long ball. That's what we want.
All right. Well, Stephen Warnock's available.
Yeah.
Neil Warnock. Stephen Warnock.
And Stephen perhaps.
Stephen might be as well. Neil Warnock. Yeah.
Louis, was that a point gained or 2 dropped today?
Given how the first half went, I'd definitely say that is definitely a point gained. If the second half had gone any differently and Chelsea had been even more dominant, then yes, maybe it would have been a point drop. But overall, 2 points drop. Sorry, but overall, Chelsea definitely fought hard to get that point at St James's Park, and it's it's maybe in the grand scheme of things might hurt them, but I think on the just basis of today, it's definitely a big result.
And in terms of Enzo Maresca, substitution second half made Chelsea a better team. I thought the Enzo Fernandez sub as well made you look a little bit more compact and organised in midfield. Yeah,
definitely. I think, like I said earlier, Enzo Fernandez is showing how important he is in that second half to this team. The way he kept the ball moving, kept it ticking. I think, Malo Gusto has been performing well at right back, but I think Reece James just kind of gave it that bit more impetus, that bit more balance as well. And just the way Chelsea were knocking the ball about for fun, I think, it definitely made a massive difference.
Where are we at, Marcus, with Newcastle? Is this just going to be Newcastle this year? Are they just going to be an inconsistent team like many teams are this season? One week they can be really good, blow teams away, like they beat Man City a few weeks ago, and then other times they can just be a bit hot and cold. Is that fair?
Yeah, well, that is the story of their season so far. And we mentioned it earlier, as a lot of people have said, this time last year, it was not too dissimilar to this, and then they picked it up in the second half. They will be hoping for that. As I say, I don't think that's by design. I think that's just where they find themselves. And you think, okay, right, lads, come on, up and at them. Let's go again for that second half of the season. The Champions League will take more energy out of them. They weren't in the Champions League last year. So that is a big consideration. And all the travel and all the rest of it that goes on there. Recruitment side wasn't brilliant. Obviously losing Isak and a whole saga and so on, that takes energy out of everybody. There's still bits of the jigsaw to be or a few pieces to be put in place. With Voltemade, you saw what he can do in the first half of this game. He was brilliant, and they need more of that, really. If that's how they're going to play, they like to play in that 4-3-3 with Voltemade. If he's going to play as that number 9, he needs to do it a bit more like that. So that was better. Wissa's now back in contention. I think that really goes well for them. And they've been waiting for that. I feel that Newcastle fans have been waiting for Wissa to come in. Not because, he's going to suddenly, propel them to new heights. But it is that competition for places. It is that extra option going forward. I feel the midfield 3, though, we know what they can bring. And it's handy to have Lewis Miley as an emerging player, although he was right back today. But they are going to have to... I wonder in January if they go out and recruit, because there's a lot of football to be played. The high intensity that they play, you can't do that all season. And I just wonder a couple of more extra bodies. The recruitment, as I say, wasn't brilliant in the summer. They got some high-profile players. Alanga's not really done it so far as well. So maybe one or two again. They're trying to fit them in. So with Newcastle, there's still that inconsistency. In the table, they're not really doing too much. They're still going well though in the cups. You have to say. The League Cup as well. So I think Eddie Howe into the new year. I wonder if you start seeing a little bit more prioritising of certain competitions and so on and so forth. But they do need to raise it, because right now, a side like Newcastle, mid-table finish isn't good enough.
No. Louis, final question then to you on the game, or a bit more of an overall question on Chelsea. Do you think top 4 is the aim this season, Champions League football? Will that be a good season domestically, and will they get it?
I'd like to hope so. I think I can see Chelsea obviously maintaining their pace in the race. I think it depends if they do by in January as well, because obviously there's been discussions of will they, won't they. There's been players that have been spoke about, but I think Kobe Mainoo being one of them. Speaking of midfield, Newcastle as well. I think look, that I'd like to think yes, but it depends on the quality and if they can improve on last season's points total. That's a big one for me.
Louis, good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us today on your birthday as well. So how are you celebrating tonight? What's the plan?
Pub crawl in Soho. That's the plan tonight. Yes. We're now going to go to
how are you going to finish?
I think we've got 5 or 6 aimed, and then we'll just see what happens. It's going to be a bit messy there, and then Little Italy afterwards. That's the plan.
What's that?
It's a great little bar and restaurant in Soho.
What time's that booked for?
We got it booked. We haven't got it booked, actually.
That's risky.
We'll figure it out. Well,
Saturday night Soho, not booked. I don't know about that.
I'll figure out a way. I've got my ways.
Oh, have you? Just show them you're on talkSPORT Goals today.
I literally said,
do you know who I am? Do you know what I did today?
Do you know who Sam Ellard is? Well, you should.
Yeah. I works every time, mate. Every single time. Louis, well done, top man. And hope to see you soon.
Definitely.
All right, talkSPORT Goals then. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Louis is going to leave. Mark Smith's going to join us. And then we will start to build up to our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. 4 games at 3 o'clock today. A very good afternoon. It is talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals with you until 5:30 this afternoon. We've seen one game already today in the Premier League. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2. Really entertaining game of football. Newcastle starting off really well, going 2 up in the first half, but Chelsea much better and improved in the second half. Coming back for 2-2, and perhaps maybe on the balance of play a point was a fair result. 4 games at 3 in the Premier League: Bournemouth, Burnley, Brighton, Sunderland, City, West Ham, Wolves, Brentford. In the Championship, a big win for Blackburn. Started the day just outside the bottom 3. Norwich were 1 up. Blackburn beat Millwall 2-0. Millwall starting the day in the playoffs. Norwich were leading Preston for a long time away from home, 1 up, but Preston scored a last-minute equaliser. Coventry were leading Southampton by a goal to 0 at half-time, but Coventry had a man sent off early in the second half, and Southampton ended up equalising for a 1-1 draw. It's still Sam Ellard, still Marcus Speller, and still Lee Phelps, but Mark Smith is with us for the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. How are you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm all right. I missed all of that game because I was travelling. And,
oh, really? That's
just
fair.
gutted because I missed a crack.
Or maybe you should have got over 12:30 and then you could have done...
You're absolutely right.
You got a life probably, haven't you, though?
Not really, no. I do have a new baby, but maybe it does.
That seems like a pretty good excuse then as to
I think it does. But I saw the score at 2-2. I thought, okay, it's probably done. But from everything I've gathered from you guys, from the last sort of 25 minutes or so, it looks like Chelsea, pretty good second half.
Yeah. Can I say congratulations on the new baby?
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to offer congratulations?
How old's the baby?
4 months.
No,
he's
is your answer.
I think I've seen you before.
He's congratulated me several times.
So congratulations.
I've
in front of the
done it as
nation.
well, so I'm not going to do it twice.
No, it seems sarcastic to do it more than once, doesn't it?
Don't take the mick, yeah. Come on, let's
Exactly.
How's it going?
Yeah, fine. But more importantly, to you guys, 2-2 Chelsea Newcastle.
Yeah, we watched it. Yeah. Most importantly, there's only one place to start today. You're of course a big Derby fan.
Yeah.
Home to Portsmouth.
Yes.
So you on that really good run of form, weren't you? You won 6 in a row, didn't you?
5 in a row, yeah.
5 in a row, but it's just 1 win in your last 4 games now. But hey, 12 in the table, 4 off the playoff places. That's
the thing, Sam. I mean, this division, we talk about it every year. It is one of those
competitive league in the world, isn't it?
It's sort of, I don't want to go down that track, but it's getting towards it. Yeah, I mean, it's a cliche for a reason. But you look at that table there, we're 4 points off, we're 12th. It goes down to about 16th in that division at the minute, where you think a little run over Christmas and any team can put themselves into contention. I feel like we had that 5 in a row, superb. But the nature of the beast in that league is that you can then go and lose 5 or 6 on the bounce as well. So we've managed to sort of stabilise a little bit after a little wobble. It should have been 6 in a row, by the way. We were 2-0 up against Watford, then sort of threw it away. Lost Carlton Morris, who's the league's top scorer, and that's going to shake anybody. And I think we've sort of managed to steady the ship. We look hard to beat again. And quick word for Patrick Agyemang, a player we signed from the MLS in the summer for a lot of money for Derby County, £6 million. And with Carlton Morris, he looked like he was coming into it, finding his feet in the league. I sort of suspected at first he might be more of an NBA player than a footballer. But he's tall and rangy.
I mean, you'd really question the scouts, wouldn't you? If you've literally signed a bar.
Not a Derby, I wouldn't. No,
Okay,
I would.
right.
I said, this is par for the course.
If you get on the end of crosses, big man up top.
Yeah, stop using your hands, Patrick.
The NBN, if you're an NBN player in that Premier League campaign, they'd have been the best player in the team.
Would have been incredible, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the last couple of weeks,
he's got more 3 points, though, wouldn't he?
Here we go. When's this going to finish?
I'm done.
He has stepped it up, Agyemang. Since Morris has been out, Agyemang's really stepped up, led the line, taken on a lot of responsibility. For a young player in a new country, new league, I think he's done great. And injuries throughout our side, but we've had that second string really step up. So today is home to bottom place Portsmouth, where you'd think, it should be nailed on, but it never is in this division. So I'll be keeping a close eye on that, whilst also fulfilling my professional duties of looking at the Premier League games.
Bottom place Portsmouth.
Yeah.
My goodness. That's right.
No, it's not. I was gonna lie and be like, yeah, you're right.
Like, Sheffield Wednesday picked out the division.
Just outside the relegation.
Yeah,
place.
Sheffield Wednesday, Norwich.
Or maybe I was looking at form guide or something.
Yeah.
Sorry. God, forgive me. I've got a baby.
Yeah, you're tired. Don't worry. I thought to myself, a Sheffield Wednesday is a situation that bad. They've gone, we're taking off points. Just get out. Just go.
Just leave out.
I wasn't gonna. I maybe should have done. Maybe that's what Marcus is. I was going to just forget about it and move on, but Marcus felt the need to dig you out and embarrass you live on YouTube.
I'm happy you did it. I want you to do it.
We have actually got one bit of work for you to do.
Oh, here.
We haven't given us a name right now.
Yeah.
But we have put together a little ACCA for being a bit of fun. Let's have a laugh on
absolutely.
I've gone Ipswich, home to Sheffield Wednesday, rock and roll. Marcus is trying to be.
Stuck his neck out, hasn't he?
Marcus has gone for Wolves v Brentford at home.
Wolves haven't won all season.
I'm aware of that because I've got a very close eye on that because of the Derby County record.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. But I think Wolves are going to beat Brentford today.
You think they are going to?
No, they've got to do it.
Brentford has struggled away from home this season. Is it one win all season?
1 win in 9, yeah.
Yeah.
I give them a bit of
Lost the last 5 on the bounce.
bit of Christmas cheer at the Molyneux, eh, Lee? Come on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's a big shout. I respect that shout.
Someone had to do a big shout because listen to what else we've got.
Oh, go on.
And yeah, Lee's got Man City to beat West Ham at home.
Has it got to be Premier League this?
No, I went Ipswich.
Right, I went. of course. Yeah.
And Louis went Brighton to beat Sunderland at home. That gave us around 7.5-1. So you can pick anything. You can go Derby if you want. You can pick anything.
Famously, Derby are playing bottom of the league, Portsmouth.
Yes. Aside from Sheffield Wednesday, Norwich and Oxford, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, no, Derby have got League 2 Portsmouth at home.
Premier League Derby have got. I will go with Derby Portsmouth.
Okay,
Why
go
not?
on then.
Am I allowed to do that?
Of course you are.
There's no rules and regulations.
Rules, all right, yeah. Derby home to Portsmouth. Why not?
There are rules and regulations, we should be clear.
Yeah, sure.
But, you know, picking
not when it comes to what team
That's
you
what
want
the
to pick.
dump button's for.
So this is now we talk about whether do you want to revert back to Bournemouth rather than Wolves now because
Wolves.
Okay, so we go Ipswich,
Yeah.
Man City, Brighton, Wolves, Derby, a 5-fold home ACCA pays with your boost ACCA boost 17-1.
I think that's nice.
Tasty.
That's all that.
I think that's tasty.
About 15 of that is Wolves.
Yeah.
We've got 1-5, 2-9, 3-4, even money, and 23-10. So over 2-1, yeah, for Wolves.
Okay.
Igor Thiago just
starts, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Let me bring down some team news, shall I? And some of the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. I'll still start with Manchester City versus West Ham. Manchester City can go top, even if it is just temporarily, if they beat West Ham today. The Man City team, Donnarumma in goal, Nunez, Diaz, Vardio, O'Reilly, Gonzalez, Reinders, Bernardo Silva, Cherky, Foden, Haaland, the front 3.
Should be enough to beat West Ham, that. Should be enough.
Let's hope so. It's part of the ACCA, right? I hope so.
The formation, it looks like a Christmas tree formation.
He's liking the Christmas tree at
and
the
they've got the reindeer playing as well, haven't they?
There you go. Yeah.
West Ham have got Areola in goal, back 5, I think it is.
Hates tactics, Jack.
What do you mean? Is that's the Christmas? I don't get it.
Oh, if it's a 4-3-2-1.
Christmas tree formation.
4-3-2-1.
And reindeers.
No, I get that one. My Christmas tree looks different to that one at home. I don't know why. Don't think my Christmas tree sits
quite as
like
wide.
that. Yeah, mine's more narrow.
Okay.
Just a bit like long.
It's just a pole.
Goes in
Yeah.
like 2-2.
Pole with a star on
It's
it.
a bit more.
2-2.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Not as wide, not as much width than my Christmas tree. West Ham. Possibly, yeah. Walker Peters, Kilman, Tadibo, Scarles the back 4, Mateus Fernandez, Potts, McGarster the midfield 3, Paqueta, Bowen, Somerville the front 3. Marcus, enlighten us with some tactics chat then for West Ham. What are they going to do today?
They're going to defend. They're going to be defending a lot today, and they're going to be trying to soak up that pressure, of which there will be. Oh, it's interesting though. Man City are not the possession based possession based side that they were. They will have the lion's share of possession today against West Ham. But it is interesting how Guardiola has mixed things up this season. I mean, you always with Guardiola, you've always got to look at his fullbacks. He loves a fullback, that man, and he's because it wasn't that long ago when he had basically 4 centre halves across the back 4. But he's liking Nunez, who had his critics.
But he's not right back, is he though?
No, and Nico O'Reilly's a converted midfielder. So when you see what Pep's up to there, you think, oh, okay. And the way that those two kind of get forward, and it's more underlapping runs rather than overlapping on the outside and so on and so forth. He's just, it's interesting what he's doing. I think that he spies an opportunity as you know, as everybody's seen, that they're in a title race this season. Can Aston Villa keep up the pace? You would think not. But, you know, we certainly hope they will, because it would be incredible if you could have a 3-horse title race. Arsenal are still the team to beat, because they're still, at the time of recording, top of the league. But Man City, though, it is interesting how they're going about their business. And I think that with Foden on form as well, and Cherky's been a great addition. I mean, you know, some of the, you know, moments that he's produced.
The last few weeks, he's
been great,
really
hasn't he?
into it.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And it's interesting when Pep's been talking about him, he said, he's a really great player. But, you know, I never saw Messi do that little Rabona assist, or when he scored against Brentford midweek. Yeah, he was great. When he scored, you know, after he scored, he didn't play very well, but he's a really good player. And Guardiola knows that with Cherky, he's thinking, don't get too big for your boots.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can channel that and so on. So, yeah. But the Christmas tree formation, hey, 'tis the season.
It is the season. Wolves, Brentford. The big team for Brentford is Igor Thiago is back in for Brentford. Who's getting the goals then, Marcus, for Wolves? Strand Larson. Is he the obvious one?
They're relying on own goals.
Own goals, possibly. Okay.
No, Strand Larson is the guy you think. Who did you say was back for Brentford?
Igor Thiago, he missed the game in the week, didn't he?
So he's back in?
Knock, he starts for Brentford, yeah.
Oh, that's not good for the bet, is it?
No.
I thought he was going to be out.
Also, Strand Larson, I do feel for him. I mean, he's had an excellent season last year at Wolves. Seen all of his best players leave the team at a time.
He might be playing for Newcastle Champions League.
Absolutely, he could have got the move, and instead he's there watching the ship sinking with no one really around him helping.
Oh, I thought you said something else there for a second.
Don't worry.
That would have been a fun start to the show.
Would have been true. Yeah, still a relevant word, but yeah, obviously not on air.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I feel for him, and I feel like you can see he's walking sort of 6 inches less tall than he was this time last year. There's quite a burden on him. I do wonder if maybe this January he'll be looking for another way out.
I'd be amazed if Wolves sold him in January because, I mean, most people think they're already down, right?
Do you must surely think that, right?
Oh, I think they're gone. Yeah. Why on earth have I chosen to win today? I don't know. But I mean, look, they're already 14 points from safety. But if they are to get out of this and do a great escape, Strand Larson scoring goals, you'd think would be a part of that. The only reason why they may sell him I still can't see them selling in January, but if they got an outrageous bid, like mega money, and they're thinking, do you know what? We'll take that now because
for the rebuild next year.
Exactly, yeah, that could be it. But whether they sell him in January, he'll be off, you would imagine, in the summer, because there's a striker who, as you say, last season was great. He can score goals, and he can score them in the Premier League.
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit of a premium, I mean, my team, Fulham, I was thinking to myself, because I thought, damn right you would, but I think that he would be thinking, can I get into with Newcastle sniffing around him, he'll think bigger than that.
But when you say a big bid for Strand Larson, what do you think?
What did they turn down for him?
It was around 60, 65 in the summer.
Because the money you take from him now has got to rebuild an entire team next year in the Championship.
Yeah.
Because we've seen countless teams go down, stay down, go even further down.
Yeah.
So you need a big enough bid now to show the fans that you're not just giving up the season completely in January and that you're looking for something down the line. Because you can just, poor boards, as we've seen, Wolves might be one of them, can fritter away that sort of money, in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think that it's unlikely you're going to get a bid for Strand Larson in January, which is 60 million plus.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And if you did, as you say, how does that reflect on the board? I mean, quite clearly, I don't think they're. Mind you, your man's just stepped down, hasn't he, as the chief executive? So maybe they have an ounce of self-awareness. But the situation at Wolves has just been so poor in the last, few years. You would say. I mean, and it is that complete, selling your best players and barely trying to get anybody in who might kind of patch that up. So yeah, I think they're doomed. But yeah, I think they're going to win today, though.
Well, they could well. I mean, the difference between them and my Derby team when we were getting 11 points in total, we were getting beaten 3-4-5-0. Every week. Yeah. Wolves aren't doing that. And you did see something at the Arsenal game last week where you thought, well, they're not rolling over. The players aren't rolling over just yet. So, I don't think they're going to stay up, but I think they're going to at least have some sort of pride about them still. Yeah,
because with when Vitor Pereira came in last season, they were obviously a sinking ship and he turned it round. And it's exactly what he was brought in to do. It was always going to be short term with him. The Premier League is, arguably the highest level that he's ever operated at. And an experienced manager, fine. But could be quite a tempestuous one. Very difficult situation, but just not really backed in the summer transfer window. They find themselves in the same position. And, I mean, you change the manager, can do all this sort of stuff. Getting Rob Edwards in, you just wonder if nobody wanted it. And it was kind of like, well, at least this guy knows how to get out the Championship. Is that what they're thinking? This guy, maybe the fans might... I don't think the fans...
So he's good at getting out divisions, and he was going to do it again now with Wolves.
I think maybe you get him in and it's almost like, I see what you're saying, but you get him in and he's there. That's one position that you don't have to worry about next season. So
yeah,
it's a desperate situation. But today, at home to Brentford, who are not good on the road, particularly, have not been brilliant of late, although I think they've done all right this season and perhaps better than one or two others maybe one or two people might have thought. It has to be a win today.
If not now, then...
It has to be a win today for Wolves.
4 games at 3 o'clock then. talkSPORT Goals takes one more quick break. Then when we come back, we're watching all the action unfold. Very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 Plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Mark Smith, Marcus Speller with you until around 5:30 then this afternoon, taking you through what should be a busy and hopefully fun afternoon of football. One game already completed today in the Premier League. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2. Newcastle excellent in the first half, leading thanks to a brace from Nick Voltemada, but Chelsea much more improved, much better in the second half, scoring 2 goals to earn a well-deserved point. 4 games at 3 about to get under the way. It's Bournemouth, Burnley, Brighton, Sunderland. Man City can go top with a win against West Ham, and Wolves, Brentford. Igor Thiago pass fit to start for Brentford. Spurs, Liverpool is 5:30. 2 games at 8 this evening. Everton, Arsenal, and Leeds v Crystal Palace. 3 results in the Championship. Blackburn beating Millwall at home by 2-0. Preston 1, Norwich 1. Southampton 1, Coventry 1. So it is bang on 3 o'clock then on Saturday, December the 20th, and all 4 games in the Premier League have just got underway. The talkSPORT Goals team have put together a little fun ACCA. I've gone Ipswich to beat Sheffield Wednesday. Marcus gone Wolves to beat Brentford. Lee's gone City to beat West Ham. Louis, who's gone, has gone Brighton to beat Sunderland, and Mark went Derby to beat Portsmouth at home. And was that 17-1, Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Lee, as the game just got underway, any match odds do you want to shout about?
Obviously, I like the Wolves one's going to be really interesting to see where the goals come from for them. I mean, you know, Thiago's obviously the goal scorer for Brentford, even though they've only scored 1 goal in the last 5. I think they're a bit short to win at Wolves. Wolves 12-5. There's nothing that absolutely stands out at the minute. I just think all the home teams are reasonable prices. Bournemouth maybe a little short against Burnley, but I think, again, they've got too many goals in this team. Evan Nielsen, Kluivert, Semenyo, of course. And I just don't think Burnley will be able to live with that kind of strike force.
No, I think
they might score, but I think Bournemouth to win, and both teams score one of the favourite bets of the day.
Yeah, I know Bournemouth in a really, really poor form, but I think that front 4 of Bournemouth is still dangerous. Brooks, Kluivert, Semenyo, Evan Nielsen.
Creepy on the bench.
Creepy on the bench. They've got good option off the bench. Interesting, Alex Scott once again is on the bench as well. What are we expecting then, Mark, from Man City, who, you know, it felt like it was only a month ago and lots of people were saying, you know, this is going to be a boring one-way title race, give it to Arsenal now, season's done. Yeah. But, you know, can go top with the win today.
Yeah, they sort of, it's strange to say it, isn't it? But Man City sort of crept up on us this season. I don't know how that's happened. But here we are. West Ham struggling for form, struggling for confidence. They're going to sit deep, but Man City are a different sort of breed. They're a team that are able to unpick these deep, you know, low blocks pretty comfortably and normally in the first 25, 30 minutes. At which point, if that happens, I don't know what you're supposed to do as a low block team. Do you just sit and wait for more, or is it damage limitation from kickoff? Who knows? But at the minute, nothing really to report from the game. Man City, West Ham, still 0-0, 2 minutes played.
Brighton got an early corner in their home game against Sunderland. It's going to be a left-footed in-swinger. Burnley in the very early stages. Bournemouth have settled well. A nice bit of possession there. It's only taken 90 seconds for Michael Coyote, and it looks like he's set to launch a fun, maybe not for the Wolves defenders, but certainly watching it, it's a fun long throw into the box, isn't it? A fun long throw.
Football's back. Long
Football,
throws,
yeah,
4-4-2.
absolutely.
Dyche is back.
Oh, there's the first chance goes for Brighton. They get the header on that corner, and the goalkeeper Roofs has made a really good, strong save there. He's been fantastic by this season, hasn't he? Roofs, Sunderland goalkeeper, Marcus. I think he's the top goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's been good. I mean, they all have, obviously, but yeah, Roofs has definitely played his part. Be interesting, as everybody's been saying, when they, obviously losing a lot of players to the Africa Cup of Nations. I think there'd be a bit of interest in Sunderland today, just because of that, and away to Brighton. If they could get something out of this, it would be quite fantastic. But your original question, Roof's done really well this season, but so many of them have done in the red and white of Sunderland.
First goal in the Championship goes to QPR. QPR 1, Leicester 0. Both those two sides are just starting the day outside the playoff places. Leicester under Martí Cifuentes are just starting to find a little bit of form and get closer to the Championship playoff places. But QPR 1, Leicester 0 is the score there. Lee, do you get? I mean, in terms of the Championship, in terms of the odds for that, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing the Coventry are pretty sure, aren't they? Obviously to go up, but it was Ipswich were always kind of second favourites, weren't they? Even at the start of the season, when they had a really, really poor start, and they found form over the last couple of months.
Yeah, Middlesbrough the same. Obviously, short, been in form. Big game today, isn't it?
Bristol City, right?
Producer Jamie keeping a close eye on that on Bristol City, Middlesbrough. There's not an awful lot between the two sides in terms of the betting. 13-8 Bristol City, 23-10 the draw on Borough, 7-5. But yeah, it's just a fascinating. I mean, I think the prices for the promotion and title haven't changed an awful lot, despite the fact that teams come and go in form, because it is that kind of division, as you were talking about earlier on. But just a few games, you have to have you can't react too much, because otherwise you'd be giving away some pretty big prices for teams like Ipswich, who are going to come good eventually. So you have to kind of trust it, and the skill is being able to pick one from the pack. Kind of like, I don't know, February time, and you think, well, they're going to make a run for it, and they're going to have a few decent wins and string them together. But other than that, you're not getting a lot of value near the top of that market. Man City still 1-5, Brighton odds on, Bournemouth odds on to win at home.
Brentford odds on to win it, or not?
No, they're 11-10, just over.
Okay,
just over even money.
I mean, the game mark of the Etihad has kind of started pretty much out. Haaland! Oh!
1-0 Man City.
I can't go.
Unbelievable.
So what was he doing that it took him 4 minutes and 55 seconds to score?
Look, little
it's
wasting
absolutely crazy.
That's 10 in his last 3 games against West Ham.
Yeah.
Oh, is it really?
He got a hat-trick and a brace against them last season. He was I just looked at it before we started. He was just 2-1, just over 2-1 to score 2 in the game, and nearly 5-1 to score 3. And those prices are bad. They're not great prices for players to score 2s and 3s. But for Haaland, it represents value, really.
We have some bad news for Araka, and we have some bad news for Mark Smith, because Portsmouth are taking the lead against Derby. Derby 0, Portsmouth 1. Port on the table, Portsmouth winning at Derby, which is quite crazy. The Erling Haaland goal, it came down the ball was played down the left-hand side. Gonzalez slipping it through to Foden. He goes across the face of goal. That's a Foden assist. Good shout. Foden across the face of goal. Haaland's first shot was saved by Areola with his left foot, but it came back to Erling Haaland, and his shot with his right foot goes into the back of the net. Lee, go on, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, it's surprising with this Man City game. 4.5 minutes in, and they'd already sort of found space behind the fullback several times already. You just think West Ham would go there and just sit for 20 minutes and just try and frustrate, and it just hasn't happened. One word, though, for Lucas Paquetá. Some lovely touches from him today, and you feel like him having a good performance.
He's got to find form, hasn't he, for West Ham?
Sure, but I think it'd be a big redemption arc for him to go to Man City, the club that he was close to joining reportedly before it all kicked off, and having a good game. And let's see. But I'm hopeful for him that he's able to pick up some sort of form again.
Marcus, as a man that loves England, how happy are you to see Phil Foden looking like the Foden of 2 seasons ago, where he's looking one of the best players in the Premier League?
Yeah, we're lacking in that area of the pitch, aren't we? No, you're absolutely right. It's the competition for that area in the pitch for England is ridiculous. Whether Foden was played off the right or in the middle as a number 10, it's fierce competition. But he's definitely in there. I mean, it got to the point, I think, with Foden, kind of sort of last season, and maybe even the start of this season, before he really started scoring and doing his stuff, that maybe people were a bit like, is he just a sub now for England? Or is he, even 1 or 2 people were saying, I don't know if he'll make the squad, which I always thought was a bit fanciful.
That's crazy.
Yeah, of course. But now, it's a crucial player for Man City. And even if it is off the bench for England, which I suspect it probably will be, oh man, he's right back at it, which is great, because he's got a wonderful left foot, as we know. He's a delightful player. He offers so much. And if Man City are to go on and win the league, him coming back into form will be, nearly as important as Haaland banging in all these goals, So they really are purring. And it's interesting, what you were saying there, Mark, about West Ham, where they're going to set up and frustrate. Maybe that was the plan. In fact, that was almost certainly the plan. Man City have not let them do that. And Man City now, compared to last season in particular, people were like, no, we've got to go to the Etihad. Yeah. Last season, because of that period, even though they finished the season fairly well, in the Premier League, certainly, people were thinking, Man City, we'll see.
They sort of fancied it a bit, yeah.
Yeah, and so now it's kind of like they're getting that sort of aura. I don't think they'll ever get it back to what it was, 3 or 4 seasons ago under Pep, but they might not have to get it back to that level if they're going to go on and win the league. Because we always think, oh, well, now you've got to be perfect to win a Premier League title.
Yeah.
This season, you evidently don't.
We're seeing that you don't need to do that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So it sort of bodes well. The West Ham's job now is to keep the score at 1-0. Can they still be, semi-realistically in it in half an hour's time and an hour's time?
Well, like we saw with Wolves, Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Just managing to get an equaliser last minute and then managing to still find a way to lose the game. the time I realised that I thought this game with West Ham was a dead cert for Man City was all the stories coming out this week about Pep.
Yep.
I don't think those stories come out in a week when they're playing Arsenal or Chelsea or United, whoever. I feel
he was quick to put them to bed, wasn't he? I mean, he was because he was talking to the FA, if reports are to be believed, about the England job before Tuchel took it. And there was chance there at Bournemouth.
Yeah, they've had. And another really big chance for Erling Haaland. The Erling Haaland one, a cross came in from the right-hand side. Haaland makes a really good, strong, powerful run. This time it's Cherki that comes in on his left foot and just stands the ball up, and Haaland gets there ahead of the defender.
Score that, Sam.
And for a player of his quality, we'll be very disappointed.
I mean,
it goes wide. The Bournemouth chance is lovely, lovely football. Really nice 1-2. Brooks into Evan Nilsson, who gives it back to Brooks, cutting in from the right-hand side, and his shot with his left foot just beats the goalkeeper at his near post. But that for Haaland, you almost think that's a City for a player like him, really.
Yeah.
You get the next one. What would you rather back here? 3-1 for Haaland to score a hat-trick, or 3-1 for Bowen to score or assist in this match?
Probably a Haaland hat-trick, I think, feels more likely.
They're both the same price.
I'd be surprised now if Haaland doesn't score a hat-trick from this position. It'd almost be a surprise.
I think both are nice bets. It was funny when Haaland was interviewed recently and he was asked about his goal-scoring records and all the rest of it. And he said, but you know what it's like. Anyone who's, played the game, he said, I should have scored more. You see what I mean? Because you're not going to score 100% of your chances, right? And it was such a funny thing for him to say. But then you kind of go, well, yeah, like if you're putting away all of these chances, you're not going to get 100%. And so it was like, blimey, that's the hunger he has. The first thing he said was not that, I've been doing pretty well. It's like, yeah, but I could have had more.
18
it's an incredible mindset.
18 in 17 games this season in the Premier League.
Knowing his mindset, although the goal he scored, I'd probably be fuming that he didn't score it with his left foot first time. He'd probably come off thinking, what on earth was I doing there?
Yeah.
A couple more goals in the Championship. Sheffield United taking the lead at home to Birmingham. Sheffield United 1, Birmingham 0. The goal scorer there for Sheffield United. Bindon, the goal scorer there since winning their very first Championship away game of the season. Birmingham have only won 1 of their last 10 games on the road. Other goals in the Championship, QPR still leading Leicester by a goal to 0, and Marks Derby are losing at home by a goal to 0. I have to say,
early days.
No, I was more put off by the speller taking a selfie.
That wasn't a selfie.
Oh, was that not a selfie?
No.
Sorry, I got excited there. I thought I was taking a selfie.
That's okay. No, I don't know. I was wanting.
You can take a selfie.
I was.
You strike me as a selfie kind of guy.
No, I'm not. I was just trying to capture this wonderful
moment
occasion and this moment. Yeah, but do you know what? Going back to Man City, it's incredible. They just look like, can we put this to bed at half time? Do you know what I mean? They are relentless.
But
could be a long
I think that's something that they haven't been very good at doing this season. I think they're not as good as finishing teams off and being as ruthless as they were in previous seasons. Like it always feels like they could be dominating play, but it feels like playing through them and getting at them is easier this season than it has been in previous seasons.
Definitely. Without a doubt, look, they're not as good as they were 3 seasons ago.
Sure.
That's just not even 2 seasons ago, when it was the height of it all. Because the players that have, 1 or 2 of the players that have gone, most notably De Bruyne, you would say, you can't replace him. There's generational talent.
And not having Rodri as well for the last 18 months.
Rodri, obviously, be another obvious one due to injury. But they are, like we say, you don't have to be perfect if you're going to win the league this season or at least be in a title challenge. They're going about their business. And they have players and a manager who know how to get over the line and who you would have thought, due to their wealth of experience, are not going to get the jitters. They're not going to feel the pressure in the same way that Arsenal might do, for example.
Yeah, Arsenal have got a dressing room full of sort of scarred, traumatised players that have seen this over the last 3 seasons, haven't they? Man City don't have that at all.
Yeah, I still fancy Arsenal for the league, though.
Yeah, so do I.
There we go.
we can make it interesting at least.
But we're trying to, as West Ham.
Could have been 2 there. Areola comes out, tries to punch it, a corner, gets absolutely nowhere near it. And Gvardiol gets his head on, and I think the goalkeeper does get something on it. I think the referee gave a goal kick.
Like Guardiola missed a header there, though. Like it went over him, hit him on the back of the neck.
Yeah, and then maybe came off the goalkeeper, yeah. So the only one goal then in the Premier League is at the Etihad. Man City 1, West Ham 0. Brentford have got a corner against Wolves. Bournemouth, by the way, in the opening 30 minutes, are absolutely all over Burnley. David Brooks has missed a couple of really good chances with his left foot. Wolves clear that corner. Brighton coming forward on the attack against Sunderland. Ball comes to the far post. Ruta wins the header and goes into the hands of the goalkeeper. Talk about Wolves earlier being pretty much good as dead. Does anyone in this room see any way Burnley stay up this season?
No, I think they're down as well. I think it's them two and then one other.
I think Burnley have got
West Ham probably at this stage.
Well, but Burnley are, to me, are a bit like when Luton came up in that I think they'll do a little bit better than what people might think. They might have a little bit of goodwill, maybe not as much as Luton, because that felt like, with the ground being as it is, and so it was almost like a bit of a novelty about it. I know that sounds slightly disrespectful. I don't mean it.
No, but you're right. It was first time they've been up in the top division for
exactly, yeah, for a long time. But so I think Burnley will do a little bit better. I don't think they'll disgrace themselves by any stretch. But again, you look at the competition down there. It's very, very difficult. Are they really going to finish above West Ham or Nottingham Forest or Fulham or Brentford? Yeah. I just don't see it.
Is anyone here fantasy football?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know the Haaland goal?
Yes.
Foden got played in.
Won't be an assist, though.
Not assist. No, it won't be an assist.
You think?
Oh dear.
Is that not for a Foden assist?
Because he took a shot, didn't he?
No, I know, but Phil Foden passed him the ball.
They want it to be the last touch before the goal, right?
I'm sorry.
Well, I've got Nick Voltemada up front, so I'm all right.
Oh, I've got Foden and Haaland, and I don't know.
Well, everyone, you have to have Haaland.
You can't win.
I've not seen you this angry.
I think you might pick up points today from Foden anyway, so I won't worry about it. Right.
I hope so, but that's really upset me. I understand the Haaland shot, but he has to play. He can't give himself an assist, can he?
8 goal involvements in the last 5 for Foden in the Premier League.
He's been in majestic form, hasn't he?
I think if you play whether it's fantasy or you're playing like putting bet builders together, if you just stick Foden and Haaland in your City bet builder, then you're going to be all right.
Would that be an assist in the betting? No,
I don't think it is an assist. No, I'll double check. But when it happened, I thought, there was a shot, and then he's
So across the board,
I'll double check it. Yeah.
Say again.
Furious across the board, he's not got the assist there, so you're annoyed about that.
I'll check it though.
Yeah. Well,
to me, it's an assist. I think
that's been an assist anyway.
What it is.
What do you think, eh?
Yeah.
No?
Might I give you an update on what's happening at Molineux? Wolves, they're the home side. They need to win. All 11 Wolves players are in their own half. Brentford, it's
cash out.
Mate, I'm telling you, why have I chosen Wolves? It's early days.
What's the cash out price, Lee?
Not available yet. It's not
My
worth
goodness, honestly, Wolves, they look like they are clinging on with 5 minutes to go. It's been all Brentford. Maybe it's a touch harshable, but that is if you glance up and see that game, the whole game is being played in the Wolves' half.
It looks like an FA Cup game between a Premier League side.
Brentford had 75% possession in the first.
75.
In the first.
And they've done nothing
15
with it.
minutes. Yeah.
Out of interest, though, I mean, this Wolves side, Strand Larsen aside, who of those players do you think will get a Premier League move next season?
It's a good question.
There's not much.
I think the 2 boys in midfield, Andre and João Gomez, are decent.
Yeah. Andre would, I
completely agree. I think apart from Strand Larsen,
the goalkeeper maybe.
A question for you guys. With Strand Larsen, obviously Newcastle went through a lot of strikers which they couldn't get before they went for Strand Larsen. Did you maybe think he was kind of the price and number? He was maybe a little bit overhyped. Like, did anyone here think in the summer he's a £65 million centre forward?
No, the price tag put them off definitely. But if Wolves had have sold him before the season, then and bearing in mind,
not 2.
Sorry,
they'd be on 0 points.
But he was the only one where you thought, maybe they've got a little something.
Yeah, sure.
So they couldn't have sold him, especially right at the end of the window as it was. I think if you
think he'll get Premier League move next, think there'll be Premier League teams sniffing around him.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Because strikers are a bit of a premium at the moment, and he's proved that he can score goals.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't think Strand Larsen is going to go to a
top 8 or 10 team.
Top 4 side certainly. I mean, again, Newcastle were looking at him, so obviously, but I think Newcastle was probably slightly out of desperation, might be too strong a word.
I think it's the right word.
Would you think so?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But honestly, as I say, team I support, Fulham, I absolutely be over the moon if Fulham got Strand Larsen maybe in the...
He's got double figures, obviously, in the Premier League and Eredivisie, and before that as well, he's
always scored goals.
Yeah, in whatever league he's played in. I know Premier League obviously being the biggest test, but I mean, what did he get 14 last season?
Yeah, his numbers
tremendous.
last season were impressive. Yeah,
really good. And I think in the cups he got a few others as well. He scored in the cup. I think he scored a couple in the League Cup this season, hasn't he? But
he's got nothing. It's not his fault. He's got no service.
No quality coming.
What do you want him to do?
Bristol City have 1 win and 5 in the Championship, and producer Jamie is starting to get a little bit touched and a little bit nervy. Second place, Borough rucking up to Ashton Gate this afternoon. Bristol City with an early lead. Bristol City 1, Middlesbrough 0. So the 4 goals in the Championship. Bristol City leading Borough. Portsmouth 1 up at Derby. QPR 1, Leicester 0, and Sheffield United 1, Birmingham 0. Mark, have West Ham shown any sort of... Oh, hang on a minute. They've just carried the ball into Man City's half, which is a good step forward.
Yeah, breaking news. If we get the banner, maybe saying something, but West Ham were for a few seconds in Man City's half. More pressingly, though, in the Bournemouth-Burnley game, Justin Kluivert with a lovely effort, 25 yards out, bent shot to that far right-hand corner, maybe a foot wide of the goal. It's good effort.
Good effort.
What are you smiling at there, Sam? Bent effort.
I know, I can't. It was something you said. It's not going to make good YouTube. This. You made a. Do you remember that gag you made last time?
It's not going to make good YouTube. This.
Yeah,
but we're going to do it again. No, we're going to have another go.
These kids are
when
mad.
we were talking about what were we talking about? So, who was playing on TV? I think it was Forrest were playing.
Well, they got dumped the first time. Let's not bring it up again.
Oh, did it get dumped? No,
it's madness.
He doesn't dump in there.
He did. I promise you, he did.
Oh, he wasn't here. You think you were here, by the way?
He doesn't dump in there.
No, he doesn't dump in there.
What is going on?
Anyway, we'll forget the last 30 seconds happened. I'm getting excited.
Back to the Bournemouth. Semenyo or Kluivert to score the first goals 2-1, which is a fair assumption that one of those two might. I mean, Kluivert's fantastic player and scorer for Bournemouth. Has been off the boil a little bit. Had an injury, didn't he? So he's been off the boil a touch. But
well, what do you guys think of Semenyo? Where do you think he'll be next season? I mean, he's been pretty much linked with every single top 6 club. Yeah. Sorry, good point. Yeah, possibly in January. It feels like he's been linked with every single kind of top 6 club in the Premier League. I mean,
I think he's got
United.
I think he's got a pick of a fair few clubs.
Yeah,
I think it's this. If what we're led to believe is true about the release clause being a lot lower up to mid-January or so, then I think he'll probably move quite soon. If not, he won't. I think it's as simple as that.
Well, if Salah was to go from Liverpool, I don't think it's a ridiculous suggestion that he might go now.
But isn't that interesting? He could go and be the right winger for Liverpool, or the left back for United.
Wing back.
Yeah, I mean,
wing back. Come on.
They're doing quite a lot of defending.
Arsenal,
respect the system.
Big Arsenal fan. I'm being told Arsenal. I mean, do Arsenal need a left winger?
I don't know. I don't know.
Got Eze out there. Martin Lane Trossard had decent starts to the season.
I feel like he'll end up, and it will disappoint us all. He will end up at Chelsea, and he will be a bit part winger, as they all are there.
Yeah,
that's what's going to happen.
And the most important part of all of this is that Bristol City get 20% of the fee.
Do they really?
Wow. So,
my goodness.
So that promotion charge next season is going to be an absolute belter, isn't it?
Get a load of them.
Great ball.
Brentford have got space here.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much I regret picking Wolves to win this game. All the Wolves fans there, or the majority of them, holding up little.
What is
this?
Club. What is this?
They're very unhappy with the board and everything that's been going on at that club for a few years now. Recruitment has been diabolical.
So why was it the 19th minute they picked? Was that any?
Oh, it might well be. I mean, if it is, I'm unaware of that, which is perhaps to my detriment. But yeah, you've just got to feel for them. I think that when you see a club who are just, it's just like they're just sort of happy to bleed out. Do you know what I mean? It's just so disappointing, and it's so downright disrespectful to the fans. Because it's look, if you have a go at something and you spend big and it just doesn't quite come off, you can have a go at you can sort of say, well, the recruitment was wrong in that you should have done your due diligence with that player. Sometimes players, what was there was a scout recently saying who was interviewed or somebody who was heavily in recruitment saying, you buy 5 players. You'd be lucky if 3 of them really take to it. Do you know what I mean? You have to understand that. One may take a little bit of time and the other one, no matter what the price tag. Wolves nearly scored.
Yeah.
But but if you spend big and it doesn't come off, you might say, well, actually, you spent on the wrong types of players. You should have done it. At least a decision. A decision has been made. What's that old quote from a wise man? That in any time of, when a decision has to be made, the best thing you can do is the right decision. The second best thing is the wrong decision, and the third worst thing is you do absolutely nothing. And it feels like Wolves have just not really done anything, and that's the seriously disappointing thing for those fans, because they pay their money, they turn up every week, and it's almost just like, they see a white flag flapping away every flipping game in the corner. And you're looking and going, well, somebody. And then Rob Edwards turns up. Was probably low down the list of managers, but, he was very willing to leave Middlesbrough, who were going well in the Championship, because of the personal connections he has with the team. And he's turned up and he's trying. But again, Rob Edwards, his only Premier League experiences with Luton Town when they got relegated. A decent manager, certainly at Championship level. But my goodness, it's just quite depressing, really.
And it also feels bad for a neutral watching Wolves, who are this real, historic club.
Totally,
jewel in the crown of the English pyramid, really. And they're just getting that no one's really taking care of them.
Do you want them to beat your points tally or not?
Genuinely, no.
Some fans
what do you mean by beat, though? Because I actually think...
Take the record.
Take the record. Because I've seen some Derby fans on Twitter, we quite like the fact that...
Record holders, baby.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You'll never sing that.
You surely can't want that record.
Mark, you're the Derby fan?
It keeps in the conversation.
There we go.
You can't want that record. I'm sorry.
All publicity is good publicity. No, I'd rather someone take it. I'd rather Wolves take it, yes. It sort of gets a monkey off your back, doesn't it? There's every chance it happens. Although what we've realised the last few seasons is 11 points is such a tiny amount.
You need
it can go in a week.
Yeah.
So who knows? A good Christmas period and they can be up to 8-9 points.
Lee, something we haven't asked you. Final one standing.
We're going to get 8 or 9 points.
They're going to get 3 today.
Yeah, well, I've backed them to get 3
today.
You've
got to get a third of those points today, so that's...
a third being the operative word in that sentence, yeah, absolutely.
Lee, final one standing. Is the 500k jackpot ever going to end?
460 left going into this weekend. And that, so most with Leeds United, 63% I think it is with Leeds United this weekend. Quite a few with Wolves, so they need a win as well. Obviously we're getting down to the last 4 picks, so yeah, there's not many teams left. There's 5 players left in the talkSPORT League. So we started that at the start of the season, private league, if you like.
Nice.
talkSPORT listeners, $5,000 the prize. So we had one of them on the warm-up today, Stuart Gibbon, he was on. And so he's made his pick. I've had a look at the picks.
Yeah.
4 of them have gone for Leeds, including Stuart.
Yeah.
And 1 of them has gone for Crystal Palace.
Oh, okay. So it's done
if
all the way.
Palace win that, then it's done.
Oh,
if it's a draw, then the 5 of them split at $5,000, get a grand.
Yeah.
And if the Leeds win, 4 of them go through to the next round. So that's pretty interesting. When I had a look at one of those players, has still got Arsenal left.
In which one?
In the talkSPORT League.
And he hasn't gone for Arsenal or Everton, so he's gone for Palace.
Yeah, so he's obviously thinking, get through this week, and then we'll try and...
But then if he went for Arsenal this week, and Arsenal won, and leaves Palace with a draw, he wins anyway, doesn't he?
So, but amazing to keep Arsenal until round 18, effectively, if he gets through. Yeah. Mad. How have you not picked them so far?
Yeah.
So brave.
Yeah. But then imagine, though, if he gets knocked out tonight
and never
having not picked Arsenal, it's just absolutely insane.
It would be a sickness, that, you're right.
You feel absolutely horrible. Mark, in the Man City West Ham game, the one moment, half chance to West Ham on the counter attack with Jared Bowen was running through down that right hand side. That final pass was poor, wasn't it?
Final pass was poor. It's good covering from the defender. West Ham are sort of trying to get into this. It's just very difficult.
Sort of trying.
Yeah, but Man City do just strangle you in the midfield.
Don't feel with confidence on that one.
Well, no,
the away end will be bouncing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just that they are trying to get out, but
no, I know
Man City are just strangling them in the midfield. I remember Alex Ferguson used to refer to Barcelona as being the carousel in midfield.
Yeah,
you just couldn't get the ball off them, and you just run around in circles. And it feels a little bit like that. Not to the same extent it did against Man City 3 years ago, but certainly. You just look at it now, it's just they're playing like they're 3-0 up already, and it does feel like they could be that way in an hour or so.
Yeah, Semenya going close.
Was that cutting in there from the left-hand side with his right foot, and the dipping shot just goes past off Dubravka's far post. It's been all Bournemouth in that game, but just the 1 goal league so far this afternoon. Yeah,
might be my eyes. Got my contact lenses in, but the City... West Ham and Bournemouth Burnley colours very similar, aren't they? I keep looking at the wrong game. You not think that?
I get what you're saying.
Clarets and light blue ish.
Yeah, it's fair. Mark, any suggestions for
put my glasses on. I could put my glasses on, couldn't I?
Why need you put your glasses on?
I've got contacts in as well, so it'd be like double vision then, wouldn't it? Like double strong vision.
Sounds like you might need it.
I might need it. Yeah. But no, there's not much going on in the Wolves Brentford game. I've been watching that for the last few minutes, and this is Brentford's problem really. That they don't look like they know what to do on the road. I mean, they should be really pushing forward against Wolves. I know they've got a lot of possession, but they're nowhere near the team that they are that have been at home. Wolves, on the other hand, I mean, the draw obviously was the shout, I guess, in this game. Everyone would have thought that from the outset, and it looks like a draw all day long. To
everyone bar me, Lee.
Yeah, but no, we went for it because we thought it's now or never for Wolves, and it might well be that a 1-0 wins this game by for either side. But the minute it looks like a 0-0 all day long.
Oh, a contentious penalty or something.
Yeah, Brighton, Sunderland are just roughhousing them, to be honest with you. I mean, they are physically trying to test Brighton. Brighton have had a decent few efforts on goal, nothing amazing, but Brighton are probably from an efforts on goal point of view, you'd say they're ahead, but yeah, Sunderland are just really taking it to them. Very aggressive side.
Yeah, they are.
So we were halfway through then, are we? Near enough these 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Bournemouth 0, Burnley 0. Bournemouth have failed to score in each of their last 2 home Premier League games and have really struggled for form over the last couple of weeks, despite that decent point away at United on Monday night. Still Brighton 0, Sunderland 0 at the Amex Stadium. Sunderland have won just 1 of their 6 top-flight meetings with Brighton. The only goal in the Premier League so far this afternoon at the Etihad. Erling Haaland scoring the goal. Man City are unbeaten in their last 19 Premier League games against West Ham, and it's Wolves 0, Brentford 0. Still looking for the first goal in that game. Wolves have lost each of their last 9 Premier League games, their longest losing run in their league history. Goals in the Championship is Bristol City 1, Middlesbrough 0. Middlesbrough are looking to win 5 consecutive Championship matches for the first time since a 6-game run in late October, in late 2023. Portsmouth still 1 up against Derby. Marks Derby they're searching for an equaliser. Portsmouth have won just 1 of their last 10 away league games against Derby. QPR still leading Leicester thanks to a very, very early goal. QPR have won their last 3 home matches in the Championship, and Sheffield United have doubled their lead against Birmingham. Sheffield United 2, Birmingham 0 in that game. Since winning their first Championship away game of the season, Birmingham have only won 1 of their last 10 games on the road in the competition. All the other goals in the Championship are currently goalless at the moment. Swansea beating Wrexham last night. Did anyone see the Swansea goal? late last night.
Keeper.
That was one of the
fantastic.
most. That is.
Go on, I didn't see it.
Go on, you describe it, Mark.
Ball into the box, keeper comes out, absolutely nowhere near it, flaps wildly. You think he's got away with it because it's gone to sort of the back end of the sort of by the sideline, by the edge of the penalty area. He gets back into goal, ball comes straight back over again, and he just sort of tries to catch it and drops to his knees with the ball in his arms, drops it into the net. I mean, it's like pantomime early. It's brilliant.
So he's had basically two mistakes in the space.
He's had
like
2
10
opportunities
seconds.
to not absolutely ruin everyone's life on the night, and he's failed to take either one of them. It's a real one for the ages. It's sort of own goals and gaffes territory.
Oh, now you're talking.
If you're old enough to remember.
Oh,
what
and
that is.
I am.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Who is that keeper? What's his name?
I'll find out for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I don't off my head.
No. Why would you, to be fair?
Yeah. Oh, you are so, I mean. As I do that...
out here at the Brentford Wolves outside the area.
Outside
anyway.
the box, it looked like.
Yeah, outside the box.
Is he giving it?
No, he's given the foul, but it's outside the box.
Yeah.
Correct decision by the referee. Wolves have a free kick on the edge of the box.
But that's what Wolves need. Is a penalty, don't they? Obviously,
Well, that's
they
it. That's-
need that's what's going to win them this game.
I do think so. With these games so far, a lot of players look quite leggy. It looks like quite lethargic football at the minute.
Yeah,
and I wonder if that's a good omen given that the busy Christmas season is just about to start.
They're full of mince pies and stuff, aren't they?
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
Arthur and Conquo.
Arthur and Conquo. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. Well, good luck seeing him in the Wrexham documentary next season then.
Yeah. Was it
Yeah.
Arthur?
On Conquo?
Oh, okay. I thought you said Arthur the Conqueror. I was like,
I thought that was
sort of
after
medieval
last night.
vibe about that.
What do you reckon here? Wolves have got a free kick just outside the box. Andre is standing over it.
Here we go.
Towards the left-hand side.
Needs to invoke the Reece James curler, hit off the post.
All right, you might go goalkeeper side here. He's a little bit closer to goal. Andre does go well. I don't know what he tried to do there, but went straight into the wall. It wasn't particularly good. And Mark, is that half chance for West Ham?
Yeah, absolutely. Started on the right-hand side. Jared Bowen gets the edge of the box, puts in a really good ball towards the back post in that, what Ron Atkinson would call the corridor of uncertainty.
Oh, yeah.
No one else anywhere near it, really, to get on the end of. However, promising for West Ham. Man City, despite all the domination, despite all the possession, despite those early chances, haven't added a second. West Ham are still in it.
If 2-0 was the most dangerous scoreline, what's 1-0 then?
Oh, my goodness. It's...
Well, you're still on it. You're still thinking we haven't won this game, so
Right.
you're still pushing forward. You're still making sure you're doing everything right. 2-0 just gives you that kind of like that lackadaisical
I am
attitude.
when my team go one up, I am terrified. That's why I don't celebrate.
I don't think it hasn't happened many
Go
times this
2-0
season,
up,
has
and I shout, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
You know?
3-0 you walk out the room, don't you?
Well, 3-0 up, I'm a bit like, "Oh, okay, I see what you're
3-0 up, you think, this hasn't happened since
I
1984.
wasn't born last time.
doing." Really funny.
But I don't enjoy watching my team play at all for that reason.
Yeah, right.
If we're 3-0 up, I'm like, well, I have no respect for this opposition then.
That's very
I can't enjoy this win.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Speaking of 3-0 up, QPR 3-0 up home to Leicester.
Why? Get out of that.
Richard Kone, who signed from Wickham in the summer, has had a really good season. He got the second goal. And yeah, QPR 3 up at home to Leicester.
Strange team, Leicester, this year.
Yeah, but again, you all know it's better than us, and it's trying to work out the championship, work out who's good and who's not good. It's almost impossible
Absolutely.
because you're one win away from going from 6th to
Yeah.
2, and then
Well, that's the championship.
I think
Always
getting used to playing that many games as well. Just there are not many days to have any downtime.
rest and recover.
The chat. So it's obviously, Sam, being you're a Liverpool fan, you wouldn't understand this, and nor should you. But you know, as a Fulham fan, I've seen Fulham play a lot in the Championship, and you know, don't get me wrong, I don't want Fulham to go back down to the Championship, obviously. However, when you find yourself down in the Championship, it isn't a bad league because you've got some huge teams in there, and by definition, not one team can dominate it.
Yes.
Because if a team dominates it, they're up.
Yeah.
So it's always keenly contested. And you say the games come thick and fast. If you can get out, of course, at some point you want to get out of it and go to the Premier League and all the prestige and all the rest of it. But the Championship is a great league. It really, really is. And in terms of attendance and so on, isn't it in the top 10 in the world?
Fourth European league or something.
I mean, it's incredible. So
I don't support a Championship team, but I'm a big advocate of the Championship.
there you go.
It's a cracking league.
What I'll also say is I've got friends that are fans of Forest or whoever who not enjoying it that much being up in the Premier League.
Yeah, well, there is that sometimes.
It's nice to, because we're going to support our teams whether they're Champions League or whether they're
Sure.
National League North or whatever. So to be in a league where you're seeing some victories, you're seeing some competitive games in the competitive league. Yeah, great.
Someone said to me, similar thing, someone said to me the other week that the journey to the Premier League is much more enjoyable than being in it.
Actually, because you're winning, every week.
But then I guess there are lots of examples now of teams who get through that initial, who stay up, who they get through that initial thing, and then you can build on it.
Which is why when people go, oh, mid-table obscurity, it's like, well, hang about. If your team's, obviously if you're a Liverpool fan or Manchester United, you don't want that. But most clubs aren't that. So if your team is the 10th, 11th, 12th,
If you're a Palace fan,
even 13th best team in England, it's amazing achievement.
It's the best league in the world. You're safe in the best league in the world.
Yeah.
See the thing with here we go, chance for Man City.
Oh, good save, Areola.
Yeah, very good save.
Ipswich won up home to Sheffield Wednesday, so
You're a bit safe. Don't worry about
Two
it.
legs are in so far.
we're differing, aren't we?
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
Easy.
Good stuff.
Shortest prices.
No, listen, I'd have taken a 3-1. I'd have been happy for a nice little.
Hey, I predicted a 2-2 in the earlier game. What do I get for that?
Yeah, well, that's no good. It's not part of our ACCA, is it? It's still well and good saying these things, but we need it written down and.
The good thing about that is
paper.
it gives me a great self-satisfaction and sense of pride. So there we go.
That was a good move there, Mark, wasn't it, from Man City? Again, really good, intricate football. Cherky finding
again,
Reinders, and a good save by the keeper.
Yeah, I said a few minutes ago that West Ham looked like they could maybe get back in it, and Man City, I think, have heard me and decided actually we're going to put this game to bed and get a second and third. Reinders with a good effort there. Reinders started the season so well. I feel like he went off the boil a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It was the first game of the season against Wolves, wasn't it? Where he was unbelievable,
right.
Goal, assist, and everything.
But as the season's panned out, we realised why he was so good in that game.
Yeah, it was great against Wolves.
Yeah, poor old Wolves, honestly.
This Brighton-Sunderland game, I know I'm a bit obsessed by boxing today, but it's like Brighton have been dragged into Sunderland's fight. 2 yellow cards already, and they're trying to retaliate. But
So Brighton or Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, but Brighton, Sunderland are just kind of roughing them up, like I said, and they're getting more and more annoyed watching Brighton. They're just kind of chirping away at the referee because they don't like the physical nature of what Sunderland are doing to them, but they're not quite as skilled at it as Sunderland are, so they're giving away yellow cards. 2 yellows so far for Brighton. Again, it's a fairly open game, but it's one of those where you wouldn't be surprised to see a red in the match at some point. I think it would come from Brighton, aren't the sort of team who get players sent off generally. But they just look a little bit disturbed by what Sunderland are doing to them. And I think if you were on the 4-1 of Sunderland at the minute, you'd be pretty happy.
Well, it's funny.
Great ball, actually.
Oh, Sandingra. Hit it, Lefebvre.
Sunderland. Oh. No, it's funny you say that about Sunderland. I agree, and it's what they did to Newcastle.
Yeah, roughed them up.
Yeah, totally. And Newcastle, you would think would respond to that, right? And they just didn't. Yeah. So strange. But yeah, it's working for them.
Can Newcastle are the sort of side that you think have got the personnel to do that?
Yeah.
They were doing it to Chelsea in the first half a bit today, weren't they?
Such a baffling performance from Newcastle. But anyway, that was last weekend. But Sunderland have been a great addition to the Premier League. Yeah,
and if they can with this AFCON, the 6 players going, the 3 key players, if they can keep picking up points during this period, amazing for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
good play for Man
City.
Lovely football.
Oh, there it is. Reinders, right on cue. They work it really, really nicely. Good, quick, one-pass football into Haaland. He plays it into Reinders. He gets the ball out of his feet and scores into the roof of the net. And it's just been coming, hadn't it, really, Mark? They've been all over them.
Yeah, they have. It's lovely football. It's sort of that classic Man City goal, really, walking it in, isn't it? West Ham try and get out the edge of the box. They can't get out. They get squeezed, lose it on the edge. Foden takes hold of it. Is that Shirky? Sorry. Into Haaland, onto Reinders. Lovely finish.
Lovely finish, because he's played to him quite quickly. He has to do sort of feet.
The exact same spot of the net as Haaland's goal as well in that first 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's good stuff. And now, genuinely, what do you do now as your West Ham? What do you do? What's the game plan now? Is it just get to half-time at 2-0 and hope for the best?
I think it is damage limitation. That's the thing. They're not going to take the game to Man City because they can't. So what do? You just keep it tight. And you never know, once in a blue moon, you get a lucky decision. Bowen produces an amazing moment of quality. You go, 2-1, and maybe there's a little tiny shift in momentum.
Oh, do you just shop goal difference though? Minus 15.
Well, yeah.
They're on minus 15 goal difference. Leeds are on minus 10. Then Forest 8, 3 for Fulham, 3 for Brentford, 3 for Bournemouth. So they're already the same goal difference as Burnley. So they kind of cut adrift on that. And that's going to count for something if it's close at the end of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, nearly a goal for Brentford.
Yeah.
I don't think West Ham are set up to kind of just put everyone behind the ball and stop this Man City team.
Do you know what?
They have to go for it.
The really worrying thing for West Ham is, you thought when Nuno went in there, you thought, that's a good bit of business that, he's obviously left Forest, and he goes, he'll sort out the defence. He's got some players where they can play on the counter like he did at Forest. It's not working. No, it's not happening.
Not at all.
And with West Ham, they will be very, very worried now, because Leeds are showing something. And yeah, we expect Wolves and probably almost certainly Burnley to be down there. But Leeds, as I say, showing something is the last thing West Ham needed, because Forest, I think, aren't. We would expect them to go out. You'd be surprised.
They're way too good to go down.
Yeah, you'd be surprised if Fulham. You'd be surprised if Fulham are in it as well. It's pretty slim pickings, but West Ham are the one, aren't they? And you look at that West Ham squad and you think, well, they've got some players that Leeds don't have, but they are not being used or utilised. And you think, talk about Wolves fans, getting a bit fed up, and to say the least, and so on. West Ham fans are just a bit like, what is going on?
I think Leeds' home form gives them the edge, that ability to win games at Ellen Road against.
It's got goals in them as well.
Like a game,
But the difference is with Ellen Road and, say, the London Stadium, as it's still called, where West Ham play.
It's a football stadium. Yeah. With football supporters that can be near the pitch.
Yeah, well, indeed. But
creates an atmosphere of something.
Ellen Road, the atmosphere there is, come on, lads, you can do it. Yep. It's encouraging, it's positive, and they're ready to give their team support. At West Ham, it's, lads, don't mess this up. I've paid good money to be here, for crying out loud. A totally different feel. So on the basis of that, Ellen Road you'd be a far happier hunting ground for Leeds than the London Stadium might be for West Ham this season, because it can turn toxic quickly there, because they have had season after season of just nothingness. Whereas Ellen Road, back in the Premier League, they know that they can play their part in their team staying up, and they're going to give it all they can.
Yeah, and Ellen Road, when it's packed, as it always is, it's rocking. It does do something to a player, I think.
Yeah.
Totally. Whereas West Ham, I'm taking my boy to see monster trucks there 3 times. This is not a football stadium. you can't expect there to be any sort of atmosphere when you're that far away from the pitch, and we can see the back of stands. What is happening?
Yeah, I remember. I saw the New York Yankees play the Boston Red Sox there a few years ago. Great game of baseball. That was.
If a Yankee and a Red Sox went to Leeds, they'd have their heads kicked in. That is the difference. In a good way. Don't dump that.
Yeah, and if a monster truck turned up, well, it would be just rubble by the end of it, wouldn't it?
That Nuno point is absolutely spot on, though. 10 points from 12 games if they go on to lose this one, which you imagine they will. So, I mean, the old safety barrier was 37 points, wasn't it? I don't think that is applicable anymore. So that's a point a game, effectively. They're averaging under a point a game under Nuno. They're averaging 0.6 points a game before he came in, 0.8.
Oh, Burnley are 1-up. Oh, it's offside. Oh, that was a shame.
But in a sense, this Man City game is a bit of a freebie, isn't it? Surely we're not expecting anything from many teams to go to Man City and get anything.
Absolutely
so
not.
I suppose it's not. This isn't the day where they're putting themselves in the drop zone.
But previous to that, there's still the form has been poor under Nuno. There's a couple of wins back to back, but other than that, so 10 points in 12 games, and 6 of them came in 2 of them. It shows you everything you need to. I mean, they will go down if this continues, I think, because they need points from somewhere. And I think Leeds are capable of winning more games than West Ham.
Yeah,
for whatever reason.
Well, and that's the thing again. It's you know, don't want to sound like an army general, but morale is so crucial in a relegation battle as well. And again, right now, obviously, it's a long way to go, but in Leeds, morale is high, and I mean, even though there was talk of Farke losing his job. Right now, you know, again, they're thinking we can do this. At this point in the season, Leeds United fans will be thinking we can. Premier League survival is very much on.
What's this VAR check?
Yeah, so I think they check. So I think the question is, I think the Burnley player is definitely an offside position, but I think they're checking whether it came off a Bournemouth player into his path as opposed to a Burnley player. It's quite clear they're number 29 in offside position.
Yeah.
What they'll be looking at is whether the ball came to him via the Burnley player or the Bournemouth player, and that's what the hold up here I think is.
See what Sunderland are getting in behind Brighton right now. There's a couple of efforts, you know,
playing really well, knocking the ball around nicely, aren't they? Wolves just had a decent opportunity, nothing clear cut, but the ball was played over the top and just couldn't quite get onto it. Now I think there's going to be a play stopped with a
chance for Sunderland. A nice little spell for
confirmation that goal doesn't stand in the Bournemouth-Burnley game, but the goal stands at Pride Park. Derby are back on level terms. Derby
there you go.
Portsmouth won, which is...
Go on the Derby.
Go on the Derby. Come on the Derby. Can we get Derby and Bristol City Championship double today? There we go.
Who scored? Any word
we're going to find out as soon as that flashes up there in front of us.
It's an own goal.
Don't ask too many questions.
Oh, it was an own goal.
It's a Matthews own goal, yes. Thank you, Matthews.
Aren't you supposed to be our Derby correspondent here?
Thank you for well, look, I'm connected here. I've got screens in front of me. I've got the guys up there on the screen.
I mean, why we haven't got the quad on, or Derby on the quad for you is quite disrespectful.
It should be the entire quad, really.
Yeah. Just the one game on the big TV.
Wouldn't mind. Yeah, okay, well, that's good news for me, good news for the ACCA. We're back. We're back.
Good news for everybody, right?
Everybody.
Not good news for Portsmouth, I guess.
Yeah, but they're bottom of the league, famously. So
yes.
Up the ACCA.
Famously bottom of the league when you take out the bottom 3 teams.
Yes.
We are nearly at half-time then. Man City are leading by 2-0. And Marcus, a slight lack of goals from talkSPORT goals?
Well, there is. I mean, just a couple from Man City. It's a bit of a shame, really. I thought Bournemouth might have found the back of the net against Burnley. I'm delighted that Brentford, as I say that, they come forward, that Brentford haven't scored against Wolves because Wolves haven't really looked like it at all. But that game, if it doesn't end 0-0, it'll be 1-0 and it'll be a controversial penalty or some sort of stinking own goal or something. But look, I've got Wolves down to win, so I'm backing the boys. But today is a chance for them to more than double their Premier League points tally. We are deep into December. It's nearly Christmas. Can you believe we're saying that about a Premier League side? It's ridiculous. Absolutely. No. If I was a Derby County fan, I would be thinking, come on, this is the season where that record is taken away from us.
Well, that's what's more depressing about it, I think, is that it's not like Wolves are a newly promoted side to the Premier League who have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
They're an established Premier League side.
Were you just promoted?
When we went up, Sam, we shouldn't have been in the top half of the Championship.
Right.
We were riding our luck the second half of that season, got up through the playoffs.
That's a lot of luck.
Warning from history, that, isn't
it? Yeah. I mean, you're never going to turn down the opportunity to go up to the Premier League, of course not, because it's too early, let's say.
That would be remarkable, wouldn't
it? But at the same time, imagine that.
Yeah. No, thank you. We're all good.
Like, because Sunderland came up through the playoffs, and yet, talking to some Sunderland fans, they felt they were ready. They felt really, there was a confidence about Sunderland fans.
But they added like 11 players, though.
Well, indeed they did. But when at the Football Ramble podcast where I operate, we were doing our predictions. I was saying, I'm not too sure, but one of the guys, Sunderland fan, was like, we're staying up. We're going to do all right. And I didn't put them to go down because of that, and a few other Sunderland fans being so confident because they felt when they went up they were ready, and obviously you make the additions and so on and so forth.
Yeah, there's a vibe about the club.
But there is, but incredible. As I say, it was through the playoffs though. But so it really is a mixed bag.
We went up and I didn't feel confident from the first day of pre-season. I don't think we thought we were ready to cut it, just from the personnel alone. And we didn't really add to the squad. This is so different with Wolves.
You mentioned Derby not being ready. Sunderland's form going into the playoffs was awful.
Yeah.
They really struggled towards the end of that season and then got up. It's almost, I feel, like signing that many players, they probably saw their form tail and thought, we've got to try and almost bring in, half a dozen new players.
So, yeah, actually that drop-off could have been a blessing in disguise for them. Then.
Yeah, kick out the backside, yeah. Team, we got half-times then, 4 half-times in the Premier League. Just the 2 goals in the Man City West Ham game. Haaland and Cherki, the goal scorers for Man City. West Ham have lost 15 of their 16 Premier League away games against Man City. That record does not look set to improve this afternoon. All the other games in Premier League at half-time are goalless. Bournemouth 0, Burnley 0. Burnley have won 3 of the last 4 Premier League away games at Bournemouth. They had a goal disallowed for offside. Brighton Sunderland, been end-to-end. A fun game of football, but no goals into that game. It's the first ever Premier League meeting between Brighton and Sunderland, and Wolves 0, Brentford 0 is the other half-time score in the Premier League. So on talkSPORT Goals, we'll take one more very quick break, and then when we come back, we'll take you through all the second half action in the Premier League. Good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Premier League, Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2 was the result from the early game. Just goals in just one game in our 3 o'clock games. Man City leading West Ham by 2 goals to 0. Erling Haaland scoring the first goal. And then it was Reinders, wasn't it, who scored the second goal for Man City. Man City 2, West Ham 0. All the other 3 o'clock games in the Premier League then at half-time are goalless. Bournemouth, Burnley, Brighton, Sunderland and Wolves versus Brentford. In the Championship, Bristol City won up at home to second place Middlesbrough. Charlton 0, Oxford 0. Derby 1, Portsmouth 1, no goals between Hull and West Brom. Ipswich leading Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to 0. QPR are now 4-0 up at home to Leicester, and in fact right on the stroke at half-time, Hull taking the lead at home to West Brom, and Ollie McBurney penalty. Sheffield United 2 up at home to Birmingham, and it's Watford 0, Stoke 0. Lee Phelps, what odds are jumping out for you then for our second half games?
Yeah, well, if you like Bournemouth before the game, then they're a little bit bigger than they were, 7-10, so still odds on to beat Burnley. Burnley are 5-1 to win away from home. The draw 2-1. Brighton 6-4 now to beat Sunderland. Sunderland 13-5. The draw is the one that's kind of come in there. Man City obviously a very short price to complete the win at West Ham. Wolves are just a smidgen under 3-1 to win at home to Brentford, who are 29-20. The draw's the same price. We've got a total Premier League goals under or over 9.5. So 9 goals or 10. I mean, that's come down. That's
struggling there, aren't we?
I mean, you'd hope for the sake of talkSPORT goals that lands at 10 or more.
Mark, if this second half doesn't improve, you're going to have to go into comedy mode as opposed to like football punditry mode.
What about
you? Maybe just practice some of your sketch, like some of your.
Yeah,
when's your next gig?
Just do a few bits. Yeah,
have you got a gig coming up?
I've got a few coming up, yeah.
Oh, great. When's your next gig?
I was here in about 15 minutes.
He's off to a flyer, isn't he? He's off to a flyer. We are applauding you.
Yeah, but you know what? That's not bad. It's not bad to have a bit of a lack of goals. It gives us a chance to talk about other more in-depth football matters, doesn't it?
What in-depth football matters?
The Christmas tree, reindeers, that was fun, wasn't it?
yeah, that was nice.
A bit of AFCON chat as well.
A bit of AFCON.
Did we?
There you go. No, we could.
We could. All right.
Yeah.
There's loads to get stuck into.
Yeah. No, as I came into work this morning, I thought I wish we'd do some AFCON chat.
I don't want any goals.
During our weekend. Yeah. No goals, please. Yeah.
Brighton Sunderland is the AFCON. I think there must be 8 or 9 players missing from those two clubs who've gone to AFCON, I think.
On a serious note, have you got another gig coming up? When is your?
I'm
not at the moment.
always doing gigs. Let's go on marksmithstuff.com.
All right.
My camera. marksmithstuff.com.
Yeah, you got it. And so if you're going into a gig, how long normally would you how much time would you spend like prepping, or have you got the same kind of bulk of stuff that you use as you go to different gigs?
Are you sincerely asking me?
I'm genuinely interested. Yeah.
You've never asked me before about this sort of stuff.
Well, these games are awful, so I've got to.
It's also half time.
Yeah. You've had to update your stuff since the 90s. Some stuff you just things go in and out of fashion, don't they?
Yeah, lots of Thatcher and her politics.
Tell us, come on, why are you being? You can tell us.
I tend to do, if I do my own show, it's like an hour of stuff in which I've written over the year. But to be honest, I'm not doing as much stand-up at the minute.
Really?
I'm doing more sort of writing stuff for other things, more podcasty stuff.
Which characters do you play?
I'm not that sort of comic. Come on, man.
I know you're not.
Grow up, all of you.
Oh, right.
Harry Enfield. I wish I was Harry Enfield. I'm not Harry Enfield. It varies a lot, Sam, like, in terms of preparation, I suppose. If you're doing like club gigs, sort of 20 minutes around town or whatever, it tends to be the same 20 that you have for a bit until you replace bits and change bits around and rewrite bits and drop bits entirely.
Do you enjoy doing it? Oh, really?
I stopped for a long time because I stopped enjoying it. But that's because I had kids and stuff.
Sure.
And it was, I don't want to be out of the house 6 nights a week. But yeah, like you always say, it's better than a real job, isn't it?
Yeah, much better than a proper job.
Yeah.
Mark, would you ever try stand-up?
I genuinely have. Yeah.
Have you?
It was a long time ago, and
Where was it?
All over London, and it turned out that people aren't ready for my stuff yet.
You're ahead of your time.
Yeah, exactly. I think in years to come, I think I'll be retrospectively appreciated. Maybe heralded as one of the greats, but at the moment, I'm happy to take a back seat. No, it was very much open mic.
So with the audiences, they weren't laughing in the room, but when they got home later on, they'd have been like, yeah, that was right.
Yeah, I think so. I used to get a lot of messages post-show going, do you know what? It's now the penny's dropped.
6 months later.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's a slow burner, you might have called it.
Yeah.
No, but it was so long ago, it's pointless to chat about it. But it was an itch I needed to scratch, and thank goodness I scratched it.
Well, what sort of years were these?
Oh, this is, so when I first moved to London, so late noughties.
Interesting. You open mic. I was probably doing similar gigs to you then.
Right? I thought I recognised you. Yeah.
Did you ever have a situation where like you would go and do the open mic stuff? You would tell a joke, and it was just like dead silence. Is that quite normal for people?
I have that now still.
Oh, really?
It happens all the time.
Is that the worst feeling in the world?
You know what though? Like,
get used to it.
Well, no, but I think
like the Rangers one.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but I think if you tell a joke and you have a go from my very limited experience, but Mark would obviously be much better to talk about this, but. Like if you have a go and it doesn't sort of quite happen, it's almost like watching a game of football. Someone has a go, but yeah, I see what you were trying to do there. Yeah, fair enough. Whereas if you do something, you're like, what on earth was that? You've taken a penalty and it's hit the corner flag.
Which bit did you think we'd laugh at?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that isn't even a gag.
Yeah.
Like what is going on there? then that makes the audience a little bit nervy and a little bit kind of, we don't this. Whereas if you're a safe pair of hands, then I think you've got license to try things out. And I think so as long as you don't make the audience nervous, I would say. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, but to your point, Sam, even very established TV acts who are constantly doing stuff have gigs where just nothing.
Erling Haaland misses chances, as we saw in the first half.
It must be so. That's the thing, though. It's like standing up on stage and doing that, and it just dying. That must be one of the low points. Because if you're writing for podcasts, at least there's no direct audience there, and you're still being funny. But none of that.
There's no immediate feedback.
Which must be that must be like going home after that sort of gig. It must be like
soul destroying. Yeah,
I'm like.
Can we come to the next gig?
Why are you laughing at
that?
Can
we come to the next
gig? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, marksmithstuff.com.
We were laughing.
No, come and sort out some,
Unbelievable, isn't it?
You can.
Unbelievable.
No?
Yeah,
I'll pay for my ticket and his.
Thanks, Marcus.
£65 each. Yeah, thank you.
I was pointing at Lee.
Just pay me directly, though. Yeah,
of course.
So what we'll do, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we will, because we have to, keep you across things that might happen in the world of football.
Second half's going to be brilliant.
Most importantly, coming up next from 4 till 5, live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. Comedian Mark Smith is in action.
Full hour.
With a little bit of Marcus Speller as well. And if there's a goal, I'll shout about it. But if not, Marcus and Mark and Marcus, there we go. The two M's. Take us through a bit of comedy stuff. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT.
That's never going to happen.
Good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It is brought to you by Final One Standing. Absolutely brilliant and new from William Hill. It is 18 plus. Gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions, of course, apply. It's just gone 4 o'clock. The second half about to get underway in our 3 o'clock games. I'm your host, Sam Ellard, Marcus Spell, Mark Smith, and Lee Phelps alongside me to around 5:30. Then we hand over to Jason Cundy and Jamie O'Hara on the, not the sports bar, it'll be the full-time phone show, won't it? Taking your calls on all of the action that's happened today in the Premier League. I'm sure Jason will have plenty to say about his Chelsea team that were really bad in the first half away at Newcastle, finding themselves 2-0 down. They were much improved in the second half, getting it back to 2-2. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2 was the result in the early game in the Premier League. At 3 o'clock is Bournemouth 0, Burnley 0. Bournemouth are winless and they lost 7 Premier League matches, having a really poor run of form. No goals in the Brighton Sunderland game. Man City are cruising at home to West Ham. They are 2-0 up. Man City have lost none. Well, they lost 46 Premier League home games against sides starting the day in the relegation zone. And since the start of April, Man City have won the most home games and the most home points of any side in the Premier League. And Wolves 0, Brentford 0. Is today the day where Wolves can pick up their first Premier League victory of this season? Perhaps their goal is at half-time in the game at Molineux. Spurs Liverpool's 5:30. Everton Arsenal, Leeds Palace are both 8 o'clock kickoffs today in the Premier League. In the Championship, draws between Southampton and Coventry, Preston and Norwich. Blackburn picked up a big 3 points at home to inform Millwall. Blackburn pulling away from the bottom 3. The latest scores in the Championship: Bristol City leading second place Middlesbrough by a goal to 0. Charlton 0, Oxford 0. Derby 1, Portsmouth 1. Hull scored a late first half goal against West Brom. They're leading by a goal to 0. Hull starting the day in the final play of sport in 6th place on 34 points. Ipswich leading Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to 0. Sheffield Wednesday only winning 1 of their last 13 away matches. Ipswich have won 22 points in home matches in the Championship this season. Only Coventry and Borough have won more at home. QPR thumping Leicester 4-0 at half-time. Sheffield United 2, Birmingham 0. Watford 0, Stoke 0. Mark, what's catching your eye? What's jumping out at you then for our second half games? And don't say nothing.
Sorry then. Back to you, Sam.
Yeah, okay. Marcus, what's jumping out at you in our second half games?
Well, actually, West Ham, sorry, just to jump in there, West Ham with a chance here.
I tell you what a genuine chance.
A great chance for Bowen there as well. I think there was a flash across goal. Bowen gets to it. Good defending in the end from Man City. But I was going to say, weirdly, Man City looked so composed at the start of the second half. And yet, here we go, look, West Ham. Oh, it's not actually quite reached.
Walker Peters got to the byline, goes across the face of goal. Donnarumma does well to push the ball out, and then came to Mateus Fernandes outside the box, and possibly could have done better, boys. Should have hit the target, maybe.
They've had 2 efforts, and Donnarumma
apologies,
very, very well. But yeah, Fernandes, it was a poor effort from him. He's just blazed it over the bar.
Yeah, it was. The head's gone, wasn't it? Really, no composure there at all.
That's an outstanding save, isn't it? Because he has to push the ball away, get up, and then make the save again.
Yeah, I mean, what must James Trafford be thinking right now when he's watching this?
Can I get a move in a week's time, please? When the window
waste of time that was for everybody.
Yeah,
he's got to go, hasn't he?
He's got to. I feel terrible for him. I mean,
it's such a shame for him because nearly went to Newcastle, obviously, and where you would imagine, Bournemouth going close, where you would imagine he would have been the starting keeper by now.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So he came in, clean sheet against Wolves. He made a bad mistake, second game at home to Spurs. Do you think it was just that one game that Pep saw and thought, not having it? Or do you think it was part of a longer-term plan that we're going to sign 2 goalkeepers?
I think that with Trafford, there's been a lot of talk about his potential, but he hasn't played that much in the Premier League. And what he has done in the Premier League, when he was obviously at Burnley, when he was dropped actually during that season at one point, it's been pretty negative for him so far. But the potential's there, hence the transfer to Man City and Newcastle interested in. Well, they looked particularly vulnerable with him in goal. And I think Manchester City probably looked at this and thought, maybe this isn't quite right. Maybe he's not taken to this because the step up is huge. Man City are an elite football club. And even though they weren't Premier League champions going into this season, they still have ambitions of that. They've ambitions to go deep in the Champions League. And I think they may have, chance for City there. They may have, reassessed things. When Donnarumma becomes available, well, we know that he is a fabulous goalkeeper. Now, people might say, well, he can't be that good because PSG were willing to let him go. Well, okay, he had the odd little critic in France when he was playing there. But from what we saw of him, particularly in the
Champions League run,
I mean,
they played every
imperious.
English side. He was freakishly good.
Freakishly good. He makes saves that other goalkeepers simply do not make.
And for Italy in big games as well.
Well, indeed, yeah. So your number one thing is, can your goalkeeper keep the ball out of the net? Absolutely he can do that. People say, oh, well, his distribution, he can't play with his feet. Well, he can do, because he played in that PSG side that won everything and were superb in the Champions League last season. Yes, okay, he might not be as good with his feet as maybe like Ederson, but Ederson was particularly good, to the point of people used to say he could maybe play out on pitch. So Donnarumma doesn't excel in that area, but I don't think he lacks with his feet. But bringing him in, you knew it would bring stability to a slightly fragile defence, which I still think is a little bit fragile. But he would bring stability to that, because they've got this absolute Adonis behind them in goal, who is going to, as you say, make freakishly good saves, and somebody who has played at the very highest level, is a Champions League winner, and is coming in there with a huge reputation. If he's there to be bought, as he was available, you got to go and do it. Even if people think, hang on a minute, that's a bit weird with James. Chance
That's
there.
an outstanding save by the Wolves goalkeeper, Jose Sarr. Ball got whipped in from the right-hand side. I think it was Sharda who was unmarked, and the goalkeeper had to come across to his right. Sharda goes across goal, and Jose Sarr sticks out a big left hand and makes a really good save.
Well, yeah, talking to goalkeepers in big saves, I mean, my goodness.
To me, what matters with this is what Man City had told James Trafford and his people before he signed.
Yeah.
Have they told him, you're in until you're not, or have they told him you got, a season at least where you're going to be the number one?
They would have told him,
Talking of good saves by good goalkeepers,
save.
this time it's Bart Verbruggen. Cross comes in from the left-hand side. I think it's Alderete that gets his head on it from close range. And Verbruggen, big strong hand, tips it over the bar, and that remains goalless to the Amex.
Yeah, and by the way, Jose Sarr's made another good save for Wolves there. Brentford are thinking to themselves, right, come on, lads, this game's here for the taking.
Can we rename this programme from goals to saves?
Yeah.
It's just been an unbelievable 90 seconds of goalkeepers.
I think right now we're on for that.
Yeah.
But what you're saying about what did Manchester City say to James Trafford and his people?
Yeah.
Well, nothing is a given, right? So James Trafford, he'll be disappointed, and he might be saying, well, hang on, you told me this. Well, they've reassessed. And for the good of their football team, they've reassessed as well, because I think James Trafford's got good potential, and I think he's a good young goalkeeper. He is not Donnarumma, though.
Well, that's it. But if they told him that, then fine. If they said, we think you've got great potential and you could in the future be our number one, but I wouldn't have thought they'd have mentioned that might be in the market for a prime age goalkeeper, maybe one of the best in the world.
Well, but do you not think though things change when Trafford comes in, looks a little bit shaky? Maybe some of the defenders have said to Pep, look, we're a bit nervous with this guy behind us, and they kind of go, well, okay, well, who else there is without question better? And then you have the situation arise at PSG where they say, yeah, we don't really want Donnarumma, he's up for sale. What do you then do? You've got to seize that opportunity. And you have to give Man City credit for thinking quickly in that regard. They've not signed Trafford and then a few days later have gone, actually, let's put in a bid for Donnarumma. No. It's not happened like that. So I actually think you have to give Man City credit for thinking and seizing an opportunity there. Because they have done, and they are a better football team.
It's just not much of a vote of confidence for a young keeper.
No, and I feel for Trafford there.
The other alternative was to bring in a more experienced keeper who was 33, 34, who might be towards the back end of his career, rather than Donnarumma, who's still got 10 years left at the top.
Indeed, but
But to your point, you're right. Man City have been proactive.
Man City are not. A football club doesn't exist to make a young player feel more encouraged and so on. Like it's a ruthless business, and I feel for James Trafford, I really do, and I wish now, with hindsight, he'd have gone to Newcastle United. But of course, Aaron Ramsdale benefits from the fact that he didn't go to Newcastle United, and I want to see James Trafford starting for a Premier League side because I think he is good enough, and I think in time he will do it. And he is very unlucky that Man City. But from Man City's point of view, in terms of winning games and becoming a better football team, they did the right thing.
Yeah.
Johnson Bowen! Oh, he's hit the side netting.
Tell you what.
From a tight angle, he had quick feet to take a pass, Donnarumma. And then from a really, really tight angle, he goes into the side netting. It kind of a ricochet of Nunez, and he does well to go past the keeper. And just from a tight angle, he couldn't put the ball in the back of the net.
Well to put in. Brighton and Brentford, by the way, are pouring it on at the minute. They expect Brentford look like they've come out in the second half, as you said, Sam, and thought, right, let's have a go at this because a goal is coming soon.
Wolves having a bit of a huddle here while
Jose Sarr's down, He's only backing for Sam Johnson. He's made a couple of big saves.
Header came in and just smashed him on the head.
Another chance for Bournemouth. Semenya played inside the box on the left-hand side, and again with that left foot, he goes high and over the bar, and again, a player of his quality, Mark. You'd expect him to hit the target there.
Well, you do, yeah. I mean, he's been brilliant. I feel a bit sorry for Semenya that he's not going to be performing at AFCON because, of course, Ghana incredibly didn't qualify for the tournament. Obviously, that benefits Bournemouth, and it benefits us in the Premier League because he's a brilliant player.
First time in 21 years, I think it is.
Well, incredible. I mean, Ghana are actually my African side, having been there in 2008 when AFCON was on. So I was quite frankly disgusted that they didn't qualify for the tournament, but they have qualified for the World Cup and they're in England's group, so that'll be an interesting tie. But
so do you want to win, England or Ghana?
No, I mean very much England, of course. You know,
or take a draw and both teams go through.
The king and country comes first, all right. But
what was it like Ghana as a country?
Were you doing really? Like comedy there?
Oh, yeah. Exactly, yeah.
The Accra comedy.
Maybe that's why, nobody's getting these Britpop references here. I don't know. But
what's going on in the?
There's a bit of chaos in the Brentford box, but they get it away. Yeah, Ghana, great place. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Very, very. Considering, without getting all sort of unnecessarily geopolitical, it's some of the countries around it, there can be a little bit of political turmoil, and so it's a very calm and very warm and welcoming nation. So yeah, I haven't been to the other countries around it, so I can't say that too much, but obviously, historically and politically. But yeah, a really good place to go. Beautiful coastline.
Or you were there for the tournament? Or
no, well, I was actually there with a charity called nice. Ambassadors in Sport.
Bowen with a chance.
Oh, big
should
chance!
Have scored, should he?
Oh, this time he gets playing down the right-hand side of the box, and he goes on the outside with his right foot, and the goal opened up for him, and he tries to go across the goalkeeper, and it just goes. This is what I mean about Man City. As great as they are going forward, that's almost one ball through midfield,
they're open,
and Bowen's in. And I think maybe if I'm being critical on O'Reilly, it makes it a little bit too easy for Bowen to get that shot away on his right foot.
What do you think of Nico O'Reilly? Because he's obviously a very, very good footballer, right? And he's got a lot of technical ability and so on and so forth. As a left back, and as I've just mentioned England there, in terms of tournament football and World Cups and whatnot, you've got to be on it. If you get done or something, a goal can put you out the tournament or whatever. I'm not fully
convinced.
sold. I think
who would be your left back then?
Probably
right now?
Lewis Hall. People laugh at me. I don't think it's ridiculous that Luke Shaw might not get in. But I think Lewis Hall would be I would be more comfortable. I know O'Reilly gives
even if he does has a year playing week in week out at City and always has that experience and that pressure. Possibly going deep in the Champions League.
Maybe I'm being a bit harsh. I think O'Reilly offers. I think O'Reilly should probably go. I think maybe the two fullbacks are Lewis Hall and O'Reilly, depending on the opposition. If you think you're going to be needing to defend properly at times or traditionally, then you maybe go for Lewis Hall.
Sunderland breaking here at Brighton.
Nice move.
Oh, wide of the post.
Options there, and he's pulled it wide instead.
He has, yeah. Oh dear. So yeah, I don't want to. Please hear me right. I think O'Reilly's a brilliant player, but sometimes down that flank, because he's not naturally a fullback. He's a midfield player, and he's spoken about that as well. He's still getting used to that position, and I just wonder, in terms of England and next summer's World Cup, do you put a very young lad in there who is still kind of getting used to a position? Yeah, okay, he's playing in the Champions League and he's playing high level of football and so on.
It's probably the one position, isn't it, that feels like the least certain, doesn't it?
Yeah, because Lewis Skelly obviously is a good player. There's talk of him going into midfield maybe, but he's not playing enough.
Livramento at left back in the past, hasn't he?
Well, I would take Livramento, but I would take him as a backup to Reece James on right back probably. But left back, yeah, I think Lewis Hall is one. Again, people might laugh at me and think,
I don't think Luke Shaw's the worst shot in the world.
Well, I mean, very
experienced, Man United.
Very experienced player and whatnot. I mean, what do you reckon, Mark? I mean, in terms of left backs, Nico?
I feel like we've got an issue with fitness at left back. I think we've got so many players who have had long-term injuries or a bit sort of patchy with their injury records. Livramento, Lewis Hall, Luke Shaw, all fall under that category.
Yeah.
O'Reilly's he's not had that much football. We're still early in the season, really.
Sure.
Let's see where we are on Easter and then make a decision on it.
Yeah, but what I do like about O'Reilly is, especially if you're going to control the ball and going forward, he gives you so much. You saw against Real Madrid, for example, that game showed you when it's a bit harsh to say he gets done for the goal, but he's playing against top players. But I forget who it was. Was it Rodrigo who goes past him for the goal? Yeah. obviously scores a goal and was brilliant elsewhere on the pitch, and then did some great things and can cause damage up the other end. So, chance for Brighton over the bar. So yeah, maybe I'm being a touch harsh. There's definitely more to come from O'Reilly, but again, a young player who's not playing in his natural position, fairly inexperienced.
Jed Spence's would be another one, and an interesting shout from behind the glass, a player that Thomas Tuchel knows well, and I'm led to believe he's been asked about this and hasn't ruled it out.
Ben Chilwell.
Ben Chilwell, and that really would be a blast from the past, wasn't it, playing at Strasbourg right now?
Who suggested that?
Ben Chilwell did.
Is Ben Chilwell behind the glass?
Do you know what? I didn't say Jed Spence because I think Spencer's a good player, and if he ends up going, yeah, fine, he can play either side, but I would still put him on as right back rather than left back personally. I think Ben Chilwell, despite having a fair few caps and so on, I don't think.
But another left back who we can't trust injury wise.
Yeah, there you go.
It's happened constantly.
There you are.
Team, we are going to need some serious help for Rackers to come in. Of our 5 games, only 2 at the moment are coming in. Ipswich are winning against Sheffield Wednesday, Man City beating West Ham. We need a Wolves goal, we need a Derby goal, and we need a Brighton goal.
Derby are biding their time, don't worry about it.
You reckon?
Derby and Brighton, I think.
Confident about Derby.
Sunderland, I tell you what, looking. Foden. The Wolves goal is not coming.
No, I don't think so.
It's just not
I
coming.
don't think so.
I mean, my other pick was Bournemouth. Was going to be Bournemouth.
That's coming, I think.
Yeah, but it's not yet, though.
Yeah, they're pushing on, aren't they? And I still think they've got a goal in them, Bournemouth. I'd be surprised to see them draw or not score in this game.
Well, I would be as well.
Yeah.
But Burnley have done okay.
And Portsmouth have had one.
They always do okay, don't they?
And
they went in.
So that's what we're dealing with. The Acca is cursed.
The Acca is cursed. All of our Accas are cursed, aren't they, Lee, on a Saturday afternoon?
I do feel a bit.
Have you won one of these yet?
No, I'm so sure. We normally do bet builders, and we're picking on one game.
Right,
sure.
Have we won a bet builder before? I think we have, haven't we?
We won a bet builder before?
Yeah, I think we've won
Lee
one.
normally has Calvert-Lewin to do something, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Every single week.
Hey, but he scored though, didn't he? Went to Brentford last time.
4-4 now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
The maths has worked out in the end. It always does in the end.
I always say you can't argue with maths.
Exactly.
Here we go as well. Big, this I'm going to give this to you for your journey on the way home. Back of the Daily Mirror, my World Cup dream.
No,
Calvert-Lewin exclusive. There we go.
Did he have a dream that Ghana won it?
Take that home with you. Take that home with you, and you can read down the train on the way home. That's all for you.
Lovely.
He managed to try and get into the Ashes team. This is mad. What's he talking about?
Yeah.
It's because when Welbeck started scoring a couple of goals, everyone was like, World Cup.
I'd have him ahead of Calvert-Lewin for sure.
Would you?
Yeah, in the pecking order of English.
And I would have Calvert-Lewin over Ollie Pope back at number 3. Definitely. 100%.
I think I'd have Calvert-Lewin over Welbeck, but I'd have Ollie Watkins over both of them.
Even though he's not scoring.
He's scoring.
Well, scoring, but not.
Right.
So mine was a hierarchy
many
of players that aren't going to be in the squad. It wasn't necessarily that I think they're in with a shout.
Sure.
As much as I love Welbeck, I don't think he's actually in with a shout.
Okay. So are you happy with Watkins as Kane's backup?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're very different sorts of players.
It's not what I asked.
No, it's not. Yes, I think I am. Yeah, in lieu of Ivan Toney playing.
Don't sound convinced, Mark.
Talk to me about Ivan Toney then, because
I just don't think he's playing a high enough level of football.
but he's playing in the right conditions though, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. He's getting used to sweating a lot. Yeah.
There you go.
Is that enough?
The weather in North America is gonna kill us. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But if Ivan Toney's there, maybe we've got a chance.
Well,
he's good for a penalty.
And, those long balls into the box if we're chasing the game, the big target man and everything.
Well, I'm saying that if you're going to go for a profile similar to Kane to replace him directly with, then Ivan Toney would be ahead of Watkins for me. Mm-hmm. I've just my reservation is that he's playing at not a great level of football. That's
when Brentford have scored.
1-0 Brentford.
Yeah.
Oh, Lewis Potter.
Lewis Potter. So that's the Acca gone.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the Acca gone.
Can't see him scoring 2.
I don't know why you guys pressured me into going for Wolves for the Acca, but there we are. It was never going to... Even at 0-0, this Wolves are just all over the place.
Big goal for Brentford, though.
It's a huge goal for Brentford, and, at some point they were going to cash in their Wolves voucher. And they've finally done so because
They've had to wait a long time, haven't they, to cash in their Wolves voucher? They've been counting down to December the 20th.
The only surprise, is that
took 63 minutes.
It's taken them 63 minutes. Ball into the box. I mean, look at that defending.
My goodness,
look at that defending.
I need to know what they told Rob Edwards about this job. I need to know what they promised him. What maybe dirt they had on him.
What
threats they get.
Whatever you do this year, you won't get sacked. Is probably what they said to him. Because where did they go? They quite clearly they couldn't get anybody of note. Why would you when the ship is very nearly sunk, let alone just sinking? Rob Edwards said about his, affection for the club, obviously been there before.
Yeah.
And he said that was the reason he left Middlesbrough, who were going well in the Championship. And he said, if it was any other club, then he wouldn't have gone. And I've got to say, with Rob Edwards going there...
I don't believe that, though, either.
Well, okay, it's unlikely that Real Madrid...
Any other club.
I think he's talking within the realms of rational thought. Yeah, okay. Sure. He's got both feet firmly on terra firma, right? So I think with Edwards, he said that, and again, he's managing Middlesbrough, and he with a real chance for promotion, and he thinks, you know what, if I can be the guy who gets Wolves out of this, my goodness, I'll be a hero there, kind of thing.
There'll be a statue.
So I kind of statue is strong. I understand.
If he gets out of this now with them, he will get a couple of statues.
A couple of statues.
100%, one in each corner.
You think about some of the statues they've already got, and some of the players they've had over the years.
That's how little chance I give them of getting.
All right, okay, fair enough. I think that he backs himself to do a job, but realistically, it was never going to happen because we said today they have to win today against a Brentford side who are not in particularly great form.
Awful away form.
Yeah, awful away form, and they haven't even looked like the home team, let alone a side who might have been on the front.
And one thing in Rob Edwards' defence, Krejci, the defender there.
Yeah,
it's just a hopeless ball into the box, and he somehow manages to mistime the bounce, which goes over to him and allows with Potter in to score. And I guess no matter who the coach is,
that's not a coaching issue.
No, of course not. Right. And I think you touched on it earlier, Marcus, but I think they could have got Pep Guardiola, Jurgen Klopp, and Mikel Arteta all in together. Yeah. This Wolves team weren't staying up. I think a part of Rob Edwards, having won promotion with Luton, having done well at Middlesbrough, they had 90% of their eyes on next season, having the best manager possible to take them up from the Championship.
Yeah, which I don't think is necessarily stupid.
No, I agree.
But again, feel for those Wolves fans. Look at what they're watching today. They're watching their team again just be pedestrian would be an improvement. They're watching their team be very, very poor against a side who you're thinking, right, okay, win today. You never know, and it's the hope that kills you, doesn't it? But they're watching their team just bleed out in the Premier League, and it's so disappointing. Derby's record could be handed to them, which is the most unwanted record in Premier League history, and it's just so miserable to think that they could be down mathematically way before the end of the season. There's no fight, no nothing, and you just turn up and you go,
but also this idea of them coming in for next season. Okay, sure, we've seen that before, it happens. But normally it's with 10 or so games left of the season where you can come in, rejuvenate the team a little bit, start to see little patterns and see where your management is actually having an effect on the side.
There's tons of the season left.
He's in for a long time. He's in long enough that a new rot can set in.
Yeah.
And he is going to be consciously or otherwise, he's going to be associated with this team going down for next season. So you're going to have a lot of battle-scarred footballers at that club and fans who associate...
And manager maybe as well.
Yeah, but associated Rob Edwards with this relegation. Yeah. So I think it's the idea of putting the trigger on him and bringing him in so early for next season, I think it might just be too early. I think you could see him sacked end of the season. I don't think they
really
can. If they go and score fewer points than Derby, given he's had so much of the season to work with, and if you continue to see a lack of progress with the side, he's not safe. I don't think he's not in a safe seat there. He can't be.
Yeah.
His former side, Middlesbrough, by the way, now 2-0 down away to Bristol City. Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 0.
Just going back to the Ollie Watkins as Kane's understudy.
Yeah.
Why isn't that Jared Bowen with West Ham? The way,
he's not centre forward.
Well, Kane, but he can. I think he can do a job similar to Kane, where he picks the ball up and runs with it, and he's got. I think he scored.
I think Kane does all sorts of different things.
It's impossible to be an understudy to Kane in a way, isn't it? But Watkins is so far down on that list of goal scorers this season. He wouldn't go on form. He would not go to the World Cup on current form.
Oh, there he is. The main man's done it for Bournemouth. He's actually been in a real goal drought over the last few weeks, but Antoine Semenyo with a beautiful finish for Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1, Burnley 0, 67 minutes on the clock. And from the left-hand side, the ball just fell to him, and he just almost too easily passed the ball, whipped the ball into the bottom left-hand corner, giving Martin Dubravka absolutely no chance of Bournemouth, who were without a win in 7 games. 1 up at home to Burnley. It had been coming.
It's a great goal, that. Yeah, good to see Semenyo celebrating. He's been brilliant this season. Obviously, say a little bit of a goal drought.
And Erling Haaland
puts it away.
Talking about some calamity defending there. West Ham couldn't clear their lines. The ball falls to Erling Haaland, and from close range, he puts the ball into the back of the net. So Man City now 3 up at home to West Ham. But it's a lovely finish, isn't it, Mark, that from Antoine Semenyo? I mean, helped by some pretty awful Burnley not defending, trying to play out from the back. There's a slip there as well, and it just falls to him, and that's a beautiful first-time finish.
He's a bit unlucky there. He's just lost his footing. The ball falls to Semenyo. He doesn't take a touch, hits it first time, and it's sort of a classic Semenyo finish now, isn't it? I think that's what we associate with.
Vintage Semenyo.
Yeah. He's edge of the box, never in doubt. Really lovely finish from him.
West Ham also there. Ball goes through Kilman's legs. Walker Peters then kicks it off a fellow West Ham defender, Todibo, and it falls into the path of Erling Haaland.
Yeah.
I mean, that 5 seconds there just kind of sums up West Ham season. Pretty
it does,
calamitous.
yeah. And actually, they've been pretty good this half. They've taken the fight to City, which I didn't think they'd do.
They should have scored.
They should have
I
scored.
mean, that's the difference, isn't it? They could be 2-1 down and thinking, okay, we're still in this. And now that's the
Palace last week, before City got 2 up, Palace had 3 or 4 really, really big chances, didn't take them.
Yeah.
And City are clinical and finish them off winning 3-0. Looks easy on paper. Far from easy last week at Palace.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
From a distance, Man City here, you look like they've won it comfortably, and they will have done. But West Ham have had chunks of this game where they could have made something more of it. But ultimately, it's going to be another game where Man City have just sort of cruised through. And that's what champions do. That's what people looking for the.
When you look, you look at the stat that game you just talked about, Sam. It was 6 shots on goal, 6 shots on target, 3 goals.
There we go.
Here they've got 12 shots on goal, 6 on target, 3 goals. It's not rocket science, is it? Get unbelievably quality players in there. Yeah. You got Haaland in your team. You're going to score goals, aren't you?
Yeah.
You need 3 chances to score 2, basically.
So we've got 20 minutes to go then in our Premier League games. Bournemouth leading Burnley by a goal to 0, looking to end a run of 7 games without a victory, and Burnley's awful, wretched run of form looks set to continue. Semenyo giving Bournemouth the lead. The only goal then that's still goalless in the Premier League is Brighton 0, Sunderland 0. Man City 3 up at home to West Ham. Erling Haaland scoring a brace for Man City. If West Ham fail to win this match, they are guaranteed to be in the relegation going to Christmas. It's the 5th time they've been in the bottom 3 at Christmas in the Premier League, but they have avoided relegation on the 2 previous occasions. Brentford 1 up away at Wolves. It took them a long time to get the goal. It came in the 63rd minute. Keane Lewis-Potter scoring that goal there for Brentford, who have dropped more points from winning positions than any other side in the Premier League this season. That's 13. Tottenham versus Liverpool is the 5:30 game in the Premier League. Of course, the first time Liverpool are without Mo Salah going to AFCON is Alisson in goal. Bradley, Konate, Van Dijk, Kirkes, the back 4. Once again, that diamond in midfield of Gravenberch, Jones, Szoboszlai, McAllister. And the front 2 is Ekitike and Wirtz. Alexander Isak on the bench for Liverpool today. Frimpong is back for Liverpool, by the way, as well, after a few months out injured. Spurs have got Vicario in goal. Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, Spence, the back 4. Again, there's Bentancur and Gray at the start of midfield. Kudus, Bergvall, Simmons will support Kolo Muani. There's no Richarlison today for Spurs. They've gone with the extra midfield player Bergvall. Richarlison on the bench. Everton, Arsenal ways the clock kick off, as is Leeds versus Crystal Palace. Goals in the second half in the Championship. Bristol City double their lead at home to Middlesbrough, and Sheffield United got a 3rd goal at home to Birmingham. The only 2 games goalless in the Championship are Charlton 0, Oxford 0, and Watford 0, Stoke 0. Who would you fancy for promotion, Mark?
Oh, I mean, I have a sneaky feeling there could be someone who we've not really talked about so far.
The fun of this, right?
Yeah, I think I think Stoke for some reason are going to do. Yeah, I think they could do something. I'm not sure why I think that, but I really feel like there's a team that we haven't talked about too much that could sneak up and do something in the last 8-10 weeks of the season. Producer Jamie was convinced that of the season that Bristol City would be going up automatically. I wonder what he thinks now. I'm not sure he's as
automatically.
That's what he was saying at the start of the season. He'll deny it now, I'm sure. But they're another one who you know.
He also backed, but we haven't mentioned this ever on the show. He also backed Burnley to win at Spurs' first game of the season in final 1 standing, which felt like a brave decision to make, didn't it, early in the season?
Yeah, it really did. I mean, Coventry are the obvious ones. They are
they feel like they're
a very impressive team as well. They score so many goals. They look so exciting to watch. They're the best team we've played so far this season at Pride Park.
I'm probably jumping the bandwagon because they're currently winning 4-0, but maybe the team no one really mentions is QPR, who seem to have lots of goals in their team. I covered them. I did a couple of games really early in the season. Got quite an experienced Championship team. Again, I'm touching your straws here a little bit. So because it's unpredictable, almost feels like it is a little bit of guesswork, isn't it?
Yeah, but why not? I mean, it is one of those leagues. I mean, obviously Derby County are going to go up automatically.
That goes without saying, right?
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Which season?
It doesn't matter which season. No one asked me specifically which season.
No.
Commentator's curse, by the way. Watford 1, Stoke 0. Watford taking the lead at home to Stoke at Vicarage Road.
Yeah, well, Stoke started the season brilliantly and they have fallen off a little bit, but you feel like they might get a second wind. That's not starting today, it doesn't look like. But yeah, I mean, Coventry are one of the most exciting teams I've seen in this division for a while. So I can't see them
got 53 goals this season. The second highest team got 37 goals. I mean, that's how clear they are. The second best team in terms of goals scored. The numbers are frightening.
Yeah, and also they've just got goals all over the pitch as well. I mean, players in midfield they've got players who are going to score double figures, 3 or 4 of them from deeper positions. It's ridiculous what's happening there, and Lampard has to take a lot of that credit. You know, I'd have loved Lampard at Derby for longer, but Chelsea fluttered their eyelids at him, and that was it.
Got 2 people in that city want Frank Lampard to be their next manager. The Chelsea fan.
That's not what Mark said, to be clear.
I don't want him back at Derby necessarily.
So am I putting words in your mouth there?
Yeah, a little
Classic talkSPORT presenter.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. But yeah, Coventry very impressive. I mean, also, Borough, a solid side who have got experience of doing things. It is in their DNA in a sense of going up and seeing that top division, and I think that does mean something. I think compared to
it's been a little while though with Middlesbrough.
It has been, yeah, but they've been competitive in this league for a while.
Yeah.
Who'd be the 3 funnest teams as a Premier League? I always want new. I'd love to see Bristol City in the. I've never seen Bristol City play in the top flight.
I think Coventry are a good
Millwall,
one.
I think Coventry
are
fun.
good.
Yeah.
Millwall, yeah, that'd be a good one.
Maybe Bristol City, Millwall, Coventry would be fun.
Well, Millwall. I mean, it would be incredible if Millwall could get promoted. My goodness. I mean,
Preston, for old time's sake, they're one of the old.
How old are we saying?
Founder clubs, aren't they?
Yeah.
What a save by Donnarumma.
Yeah, I think Coventry would be an entertaining side to have in that league. I basically think any team that isn't going to go and just park the bus and hope for the best every week.
Yeah. I think Millwall going up to the Premier League, they would be very much thinking to themselves, "Yeah, we're gonna put our
make some friends.
Stamp of authority on this league. This is all shiny and lovely. This league, we'll show them." I mean, it's incredible down the New Den. If you go there on a match day, it does feel quite different to certainly a lot of Premier League grounds. The sense of community, the sense of all sorts of things. Man, if they were in the Premier League, it would be very strange to see Premier League football.
Chelsea twice a year, be nice.
Well, yeah,
West Ham, Millwall, Spurs, Millwall, Leeds, Millwall. There's
hope
lots of those.
Let's hope it doesn't.
Maybe
happen.
apart from Fulham, I'm not sure that quite has the edge to it.
I don't think Millwall are fussy. When you put it like that, maybe it's best if that doesn't happen.
Oh, Wolves shout!
Oh, it's on the roof of the net. Yeah, well, I mean, Wolves have not shown very much at all.
The right thing, headed it back towards the far post, but just got. It's coming to something when you think that's the best chance you've had all match, isn't it?
Yeah, it would have been
well
an
to deliver the ball in, to be fair, but
a quadruple substitution for West Ham as they try and get themselves back into the game. Mavropanos, Souček, Callum Wilson are coming on. So Man City 3, West Ham 0. Bournemouth still 1 up at home to Burnley. Brighton 0, Sunderland 0. Lee, first half in that game was quite end to end. Brighton just maybe asserted a little bit of authority and dominance.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, it's not. You wouldn't say it's. I mean, you described it as end to end, and it kind of was like in that first half. Yeah, but this one it feels a bit different to that. I mean, it's still Sunderland. They're still having a go, and they've still probably had the better chances. 6 shots on goal from Sunderland, 5 from Brighton, 2 on target from Sunderland, nothing from Brighton. But they're just controlling they're holding on to the ball more. That's all it is, really, to be honest.
Matoma's on now as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Where's he been the last?
Injured. He's been injured for a couple of months. Yeah. He has been injured. Yeah, he's on the bench today. And has he come on? Yeah,
he's come on. Yeah, they've 4 subs have come on now for Brighton trying to change things up.
Matoma, Milner, Veltman. Yeah. What are you guys expecting in the later games? Then we've got 2 cracking games at 5:30 and 8 o'clock.
Goals in the Tottenham Liverpool game. Always goals.
I mean, that has got. I think that fixture is the fixture with the most goals in it in Premier League history.
Well, what do you think? I mean, obviously Liverpool would be favourites going into play Spurs. Liverpool are sort of showing signs of sort of turning a corner.
4 unbeaten?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I would expect them to try and be like if you're a Liverpool player or connected to the club, you're thinking, right, professional 2-0 kind of performance. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, their back line may not allow that because, as you say, they've been quite sloppy, and you think there's the potential of goals for it. But
chance for Brentford.
Is that Damsgaard? That was an incredible ball, cross-field, and Damsgaard went through one goal, and as the keeper, Jose Sarr, came out, tried to almost lift it over him, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it just goes, that's a fantastic ball. It's like Shardo plays. Look how much space he's got to run into there, Damsgaard. And the finish.
Well, he's unlucky.
Yeah, it just goes over the bar.
Good chance, though. Whereas, Liverpool a bit sloppy at the back, but then Spurs have been so poor, really, haven't they, of late, and particularly at home. So
they don't know what they are, do they?
Yeah.
Don't know what they are.
But I think with Liverpool, in the last couple of games, we've gone to the diamond formation.
Yep.
I think we've looked a lot more solid.
Solid is the word, yeah.
And Milan away was better. Brighton at home.
But even Brighton at home, I thought they were fortunate to get away with that, with a 2-0 victory. In fact, Hertzler said we should have got something out of it, maybe even a win, which seems a bit mad when you lose 2-0. But there were very presentable chances for Brighton. I can see Spurs labouring to create some stuff, maybe not taking them, and Liverpool running away reasonably comfortably 2-0, something like that. I'd love it to be a goal fest, but that would be what I could envisage there.
Everton.
So on that one, there's an epic boost, which is Liverpool to score first. Liverpool scored first 9 times this season, in 4 of the last 5 against Spurs, and Spurs have conceded first in something like 4 of the 5 at home as well. So it looks a decent, even money as usual with the epic boost, but yeah, it looks a decent one. I think Liverpool win that well.
Leeds Palace, is Leeds Palace for you guys quite a hard one to call? Because Leeds
I quite like Leeds.
Is pretty decent.
I quite like Leeds at home. I mean, only because of the problems that Palace have probably got. They've struggled to play weekend after playing in midweek.
He did rest everyone though on Thursday.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but I still think it's a game. It's another game, isn't it? And the club's being getting used to that. I think Leeds. I know it's a cliche, but Leeds under the lights at Elland Road on a night game is tough. Calvert-Lewin obviously playing really well at the minute, and I think. They've got a couple of players away at international duty, haven't they, as well, Palace. So I just think all things being equal, Leeds might be worth a go. 2-1.
I actually fancy Palace for it.
Yeah.
And the reason is because Glasner obviously has prioritised the Premier League game this week.
Yeah.
Over the Europa Conference League. And it's funny, isn't it, how, they kick off against Leeds exactly 48 hours after they kicked off against the Finnish side Cups in the Europa Conference League. And Glasner was saying, this fixture congestion is ridiculous. He's absolutely right. They failed to win that game in the Europa Conference League. Yeah. And because of the campaign not being as good as perhaps it should have been, they now have to play 2 extra games in that playoff to get into the extra round, which is a bit of a sickener. But the reason why I think Palace might win is because those players, all of them did have a rest. And it's, they could do with a little bit more of
No, Sarr, I think, is a big blow for them.
No, Sarr is a big blow.
Such an important player for them, I think, offensively.
Yeah, but the reason why, as I say, Glasner's doing that, Palace are in a great position in the league. And they're in that position on merit, of course. And I don't think it's a false position, whereas 1 or 2 other clubs, you think, Man United, 3 points off the top 4, or something like that. So I think that a lot has been said about Palace at the moment and fixture congestion and blah, 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 blah. I think there'll be a sense of determination in that side to go, right, we're going to go out and get a result here. And Leeds are a good side. Palace are a better side. They know how to play when they're under the cosh, under pressure. And I think that will probably play into their hands because Leeds will think, oh, hang on, we're at home. We're having a good spell at the moment. And I think my money would probably be more on Palace there.
I know, like in recent years, you've had your West Ham's getting to the Conference League and stuff like that, but it's probably hard for anyone to work this out. I reckon this Palace team, in terms of like first team players that Glasner feels comfortable picking from, is probably the fewest amount of those players available to a manager going both Premier League and Europe. I think they've got a really, really thin squad. Yeah. And not only did he not really improve the first 11 in the summer as they're going, it feels like it hasn't really been able to strengthen the squad, kind of squad depth. Well, like Villa didn't have an amazing summer in terms of bringing in players in starting 11, but they brought in players like Gesson to kind of strengthen the squad. Sancho,
give people a rest.
Whereas Palace just don't have that.
Oh, what a goal! 2-0 Brentford.
Yeah. Lewis Potter on the double. Yeah. It's a good move. Wolves were trying to push forward and just got caught on the break, and it was kind of like, I didn't count it up, but it felt like 4 against 4 as they broke. But yeah, good ball in, and he just a clinical finish, really. So,
I like using the word limbs, don't I, Lee, on this show. They just pan to the Brentford end, just literally, just like calmly applauding the second goal away at Wolves, like And
a lot
of limbs walking out of lots of limbs walking out of Molineux.
Slow moving limbs as they walk out of Molineux. This is so depressing for Wolves.
Yeah.
No surprise. I think Brentford have been better in the second half since Mikel Damsgaard's come on. It's his ball into the box.
That's a good goal.
Oh, that's a really good ball. So whip ball into the box, and Lewis Potter slides to the left-hand side.
Two good finishes from
First
him today.
time, that's a really good goal.
Yeah.
It's almost like a sliding clearance, but gets a great connection on it, and it goes into the back of the net. And Brentford are 2 up at Wolves.
To go back to your point, Sam, sorry, about Palace. I mean,
you get my point. I'm saying that badly.
Yeah, I think it shows how good a coach he is as well, by the way. I mean, it helps to have, in a sense, the same settled 11 with which to work from. But I do think this January, this transfer window is a big one for them. Because he must be saying, look, if you're not going to support me now with signings, when we're in a great position in the league, when are you going to do this?
Yeah, totally.
Why am I going to stay here for longer than this?
But he has been hinting that in press conferences.
Not even hinting. I think he's
pretty much saying it.
On the nose 6 months ago as well, saying.
Bit like Nuno at Forest, where it was saying how it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nuno at Forest.
Yeah.
Winning the FA Cup is the greatest achievement in that club's history, right? You know, it's not. Yeah. It's not a controversial point to make. Glasner has done that, as you say. Right now, they're in an amazing position in the league, and we're deep into December. You know, so yes, early days, blah de blah de blah, but still they're there. They're still in a European competition, which really they should go deep in, if not win it. So you've got a lot of positive things happening. They've got a brilliant manager in Glasner, who obviously won the Europa League with Eintracht Frankfurt. It's like, back him. Go and do it. You know, there was all that chat about Mark Gay, and they managed to just keep him, rather, by luck rather than judgment. But Glasner is a man in demand, and so if you they may well lose him in the summer. You know, a lot of people might think that that'll be that. If they were to lose him in the summer, well, then do it after they've had another spectacular season, where they've won another trophy, where they've maybe finished in the European spots in the Premier League, which is an enormous achievement for a club the size of Palace. So, you're right. If not now, when are you going to go, right, come on, let's strike while the iron's hot?
Let's give him three players who can compete for those starting positions.
Yeah, definitely.
Just help them out. Because those players, you're 2 injuries away from it being a disaster there.
Yeah, I think they're going to miss Saar big time over the next few weeks. I think.
How long's he out for?
It's gone to AFCON, so obviously to be decided. But I think
although they've been without him for a little while,
they have,
a couple of weeks he was out.
So they're used to being without him a little bit, I guess. Again, it's just a massive test for these clubs. I think your point is brilliant. That there's such a small
first one
number
of the season.
There you go.
Small number of players to kind of pick from, and it's going to get harder and harder through the season.
But the fact that we're halfway through the season and they started the day 5th in the table, now 6th,
amazing.
Just a testament, as Marcus says, to what an outstanding coach he is. And pound for pound, they're punching, like Sunderland, a little bit well above their weight, aren't they?
Totally. And they're going to lose. They're going to lose players as well, aren't they? So it's going to be another challenge next season.
Is the comeback on for Leicester? Possibly. Ball to goal back away at QPR in the 82nd minute. QPR 4, Leicester 1. Charlton have lost 5 of their last 6 championship matches, but are 1 up at home to Oxford, who started the day in the final playoff spot. So Charlton 1, Oxford 0. So we got what then, boys? We're entering the final 10 minutes then, or 5 minutes in some games, of our 3 o'clock games in the Premier League. Bournemouth are leading Burnley by a goal to 0 thanks to a wonderful finish from Antoine Semenyo. Burnley have lost their last 7 Premier League games. Defeat here would see them equal their longest ever losing run in their league history. Brighton 0, Sunderland 0, the only game goalless in the Premier League at the moment. Brighton are winless in their last 9 Premier League games in December, but they can't wait to get out of this month. City at home and cruising against West Ham. They're 3-0 up. West Ham have lost 15 of their last 16 Premier League games against Man City. That treacherous run looks set to continue. It took Brentford 60-odd minutes, but they are 2-0 up now away at Wolves. Wolves 0, Brentford 2. Wolves are winners in 10 home league games. Marcus?
Well, there's VAR is checking a penalty that has been given at Molineux. Whether
for Wolves or Brentford?
For Wolves, sorry, yeah. Kelleher bringing down, making a foul one against one of the Wolves players. I couldn't see who it was, but yes, a chance for Wolves to get a goal, which would feel quite novel, quite frankly. I mean, I'd be amazed if they could get a second. I mean, Strand Larsen's going to put the ball on the spot. It looks like the penalty is going to be given. I did say that this game will be decided on a bit of a stinking penalty. Kelleher feels a little bit aggrieved that the penalty was given. The thing is, Brentford already 2-0 up. I'm sure this will be, if he does put it away, it'll be too little too late. But nice for the home fans, if he can score, that they have a rare moment of cheer, even though, as I say, I don't think there'll be too much left of the game for Wolves to find an equaliser. If indeed he scores. And Strand Larsen Unbelievable. I mean,
what a pathetic penalty.
It never rains, it only pours, doesn't it? Like, what do you say to that? Strand Larsen, who's one of the few players that Wolves might make a few quid on come the summer or maybe even January. He has the penalty. He does a little stuttery line run up.
I don't.
Tries to put it to the keeper's left. It's a nice height. It's a nice height. It's a lovely what am I trying to say? Pace for the goalkeeper. That is just indicative of Wolverhampton Wanderers this season.
For a team and a man that's struggling for goals and Wolves struggling for points. That's a nonchalant approach,
like,
to taking a penalty.
What do you do with that? Like, if you're Rob Edwards, what do you say to your team? You just got to go in there and go, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Like, you almost just want to say to the Premier League, can we go down to the Championship now?
Yeah, almost starting
now.
Can
we go now?
It's like a mercy.
None of it will go towards the actual standings at the end of the season, but I just want to play teams that we might actually be able to compete with.
Throw the towel in.
God,
be done with it.
Blimey.
Throw the towel in.
Yeah, another boxing reference.
Yeah,
I know.
I was up early watching boxing.
Jake Joshua was all over it this morning.
I loved it. It was great.
You watch it, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I saw the replay today. This morning. I love boxing, but you've got a guy who's not.
Is that boxing?
Well, exactly. You've got a guy who's just not really a boxer.
He is a boxer.
Fighting a YouTuber.
He is a boxer.
Hey!
I like it a lot.
Hey, wait, write that down.
You can use that in your next gig.
Use it quickly though, because that will go out of date. That's
it. Now it's done. Now it's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
It got a good reaction as well, so that's what I can hope for.
And I'll just round up the latest scores there in the Championship, approaching the final couple of minutes. Bristol City 2, Borough 0. Charlton scored on that late goal home to Oxford. Derby 1, Portsmouth 1, Mark, with a couple of minutes to go. Hull 1 up against West Brom, and West Brom have gone down to 10 men. Sheffield Wednesday pulled a goal back against Ipswich, and then Ipswich scored a third goal. Jack Clark scoring there after 87 minutes. Ipswich 3, Sheffield Wednesday 1. QPR 4, Leicester 1. Sheffield United picking up form under Chrissy Wilder. Sheffield United 3, Birmingham 0, and Watford are leading Stoke City by a goal to 0. Is there going to be a winner, Lee Phelps, do you think, at the Amex Stadium?
No, I don't think there will be. It's kind of, I don't know what it is. It's like a mix of styles. Like, you know, in boxing they say,
"Oh, get out of
styles make fights."
Burnley have scored.
Oh, what?
Wow!
Roger.
Amanda Breuer.
Wow!
In the 90th minute.
Wow.
1-7. Burnley have lost.
Last year, was it? And he was probably told, all right, yeah, you're going to compete with Raul Jimenez and so on. And then Muniz just suddenly has a purple patch from nowhere. And when I say from nowhere, that's harsh. I think Muniz is a decent player, but goes on a scoring streak, and Breuer's just not in the side. He can't get in. And he's thinking, oh, blimey, I've come here and I can't do it. So anyway, gets his move to Burnley, and you think, right, okay. And then, as you say, injuries and blah-de-blah-de-blah. Hasn't scored in the Premier League for a little while, if my memory serves me well there. So for him to get that goal, if they can cling on for chance for Bournemouth there, as I'm saying, they head it over the bar. If they can get a point here. You see, the thing is with Burnley, again, make the point, they're doing better than what people think. I just think when it all's said and done, they won't have enough. But they are doing better than what people think. I think they're a better side.
And their points tally.
Yeah, exactly. I think people look at them and go, "Oh, well, they're just Premier League cannon fodder." Do you know what I mean? They're gonna.
I think the Luton comparison is really good.
Yeah, exactly. I think
the Luton team played really well, but also found ways to lose games they probably shouldn't have lost. Now Senesi there had it from close range. It really should have scored.
It'll be spirited. I don't think they will have enough in the end. But to compare them to some of the promoted teams from last season, I think is a bit unfair.
Lee, shaking your head there?
We've got 11 points from 17 games.
Boys, go at it.
11 points from 17 games.
Yeah, no,
so like 12 from 18. You know, like
No,
11 from 17.
Like I said, I think they will go down, but I think
I think they flat to deceive.
You think the opposite?
There's half a chance there. The keeper came out. The Bournemouth keeper, that was Breuer, went through on goal. The keeper came out, and I thought he kicked it off his own player, looped in the air, and went out for I thought it was a corner, but I think he's given a goal kick. I don't know if the goalkeeper smacks it off Breuer, but that could have very easily ended up possibly in the back of the net.
Yeah.
It's not convincing goalkeeping, and that would have been some turnaround.
Yeah, Howland just going just wide for his hat-trick effort, but I just think that they are a nice team. They play okay, and they don't win games.
That's pretty fair.
Friendly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an ideal recipe, is it?
Nice enough. I've watched them a lot, obviously, in the 3 o'clock, haven't we? And you just see the same thing most weeks. It's like, yeah, they're all right.
Well, today, though, we're possibly going to see them pick up a point in the league, which is something they don't normally do. And they might have taken that before the ball was kicked.
2 minutes left. That'll be big for them. Obviously, big picking up a point, but still, again, it's
there's not enough quality in that team.
Relegation. They need wins rather than draws, don't they?
Yeah.
Brighton Sunderland still goalless. It's been a little bit of a Sunderland here possibly coming forward on the counter attack. It's a 5-on-5 opportunity there. Plenty of bodies push forward here. And that final ball there from Sunderland, really, really poor, coming down the left-hand side. There was bodies and options in the middle.
Yeah.
The final pass was
kind of what I was trying to say earlier on was they kind of cancelled each other out in the end. Is what the first half was pretty tetchy, and then this second half has just been Brighton keeping the ball. Sunderland occasionally hitting on the break, but yeah, it feels a bit like they're happy with the draw already.
Man City 3, West Ham 0, bring you full reaction to that game very, very shortly. Sunderland again coming forward now, this time down the right-hand side. Can Bournemouth try and get themselves back in front again? This will be 8 games without a win for Bournemouth, who they start the season so well, haven't they? And people sort of tipping their maybe to the team who could gate crash the European places, but really struggling at the moment. Haaland with a brace, Reinders with the other goal for Man City, who continue their winning run. West Ham, just one win for them since Nuno Espirito Santo took over, and Leeds are home to Palace this evening. Leeds might fancy that as a possible opportunity to get 3 points and gain some more points on their other relegation rival. Brentford are absolutely home and hosed away at Wolves, and Molineux is absolutely empty at the moment. The Wolves fans, but you can't really blame them, can you?
No, you can't.
They've had enough and are leaving, and their horrible season looks set to continue. You're right. The Brighton Sunderland game, it's like both sides have almost just maybe selling for a point.
Yeah, I'd be surprised it was still 0-0. You've had some chances and some efforts there, but yeah, it's still a very keenly contested one. I mean, you'd have to go down as a good point for Sunderland if they can, if indeed that's what it ends up. Because again, like a point on the road for a lot of teams in the Premier League, barring exceptional circumstances, you take that.
Yeah.
But again, Brighton are a better side than Sunderland. So again, if they can do it, which, as I'm saying this, Brighton Sunderland, if they can do it, then that has to go down as a good point.
You mentioned about Rob Edwards could lose his job as Wolves manager. Well, I'd love to know what. Also, by the way, Pep loves this, doesn't he? Pep loves an aggressive conversation with his player on the pitch when he knows all the camera. This time it's Josco Gvardiol.
He loves opponent players.
It's absolutely
whispering.
I'm almost half expecting Pep to appear outside the talkSPORT gold store after a show, just telling me off for doing an awful link. What's that, Lee?
What would you think if you were the manager of your team and Pep's going around having a chat with them? You'd be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, Nathan Redmond was the best one, wasn't it?
That was
he was at Southampton.
That's the
and
gold
he
standard.
properly had a go at him about something, didn't he?
He was saying like, was it not something like
why are you too defensive or something?
Yeah,
like that?
why did you stop taking on the fullback or something like that? It's like
none of your business, Pep.
Yeah. Mind your own business.
Actually,
I know.
But it did finish Bournemouth 1, Burnley 1.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better because I was going to go for Bournemouth in the Acca, and I went for Wolves.
Yeah, Derby drew as well. So sadly, the Acca on 2 counts.
Yeah, so we were all wrong.
Yes.
We were all wrong together.
Well, apart from me and Lee,
you were still part of the Acca,
but you were part of the team.
Yeah,
that's fair. Okay, that's fair.
Amanda Breuer doesn't go off the pitch going, "Oh, well, that's 3 points for me."
Does he? No, because
at least I scored
3.
I always think that's in the interview plays, and they say, "Yeah, it's more about the team than me." Come on now.
Oh no, they want to win. You don't want to score and not win. That's not fun, is it? I
think scoring in a loss, proper strikers would be like, "Yeah, I'm happy with that."
No.
Oh no, they wouldn't. That's loser mentality.
They would be happy.
Chance for Brighton to win it.
No, tame. Straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
Very tame.
You've got 40 seconds then in that game.
I think it's a very good result this for Sunderland, given the personnel they've lost to the AFCON.
And also, you look 4 points from Newcastle at home and Brighton away. You're taking that, aren't you?
100% they'd take that. They're a serious Premier League side.
I was one of those who expected them to drop off at some point in the season.
Same as me.
14th and 15th, and
it can still happen, but it doesn't look.
Will it happen?
I don't think so. There's no signs of that just yet. This is a very tough game away at Brighton under their circumstances. Yes, Brighton have also they're missing Belaber or whatever. There are a few players they're missing, but this is a big result for Sunderland. I remember when Sunderland went to Man United earlier in the season, and people were thinking, United are on the ropes here. This is a big one. This is a chance for Sunderland. And actually, that was a little bit unfair, I thought, on Sunderland. They weren't that far advanced.
That was very early in the season, wasn't it, that game?
That was like 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. But today they've shown, actually, they are a team, even with players out, that can mix it with a very, very good, established Premier League side.
Just looking at Pep there, just walking around the Etihad, he's waving, he's clapping. You think of the Pep that we saw last season. He just looks, I understand, he looks rejuvenated, doesn't he? Looks like that he needed that, obviously new players have come in, that change and everything.
His restaurant's closing and it's just so much stress for him that he's unburdened by it, maybe.
Maybe that's
and confirmation, the other game in the Premier League has finished. Brighton 0-0. So all we'll do is take a quick break on talkSPORT Goals, come back, round up everything that's happened in the Premier League, and then we'll hand over to the full-time phone show around 5:30. Jason Cundy and Jeremy O'Hara taking your calls. Confirmation then of the results in the Premier League. It finished Bournemouth 1, Burnley 1. Bournemouth thought they won it when Antoine Semenyo scored a late goal, but Amanda Broja scored in added time to pick up possibly what could be a valuable point for Burnley. They've at least stopped the losing rot for them. Picking up a point away at Bournemouth. The only game that finished goalless in the Premier League, Brighton 0, Sunderland 0. For City home to West Ham, it was comfortable. They scored after 5 minutes. Erling Haaland scoring. He had another one in the second half. Reinders scoring the other goal. Why is that chair so loud? Man City 3, West Ham 0. And Wolves is, bad season just continues. Brentford going there and winning by 2-0. talkSPORT Goals is back in a couple of minutes' time. A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. talkSPORT Goals is live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and also as well on your smart TVs with you until 5:30 this evening. Then it's Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy taking your calls on the full-time phone-in show. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Mark Smith with you on talkSPORT Goals. Newcastle 2, Chelsea 2 was the result in the early game in the Premier League. In the 3 o'clock games in the Premier League, Burnley scored a last-minute equaliser away at Bournemouth for a 1-1 draw. Brighton 0, Sunderland 0, City comfortable at home to West Ham, winning by 3-0. Wolves 0, Brentford 2. Wolves still yet to win again in the Premier League this season. So A 5 o'clock, Marcus Bella. Man City are top of the Premier League. That could change, obviously, if Arsenal go to Everton this evening and win. It's 4 wins in a row for City in the Premier League this season. Have they surprised you in terms of how better they're looking? You know, a lot of people had sort of written them off and written the title race off 4 to 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, well, it's funny how it can change. I mean, 4 to 6 weeks ago, or whatever it was, teams couldn't get a shot on target against Arsenal. Now Arsenal are showing that, you know, in particular in that Wolves game, that maybe they're not as robust, or maybe was that a little period that they've gone through, and now actually teams can sort of get at them a little bit. Manchester City have been going about their business, and Manchester City are the only side who can realistically win the league this season who have done it before, with a manager who's done it before, with players who have done it before. Now, I've made the point earlier in the show, I don't think that Manchester City will ever get back to the levels that they were at 2 or 3 years ago under Pep Guardiola, because those levels are some of the best levels we've ever seen in this country, okay? But they may not have to. And that's the point this season, is that this season, the title race, I mean, look at Aston Villa. You know, I don't think Aston Villa will go the distance, but it's really interesting that they're up there at the moment. This season, Arsenal will lose a few more games this season, perhaps. Man City may well, perhaps. It's not going to be the sort of perfect season or near perfect season for the team who are going to win the title, as we have witnessed in the last sort of handful of years or whatever. Obviously, Liverpool won pretty much a canter last year, but they were, you know, people couldn't really lay a glove on them. Prior to that, you know, Man City, you know, chuck Liverpool in there as well. You go back to when they won the league. I mean, it was stunning stuff. It was, you know, if they only won a game by the odd goal, you'd think, well, not the best performance. You know, it was immaculate. That's not the case this season. So, you know, making the point about Man City, well, obviously they're not as good as they were 2 or 3 years ago. That's painfully obvious. But what they are doing is they're putting teams to the sword fairly handedly. Yes, they are giving the other opposition chances. You know, I saw them play against Fulham at the Craven Cottage the other night. Fulham scored 4 goals, but Man City scored 5. They do look a little bit brittle at the back at times, but they are so effective going forward. And with Foden and Haaland playing as they are, and you can chuck in, you know, 1 or 2 other players as well. Shirky as well, you know. I mean, Doku's played well this season. He wasn't involved today. It's looking pretty ominous if you're an Arsenal fan thinking, oh, blimey, Man City look like that they've got the bit between their teeth.
Pep won 4 in a row, won a treble, laughing, cruising. But you think last season, given how poor City were for so much of it, do you think he almost came into this season more motivated than ever before to almost try and prove, not the doubters wrong, because his resume speaks for himself, but, you know, people writing City off, writing him off, to almost be that bad last season and come back and win it this season would be some story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. I mean, Guardiola, as we know, you know, in his previous clubs, Barcelona and Bayern, he wasn't there very long. He was there when
3 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was there when he was sort of, you know, propelling a very, very good side towards what they did, and they were unbelievably good. At Manchester City, he came in and he had to build it up, and woof, they were off, as you say, and 4 Premier League titles in a row. It's stunningly good, and a treble, and we know all the other stuff. What he has now is it's a transitional period. It's a genuine rebuild. He's evolved his teams. You know, he's not played the same style and exactly the same thing throughout his time at Man City. He couldn't do that. People would figure them out. Even the great man Pep Guardiola, one of the best managers we've ever seen, possibly the best. You know, he has to evolve and he has to change, and he has done that. And he's been so good at it. But he has had a number of those players throughout those seasons. When you lose a player, say, like Kevin De Bruyne, who's been so crucial to Manchester City and all the good things they've done, and 1 or 2 others, and again, a few other players getting a little bit older and more minutes in the legs, you have to go, right, at some point, you have to do that kind of rebuild. We're in the process of a rebuild with Manchester City and with Guardiola there. It's certainly picked up this season, and I think as well, Guardiola had his head turned a little bit by England when the FA were reportedly talking to him, and he, again, if reports are to be believed, that he may well have fancied that. He's spoken about maybe managing a team at the World Cup and so on. It won't be Spain for obvious reasons. So anyway, without going down that road too much, you have that with Guardiola. And I think he may have thought, you know what, I've been here a long time. I'm tired. You know, you could see he's physically exhausted. This season, you're right. It's kind of like he's focused and gone, right, I'm going to stay. I'm going to try and maybe win the title again or do something really, really great. if he wins the title at the end of the season, it'd be interesting if he does stay, actually. He says he will, so we'll take him at his word. But I think this season, with that rebuild, with Rodri still to come back, and maybe one or two others, there does seem like there's a relaxed vibe about Pep Guardiola at the moment. He's enjoying it. I think the fans are enjoying it. They've reconnected in a way that didn't maybe see last season so much. So I think slowly but surely that it's going well for Manchester City.
And one thing crucially, Mark, they have over Arsenal is a lot of these players have done it before, and a lot of the Arsenal players have been very close and not done it before. How much of a role is that going to play if we get to March and there's a couple of points in the two teams?
I think it plays a huge role. I think the experience and the association of those title challenges plays a massive role in the dressing rooms. I think Man City are a team full of winners who have been there before. Arsenal are sort of the team of nearly men who have come so close. And I'm not going to use the word bottle it, but, they bottled it.
I mean, they were playing against an unbelievably good Man City side.
Oh, yeah.
And then a Liverpool side.
And a Liverpool side that was sort of freakish. At the moment, for me, it's more a case of if you're an Arsenal player, are you looking forward to playing in the same way that Man City are? Marcus just said, I mean, City are scoring goals for fun. They're wide open this year, but they're happy to go and outscore you rather than, look for the 1-2-0. They're just going to go and just plough straight through you. West Ham today had a good 20-minute spell there where they could have scored a goal or two, got back into the game. But instead, Man City just, turn it back on again, go back up the other end, score a couple of goals. Whereas Arsenal are playing okay football, but a lot of it seems to be set-piece dependent. The Wolves game was own goal dependent. They've dropped points at Chelsea. They lost to Villa. They dropped points at Sunderland. We're not in the sort of purple patch that we sort of thought we might have for the whole season with Arsenal. I think naively, I thought they've started the season so well, I can see them being one of those 100-point contenders. Well, as you said earlier, they don't. The winning side this year, the title winners, don't have to be perfect this season. There's some leeway in there, and there'll be further leeway as we go further down the road. And I think if you're an Arsenal player now, you're not going into games excited thinking, we're going to go and smash these. They will do that, of course, at times, but a lot of it is reliant on quite a pragmatic style of football rather than an attacking, swashbuckling, exciting one. So Man City, if you're looking at it from the narrative, it's, Man City is sort of a phoenix back from the ashes, coming back, playing good football, scoring goals for fun, and they're chasing I think possibly mentally fragile Arsenal side that are just haunted by the ghosts of the last 3-4 seasons.
Yeah, I agree. I think that second half of the season thing is crucial. I think if we said it a couple of weeks ago, if City are anywhere near Arsenal going into February, March, April, I think City win the title from there. You go back 23-24, they trailed by 8 points, went on a 25-match unbeaten run from February. 21-22, 5 points behind after 10 games. From the 11th of December till the 15th of Feb, 13 matches unbeaten, won the title by a point. 2021, 8 behind after 12. From December the 15th, they went on a massive run. I think it was 15-game winning run and 28 unbeaten in the end. And then 18-19, 7 behind at the midway point, 14 unbeaten, February to April, won the title. That's what they do.
And
they've got Haaland.
And now they're five wins in a row now. So they're well and truly
on it. And they've got a better goal difference all of a sudden, and they're a point ahead.
When do they play Man City next? When does the City Arsenal?
I think it's around April time.
April 14th, I think.
Yeah. Have you got? Do you guys have updates?
Yeah. So they've been shortened. They've been shortened into 5-4, which is obviously the shortest they've been all season. So still odds against Arsenal. Odds on. Just a touch,
despite what I said for the last 3 minutes, I still think Arsenal probably would have as favourites here. I still have a feeling they might grind it out. But in terms of the mentality of it, I think Man City are in the ascendant.
Is 5-4 a good price for City?
It's a bit short now because having seen what price they
4-1, 3-1,
having seen that sort of price, 5-4 doesn't seem so great now. But if you're doing it a straight match bet, let's just say for argument's sake, as we record this, Arsenal draw at Everton, and the level on points, and City have got the advantage on goal difference. Who are you picking? Man City for me.
Yeah.
I still go Arsenal, and your quote was they're mentally fragile and have been scarred by the ghosts of the past.
Haunted by the ghosts of the past.
And I get that, but I almost think that what's happened in those seasons, I think they're going to have learnt from that. I think they can use that to their advantage. I think they're a year older, a year wiser. I think they're defensively better than Manchester City. And I still think as this season goes on, while City are going to beat some teams 4 and 5-0, I still think they can be got at more than Arsenal.
Definitely.
And I think City will drop more points than Arsenal. That's why I fancy Arsenal.
I think Arsenal are a better functioning football team at the minute, even if it's not as exciting going forward. When I say that I think this team is, suffering with a hangover, I suppose, of the last few seasons, you're right, it could go the other way. It could go that they learn their lessons and they're stronger and they're more resilient, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and therefore they can go and win the league. It could go the other way. Sure. It can go the other way. I mean, we always talk about England squads having players with tournament experience. Well, great, but up to the last couple of tournaments, that experience was horrendous. You don't want that guy who's got shell shock, shivering in the corner of the dressing room because he remembers the last tournament. You want someone who can turn that thing into a positive. And I'm sure Arsenal have got players that can do that. I look at how many leaders they've got in that side, for example. I think there's several guys who could be captain and would be captain of any other club. But I think there is some fragility there still. And while a Wolves game where they go ahead, they get clawed back in stoppage time or 90th minute or whatever, and then still go ahead and win the game, that should be a big kick up the backside. You should think, they're going to go ahead. Yeah. But we've seen recently that that's not what's been happening. They've gone and played a similar way the next week and the next week. And look, I'm not having a go at Arsenal. They're a wonderful football side. I'm just saying that if you went back 6 weeks, we wouldn't be having this discussion. And it's only Arsenal as a team that have allowed us to have this chat because they've let a very good Man City side back in, and we didn't see that happening.
Man City won 5 in a row. Man City, top of the Premier League table. Arsenal still to play today at 5:30. A good day for City. Another bad day for West Ham. Are they destined for relegation? We're talking West Ham next. A very good afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. It's the Goal Show with you until 5:30 this afternoon, and then it will be the full-time phone and show. Jamie O'Hara and Jason kind of taking your calls on the day's football. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Marcus Speller, Mark Smith with you then for another 15 minutes or so. We spoke about Man City beating West Ham by 3-0 today in the Premier League. Bournemouth 1, Burnley 1, Brighton 0, Sunderland 0, Wolves 0, Brentford 2. The other results today in the Premier League. City are top of the Premier League. West Ham, though, continue to struggle. Their recent results not good. Losing to City, losing at home to Aston Villa, drawing at Brighton, drawing at Man United, losing at home to Liverpool and drawing away to Bournemouth. Before that, they did pick up back-to-back home victories against Burnley and Newcastle. With the Premier League table at the moment, doesn't look particularly good for them. They're 18th in the table on 13 points. Leeds 17th of 16 and played tonight at home to Crystal Palace. Forest 18 and Fulham 20. So they're 5 and 7 points ahead of West Ham, respectively, and seem to be pulling away. Are they going down, Mark?
Yeah, wow, all right, straight in, are we? I think on current form, you have to say yes. I think Leeds look stronger. We mentioned earlier Leeds' home form and the fact that they've got I don't want to use the cliche of a 12th man there, but it certainly must do something.
So cliche.
I know.
You're betting that, aren't you?
I don't think I am. But I think Ellen Road will play a part in this relegation fight. I think it is between those two to go down.
It's only those two, isn't it?
I think so.
Fulham are too good, Forest are too good.
Fulham are not fantastic this season, but yes, I think they're not too good to go down, but they're better than both Leeds and West Ham. I don't think you can look above Forest. I think Forest sadly are too good, annoyingly, for me as a Derby fan. No, I don't think Brentford are in this conversation at all. I don't think so. So I think it's between Leeds and West Ham. I'd take Leeds at the minute. West Ham have got excellent individual players. You know, they've got players that you'd fancy playing for a top 6 side. It's just they can't get a tune out of them.
Who?
Well, Jared Bowen walks into a Champions League side.
Is he the only one, though?
I think Paquetá, once he gets his act together...
I don't think Paquetá's been good for 18 months, really. I think when he first joined, he was really good.
But let's not
like
overlook.
I appreciate he's had
personal things.
Of course.
Well, you said Champions League club, so that would also cover Spurs.
In that case, they all get into the Spurs team,
yeah. So you're fine with that one.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily mean...
They've got goals, though, West Ham. I think, Callum Wilson, goals. There's probably one of the leading English scorers in the Premier League, probably, with whatever he's got, 3 or 4.
I think Fernandes in the middle of the park is a good player. Yeah. I think they have got players through there that can do something. I think they need to add players in January. It's a perfect time, actually, now, isn't it? Because they've got an opportunity now. They're a club who do have a bit of money.
Do they?
I think, in theory, most of it's taxpayers' money.
I mean, I think they seemed quite reluctant to sign anybody in the summer.
I think it's different now. I think they're going to look at this and think, hang on, lads, there is a genuine chance here that West Ham go down. We spent all this money on infrastructure. We need to do something and put it on the pitch now. We've got this shiny new manager who we sort of believe in. It's time to go and bring in a couple of players. This is your chance, isn't it?
Well, and that's what they should do.
That's what a sane board would do that, yeah.
And there lies the problem potentially
right, exactly.
for West Ham.
And we talk about they've got goals in them. The other end of the pitch, they've got the second worst defence in the division.
Yeah.
So that's where they need to be better. The goals, they've got 19 goals. It's kind of they're down there amongst everyone else.
Only 2 teams got less than them, Wolves and Forest.
Yeah, so there are problems at both ends of the pitch. And the problem you've got is they're on 13 points. Obviously, Leeds are 3 away. Forest are 5 away. Fulham are 7 away. Let's just say taking your team, Fulham, even if they went on a disastrous run of losing games, I don't think West Ham, how soon do West Ham overtake Fulham? I'm not saying they lose every game, but let's say you lose one, you draw one, you lose. You're picking up a point every 2 games or whatever. I don't think West Ham have got the capability to go on and...
But they've got a good run coming up, though.
Yes, the next 4 games...
Home to Fulham, home to Brighton, away at Wolves.
Yeah, and they've got another one in that as well, I think, which is a decent, winnable game, if you like.
Right.
So this will tell us a lot, won't it, over the next 4 games, whether they are capable of putting 6 points out of 4 fixtures together, 7 points out of 4 fixtures.
Forest at home is the other game. So 3 of the next 4 games are home games against Forest, Brighton and Fulham.
So they haven't shown that much.
And the away game is Wolves.
So the Christmas period then could well define their season.
Well, it could do,
definitely, yeah.
They need points in these fixtures. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I think, when you're comparing West Ham and Fulham, obviously they're playing each other soon. Fulham, you can kind of see what they're doing. I mean, Marcus Silva's been there for a few years now. He's an excellent coach. he's done it for Fulham. That Fulham want him to sign a longer deal because his deal's up in the summer. It shows you there. Nuno Espirito Santo, when he went to West Ham, myself included, thought, oh, that's good. They've snapped him up. He's left Forest under a cloud. It's obviously a bit of a strange situation. You think, blimey, why has that happened? It did, and West Ham thought, right, we need a manager now to really make sure that we don't get relegated this season, because it's been awful there, for the last however many seasons. And new manager comes in with new ideas, doesn't work, and Graham Potter was given time and that didn't work, blah. Nuno coming in knows how to set up a team in the Premier League, and a team of a similar size and sort of capability, if you like, than Forest. Now, and obviously he's done it at Wolves. Didn't happen at Spurs, but Spurs seem to be one of the unmanageable clubs at the moment, so I think we can put that to one side. The problem for West Ham, though, right now, is that they haven't had really a new manager bounce, have they?
2 wins in 12.
Yeah, they haven't had anything.
Yeah, there's 2 home wins, yeah.
Yeah, right. If it wasn't Nuno, if he put on a Graham Potter mask or something, right, you would believe it, wouldn't you? You just think, it's carried on like
Pretty
that.
much the same.
Which is a bit of a surprise, because they haven't shown much. Now, yes, they do have a better squad of players, you might say, than Leeds United. I mean, Farke kind of said, didn't he, at the start of the season or whatever, we've got, or whoever it was said, there's quite a few championship players in there. They're really going to have to play out of their skins. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the much mentioned, is their most high-profile player. Finally getting a tune out of him. But what Leeds have that West Ham don't, Leeds have got a bit of spirit now. They've got a bit of belief. And that can go a long way in a relegation battle. Ellen Road cannot wait to see their team play when they're, whoever they, at home.
Palace tonight, for example.
Honestly, Leeds fans are going to the stadium going, come on, we're up for this. And we are going to try and be the 12th man, to use that cliche. We're going to try and push and propel our side towards getting a result and a performance that we want. You cannot say the same about West Ham United. Totally different feeling.
It's been toxic there.
A long
18
time.
months, 2 years, even towards the end of the Moyes days.
And the fans are fed up with what the board have been doing there, rightly so. They won the Europa Conference League, and a great achievement. They had a good run in the Europa League as well, and you're thinking, right, okay, West Ham, finally, you're seeing something. And now what? They're staring down the barrel of not just a relegation battle, but relegation itself. And Leeds showing a bit of form.